Chapter 1. Tokyo, Chiba Prefecture. Total Wugao. Although its decoration and academic content are not as good as the Hideon Academy next door, but compared to the typical aristocratic style, the students are basically schools from famous families. The deviation value is the highest, and it is also a key high school, Sobu High School, whose reputation is not weaker than Hideon Academy. Even in terms of recruiting people, it is vaguely better. The blooming of sakura flowers on the streets also represents. With the arrival of the new semester, Zhongwu High School also ushered in a new year. The third graders have graduated, and the new first-year students have also entered school today. On the street, many first-year high school students walked together, and most of them were students of Sobu High School, wearing the iconic Sobu High School uniform. From time to time, there was laughter, and the scenes of slapstick made passers-by nearby lament their youth. The screen turns. In a high-end apartment. Knock. There was a knock on the door. Xiaobu. Wake up. Today is your second year of enrollment. Don't sleep in late. You still have to go to class division. Gojo Satoru scratched his messy white hair, knocked on the door helplessly, and shouted. Looking at it like this, my younger sister must have not listened to him last night and secretly played games again. This play will probably last all night. Going to bed at 5 and getting up at 6. The king of Hades praised me for my good health. 2 beeps. 1 beep. Good. There was a confused sound in the room, like a kitten meowing in response. Hearing that the word good was answered, Gojo Satoru opened the door without expression. After living together for so long, is it possible that he still doesn't know what Xiao Bui's word good means? It was obvious that he wanted to perfunctory the past and wanted to sleep late. As soon as he entered, Gojo Satoru could smell the faint fragrance unique to the girls in the room. However, this was not enough to stop him from his current goal. The right hand skillfully turned on the light, and the dark room was illuminated instantly. It seemed that because of the turning on of the light, Xiaobu, who was wearing hamster pajamas on the bed, struggled a few times, then retracted his head, wrapped his body in a quilt, and rolled his body, forming a ball shape. Xiaobu, if you don't get up again, I will set you on fire. Gojo Satoru said something suddenly. The right hand took out a windproof lighter from nowhere, and even lit it on purpose. It seems that this sentence and the sound of the lighter being turned on successfully scared Xiaobu. Xiaobu, who turned into a spherical shape, struggled immediately and returned to his original state in less than a second, looking at Gojo Satoru, or the other party's lighter, in horror. Big brother, are you a devil? How can you set your own sister on fire? I'm sorry. Isn't this the beginning of school, Xiaobu? You haven't gotten up all the time, so I can only use this method. Stare. Little resentment buried his face. Although the other party said sorry in his tone, but the smiling appearance made people feel embarrassed. After rubbing his increasingly itchy fists a few times, Xiaobu cocked his head and hummed. I know it's a stinky big brother. It's good to know. I've already made breakfast. Go wash up quickly. After all, today is an important day for you to start school. After speaking, Gojo Satoru yawned. When he was about to leave the room, he suddenly glanced at the always-on computer in the corner and the game clearance screen displayed on the computer. Then he turned his head and glanced at Xiaobu with an embarrassed face, and didn't say much, just turned off the computer and left the room. Boom! After hearing the sound of the door closing, Xiaobu also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Big Brother didn't continue talking about me. After rubbing the still sleepy eyes with her white and tender index finger, Xiaobu stretched and got ready to get up. Come on in the new semester, Woody Abu. On the sofa, Gojo Satoru ate a small Western-style dessert unhurriedly, and there were 2 cups of black tea and another Western-style dessert beside him. As a senior sweet tooth party, you must add sweets when you wake up in the morning. Yeah, it's delicious. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. But after sighing, his eyes suddenly calmed down. It's been a year since I traveled through this world. Picking up a cup of black tea, Gojo Satoru couldn't help muttering in his heart as he watched the black tea pouring out his own image. Yes, time travel. In fact, Gojo Satoru is a time traveler, and it's not the first time travel. This is his second time travel. The first time he traversed, he replaced or became Gojo Satoru in the world in the spell battle. With the memory of his previous life, he even broke through in the magic world. All tragedies happened to him. Whether it was the tragedy of the astral body incident or the Xiaoyoji incident, it all happened to him. The cursed spirit side was specifically intercepted and killed by Gojo Wu. Things have been going in a good direction. As for finger brother Su Nuo, Gojo Satoru also let the knotweed swallow all his fingers step by step, and came to a hard-to-hard duel with this cursed king thousands of years ago. As for the result, Wu Tiaowu couldn't kill Su Nuo, and Su Nuo couldn't hurt Wu Tiaowu. In the follow-up, Su Nuo can only be sealed again. After solving all the things in the magic world, Gojo Satoru suddenly passed out when he used the unlimited teleportation to go to Kyoto for vacation. After waking up from the coma, I found that I had suddenly traveled through time again. That is this chaotic world. At the same time, he also found that for some reason, he became stronger day by day, which was like unlocking the body limiter, just like Saitama. Back then, he worried about whether he would lose his hair for a long time. As a result, it was also good naturally, and there was no hair loss. But the magic power in his body is still 6 eyes, but it is getting stronger day by day. Of course, the most important thing is that he came to this world, not a black householder, but a person with identity. At the same time, there is also a younger sister who is not related by blood. Small burial, 5 burials. Chapter 2. Inside the room. With a toothbrush in his mouth, Xiaobu quickly unbuttoned and took off his hamster pajamas. The little white feet with veins showing were stomping to the toilet and combing her hair with a comb. For her, it has long been common for her to go out without washing her hair. Of course, she still had to wash her hair every 2 days. After all, her hair was already oily by then. As a girl, loving cleanliness is still the most basic. Grabbing the mouthwash cup, took a few sips, and after wiping off the foam left at the corners of his mouth, Xiaobu began to turn over the closet. However, there were a lot of clothes, and it took me a minute or so to find them. Swish, the sound of changing clothes sounded. Well, the first day of the new semester, come on. Putting on the black uniform, Mimi pursed Sakura's lips, which were covered with lipstick. Xiaobu, who was not dressed up, already made people feel beautiful. But now that she puts on the uniform and dresses up, it makes people feel gentle, comfortable, and stunning. In front of her classmates or acquaintances, she will think that she is a beautiful girl who has full housekeeping skills and learns music during the holidays to enrich herself. But actually, she is a social wreck at home. When I get home, I will eat and be lazy, and the concept implements the 3 things of delicious and fun. You have to rely on your own big brother to do everything, and he is also a deeply hidden brother control. After tidying up her clothes in front of the mirror, Xiaobu picked up her handbag and was about to leave the room, but she stopped suddenly after taking 2 steps. Oh yes, the amulet. Remembering that he put the amulet on the bed cabinet when he was sleeping, Xiaobu hurried over to pick it up. This amulet was given to her by Gojo Satoru a year ago. Tell her to wear the amulet no matter where she goes, whether she goes out or goes to school. As for what effect it has, Xiaobu didn't ask too much. It's undoubtedly just to protect the safety. After putting the red amulet into his pocket, Xiaobu opened the door and went out. Hey, where's the big brother? There was no Gojo Satoru as I expected in the living room. There were only small Western-style desserts on the table and steaming black tea. Zongwu High, teacher's office. Why, you guys will come to Zongwu High. Looking at the smiling, white-haired monster in front of him, Shizuka Hiratsuka's eyes twitched wildly. Before that, she had learned from the teacher group that a new teacher would join Zongwu High. But I never expected that this new teacher is Gojo Satoru. Speaking of Gojo Satoru, how much money did you give the principal? What is it? Xiaojing, being a teacher is my dream, it's mine. Wait, what the hell is your disgusting look? I'm so sad, but Xiaojing disgusted me, sobbing. It seems that Shizuka Hiratsuka said it was really sad. Gojo Satoru took out a handkerchief out of nowhere and gently wiped the corners of his eyes, as if tears were about to come out. Seeing Gojo Satoru as a demon, after the corners of Hiratsuka, Shizuka's mouth twitched a few times. She could only wave her hands helplessly. Okay, stop acting. We've known each other for almost half a year. Don't I know you yet? Tell me, what are you going to do in Zongwu High? Is there any important thing? Shizuka Hiratsuka's expression became serious. Others don't know Gojo Satoru, so doesn't she know him? Half a year ago, she was suddenly pulled into another world. In that world, The air reveals decay and depression, and the sky is composed of red and dark colors. And most importantly, there was a group of monsters in that world, and when they saw her, they frantically killed her. Even if it was the smallest one, Shizuka Hiratsuka couldn't beat it. After running away for a long time, he finally lost his strength. Just when she was about to despair, a man suddenly appeared. He was dressed in black clothes, his eyes were covered by a pitch-black eye patch, and his snowflake-like white hair was covered by the eye patch, and the half of his face exposed under the eye patch was extremely handsome. Although the man didn't know why he appeared suddenly, Hiratsuka, Shizu could only think that the man might be the same as her. It was pulled here suddenly by an external force. She has no physical strength, and she doesn't expect the other party to save him, but subconsciously calls for the other party to flee here quickly. However, the man just said something lightly. Never mind. What is called never mind? Next scene. An extremely unforgettable scene in Shizuka Hiratsuka's life appeared. That person appeared in front of her in just a blink of an eye. Then he gave a light push to the side of the monster that had already pounced on him. The street exploded. Dust all over the sky, the sound of explosions, and the sudden appearance of a pentagram. Even after half a year, Shizuka Hiratsuka can recall every detail and bit by bit. And the man who suddenly appeared was Gojo Satoru. Looking at Shizuka Hiratsuka with a serious expression, Gojo Satoru also put away his handkerchief, and his expression gradually became serious. Sure enough, Shizuka Hiratsuka's heart skipped a beat. He came here for something important. Xiaojing, actually. Gojo Satoru spoke slowly. I'm coming. Shizuka Hiratsuka subconsciously held her breath, ready to listen to the important matter of the other party coming to Sobu High School. I'm really just idle and bored, and come to be a teacher. What? Shizuka Hiratsuka was stunned. What? You? Being a teacher when you are idle and bored. Gojo Satoru pressed his cheek innocently. Give me Nishin, Gojo Satoru. Hiratsuka Shizuka swung his fist in a fury and smashed the head of the white-haired monster. I was wrong. Chapter 3. Xiaojing, you are so ruthless, it hurts. Crouching down, touching his head, Gojo Satoru looked pitiful. Pain. This is naturally impossible. After all, how could he, who used the no lower limit technique as a passive skill, be hit and injured by the calmness of ordinary people? Even if Pasera and Phi wants to hurt in a real sense, or touch Gojo Satoru, it should be almost a fingertip away. Well, the distance of the universe at your fingertips. Regarding Gojo Satoru's pitiful appearance, Hiratsuka Shizen just rolled his eyes in response. If it was the first time they met, she might be deceived. But after getting to know each other for a long time, she didn't realize it. How could she, an ordinary person, hurt the legendary Onmyoji? She identifies Gojo Satoru as an Onmyoji, and this appearance and tone, at first glance, is a classic among the classics. Well, it's confirmed. Pretend. Seeing Hiratsuka Shizuka's look of, you continue to pretend, I will continue to watch, Gojo Satoru stood up and sighed. Hey, Xiaojing, you have changed. You are no longer the cute Jing you used to be. Who do you think can make me so sure that you are pretending? Hey. Wujo smiled awkwardly. When I first met Shizuka Hiratsuka, he really liked teasing each other. But the more funny it is, the other party obviously has an extra skill. 100% recognition of Gojo Satoru's disguise. Let's not talk about this. Sitting on the chair again, Gojo Satoru put away his previous hippie smile, and his face became calm. Xiaojing, do you still have the amulet I gave you? Half a year ago, he gave Shizuka Hiratsuka a talisman. That amulet can not only form a short-term defense against damage, but also isolate its powerful spell power. The most important thing is to allow Gojo Satoru to determine the opponent's location. Half a year ago, why was Shizuka Hiratsuka brought closer to Phi? It was because the filthy people felt the powerful spell power she was born with that day. Every filth wants to absorb this powerful mantra and make them evolve. I have it with me all the time. Saying that, Shizuka Hiratsuka lowered her head. With his right hand, he reached down along the collar and took out the amulet that was always worn around his neck. But before Ping Zhuijing could react, a pair of slender hands touched the amulet. Well, it seems that the power is still there, so I don't need to change it for you. The 5 observations of serious enlightenment. Seeing Gojo Satoru, who was holding a spell to observe before him, Shizuka Hiratsuka blushed. Yes, blushing. Although what he was holding was a spell, it was only a few centimeters away from him. And Hiratsuka felt that what the other party was holding was not a spell, but his own private place. Although he really wanted to give Gojo a fist, but he looked at him with a serious face. Hiratsuka Shizuka could only suppress the shyness in her heart. But our client Gojo Satoru secretly laughed in his heart at this moment. To observe whether the charm still has any remaining power, there is no need to take it out and let him touch it to feel it. You only need to feel the magic power a little bit, and you can feel it. Besides, Gojo Wu did it himself, and the magic power can last at least 10 years. Of course, this has to rule out danger after the magic power is used. Although I really want to see Jing's cute and shy appearance all the time, Gojo Satoru also knows how to stop. After watching for a dozen seconds pretendingly, he put it down. Call. Seeing that the other party stretched his hand back, Hiratsuka Shizuka breathed a sigh of relief. Although she has a good impression of Gojo Satoru, after all, the two sides have not confirmed the relationship, and if she goes any further, she may be repelled. Hey, 3 beeps. Xiaojing, you shouldn't be shy. What's so shy about our relationship? Gojo Satoru crossed his legs, covered his mouth, and asked in feigned surprise. Regarding the other party's ridicule, Shizuka Hiratsuka said with a dark face. Climbing. What do I have to do with you? And you have time to tell me this now. Why not hurry to your class? The freshmen have almost finished enrolling now. As soon as the voice fell, the school bell rang just in time. No, I'll just say it. Well, it seems that I really want to see my lovely students. Hearing the ringing of the bell, Gojo Satoru didn't stay any longer and stood up. Then I'll go first, Xiaojing bye. Boom, the gate is closed. Hey, it really is. With a curl of her lips, Hiratsuka Shizuka didn't care about this anymore. After picking up the class roster on the table, she also left the office and went to the class she was leading. Chapter 4. Gojo Satoru whistled to an unknown song and walked in the empty corridor with his hands in his pockets. The passing class also heard the voice of the class teacher calling out the students or introducing himself. 1-year Class F. He thought silently in his heart. 1st-year Class F. This is the class led by Gojo Satoru. When he first approached the principal of Zongwu High School, he actually wanted to take the sophomore. After all, Xiaobu just happened to be promoted to the sophomore. But after thinking about it, it is still interesting to lead the students in the 1st year of high school. For nothing else, just to do whatever you want. As for why the headmaster of Sobu High allowed Gojo Satoru, an unknown person, to enter the school, and even became the head teacher of a class. This has to be said from 3 months ago. Of course, this is not the way Shizuka Hiratsuka imagined to give the principal money. It's just that at the beginning, Gojo Satoru was bored at night and went to find a Cachapacera to play with. I met a bald man who was hunted down, and this bald man is naturally the current headmaster of Sobu Gao. You also know the following plot. The bald headmaster was rescued. Well, it's just so bloody and weird. Don't worry about it. Hey, Winnie.jpg. Yoxi, here we are. Gojo Satoru stopped in his tracks after seeing the words Class F, 1st year written on the door sign of the classroom. He opened the classroom door with his right hand, but only a small gap was opened. Then he slowly poked out his white-haired head into the classroom door first, looked around, and said with a smile on his face, Moshi, excuse me. Silence. No one in the classroom responded. Everyone looked at the white hair sticking out of the door with strange expressions. The astonishment in his eyes seemed to say, Could you be our head teacher? That's right, I'm your head teacher this semester. As if he understood the meaning of the eyes of the students, Gojo Satoru still had a smile on his face. Hey, why did you use da at the end? And teacher, can you walk in with your body? It's a bit scary to show only one head. A very few students with unusually rich hearts roared in their hearts. The door was pulled open. Gojo Satoru didn't use any blame anymore and walked in with his whole body. As soon as he walked in, the eyelids of most people in the class twitched subconsciously. So high. Yes, for Gojo Satoru's 9.9 plus meters, the average male in the island country is 1.7 meters, which makes the former undoubtedly a titan to them. Besides, everyone is a high school student who has just been promoted, and their bodies have not yet developed. There are even short men who are exactly 1.6 meters, and the tallest men are only a little over 1.7 meters. As for women, let alone, the average is about 1.6 meters. When talking face to face, you have to hold your head up. Walking up to the podium, Gojo Satoru did not sit down on the chair that had been prepared in advance, but sat directly on the podium with his arms behind his waist, looking like an old man. Everyone, the new semester is good. As I said just now, I am your homeroom teacher for this semester, Gojo Satoru. You can just call me Gojo-sensei. As for interests and hobbies, I have a sweet tooth. As soon as the voice fell, there was a warm applause from below. No matter what, Gojo Satoru was their head teacher after all, and respect was a must. Then, it's time for you too. Rubbing his smooth chin, Gojo Satoru glanced at everyone, and then made a decision in his heart, and suddenly pointed with his right hand. It's up to you. The girl in the first row against the wall. Gojo-sensei, you are keeping your Pokemon, right? The boys were also powerless to complain. Then focus on the girl. In an instant, many men's eyes lit up. Hello, everyone. My name is Chitanda Eru. My interests and hobbies are basically undetermined. I am good at cooking. Please give me your advice for the next year. The girl who stood up introduced her with a serious face. She has black hair with a shawl, a beautiful face, and a pure face. Even if she is wearing the school uniform of Sobu High, she can tell that the other party's figure should be extremely good. And the temperament of the whole person is like a young lady who has not set foot in the world. Yoshi, the introduction was good, Chitanda-san. Gojo Satoru applauded lightly. Then, you can sit down. No, Mr. Wojo, there is something I'm curious about. Huh? Please say 5 puzzled faces.jpg. Chitanda Eru's big violet eyes stared straight at Gojo Satoru. After watching for a few seconds, he spoke seriously. Mr. Wojo, can you see clearly with the blindfold on your eyes? I'm curious. Not only Chitanda Eru was curious about this matter, but almost everyone in the class was also curious. When they saw Gojo Satoru for the first time, their first impression was not attracted by the exposed half of his face. It was the other party's black eye patch wrapped around his eyes that attracted him, and he couldn't help thinking curiously, can this really see the outside? Duh. Chapter 5. Blindfolds again. Gojo Satoru muttered in his heart. Ever since he came to this world, many people he met would ask him if this blindfold really doesn't block his vision. Can he see clearly outside? Or ask if this blindfold has any special effect, so I always wear it. However, only Wojo knows it clearly. This mask is it is of no use at all. He was simply trying to be handsome and cool. As for whether it will block the line of sight, could it be that his 6 eyes are used as decorations? Observing the surroundings in a 360-degree direction with no dead angle, no matter how far away it is, it can lock on where the enemy is and even see the atoms in the space clearly. It is a technique with no lower limit for precise operations. You can think of the 6 eyes as zooming. Unless it means destroying his eyes, he can't see anything. Oh, as for whether I can see things outside clearly with the blindfold on, it has to be. Gojo Satoru deliberately elongated his voice and even tugged on the blindfold with his right hand cooperatively. When I was about to take off the blindfold, this is a man's secret, Chitanda-san, don't be curious. Gojo Satoru put down his hand and smiled jokingly. Shwa. It should not be expected. Although they have only been together for more than 10 minutes, the people in the class have basically figured out the character of their head teacher. Obviously, he just likes to tease them and whet their appetites. Okay then. Chitanda Eru didn't get the answer she wanted, although Chitanda Eru was a little disappointed, but her curiosity about Gojo Satoru was even more ignited in her heart. This Wuqiao teacher is really curious. Then invite the next the next classmate. Gojo-sensei, you definitely want to talk about the next Pokemon, absolutely. Sichiming, please give me some advice. The pale girl sat down after speaking coldly. This made the students around her shrink back subconsciously. The air suddenly became cold. Misaki Naruto. Gojo Satoru slightly tilted his head in doubt. According to his 6-eye perception, although the child has mana, the mana emitted by his body is very small. But the left eye with the blindfold exudes a lot of magic power. Although it is time travel, Gojo Satoru doesn't know Misaki Naruto. Is it transplanted the day after tomorrow? It took less than half a second to observe with the 6 eyes, and Gojo Wu got the answer he wanted in his mind. It seems that I have to find a time to have a good talk with my lovely student. After all, this time, or only since he came to this world, the birth of filth or various monsters has gradually become more frequent. Just like Shizuka Hiratsuka, she was born with powerful spells and was fine for the first 27 years, but was dragged into the wilderness half a year ago by the filth. If it wasn't for Gojo Satoru just at the intersection, Hiratsuka Shizuka would have been chewed up and absorbed the magic power by then. Hey, I remember that there is a Kitagawa Marin in our class, right? After a glance, he didn't see the blonde girl in his impression. Gojo Satoru was a little puzzled. When he arrived at Zonwugyo Shiantai with the unlimited teleportation, he checked the names of the students in his class. Although it's a pity that my class is not all the protagonists or supporting roles in the novel, but there are a few I knew in my previous life. One of them is naturally Kitagawa Marin, a beautiful girl who likes cosplay. When he hadn't traveled through time, a certain sound was all about Kitagawa Marin. What's even more outrageous is that Gojo Satoru can still link with the daily fan Kitagawa Marin in a battle. A spell doll, right? Kitagawa-san. Is there any Kitagawa-san? If so, please raise your hand with the teacher. Suddenly, the classroom was silent. Ahem, it looks like Kitagawa-san is late. Well, really, how can this kid be late when school starts? Wujo smiled awkwardly, put down his hands in embarrassment, and pretended to criticize the other party in a serious tone. That, Mr. Gojo. At this time, a weak female voice sounded. I saw a girl with an ordinary face raised her hand. What's the matter, Tamatsu-san? Gojo Satoru asked. That's right, for Kitagawa-san, I accidentally got into a car accident today and was admitted to the hospital. I may need to rest for a while before I can be discharged from the hospital. And I am her junior high school classmate. She asked me to pass on the message to you. Oh, so that's how it is. I'll call later and ask about it myself. Thank you, Tamatsu-san. Please sit down. Tamatsu nodded hastily. His cheeks blushed a little. Although my class teacher looks quite dark-bellied and even has some kind of social arrogance, but he can't stop him from being handsome. Although only half of his face is exposed, it can be seen that Gojo Satoru is definitely a handsome guy. Asking Himatsu and Gojo Satoru to speak alone made her feel really shy. Chapter 6. Knock. At this time, the classroom door was knocked. Teacher Wutiao, can I come in? A middle-aged man's voice came from outside the door. Please come in. Hearing this voice, Gojo Satoru naturally knew who it was. The principal of Sobu High School. The classroom door was opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. There were quite a few school shareholders behind him, but they all stood quietly outside and did not come in. The bald principal, should be called Yamamoto-sage. As soon as Yamamoto-sage walked in, his bald head, or rather Mediterranean hairstyle, immediately caught the attention of everyone in the class. Like a black hole, you can't move your eyes away. Even the moment Yamamoto-sage's bare brain just corresponded to the sun outside the window, it actually reflected white light. Reverse, reflect. Everyone was surprised. Hey, what's the matter with the principal? Gojo Satoru asked with a light smile. Nothing else, just want to come here to remind Mr. Wutiao. After this class is over, please take class F to the center of the gymnasium. There is a speech, please. Sage Yamamoto's tone was very respectful. It is not at all the respectful tone that an ordinary teacher should have. Okay, I'll take them to the gym later. That's my trouble. Sage Yamamoto bowed his head slightly, then turned and left. Not sloppy at all. Faculty doors are closed again. After watching Yamamoto-sage leave, Gojo Satoru turned his head, but this time he turned around and saw everyone's surprised eyes. What's wrong? He was a little puzzled. Teacher Wutiao, the principal's attitude towards you just now. A male classmate stood up stammeringly. Oh, you said this. I am friends with Principal Yamamoto. He is just used to using these honorifics. Don't think too much about it. Gojo Satoru interrupted the other party, with a faint smile still on the corner of his mouth. Hearing this is not the answer I wanted. The boy wanted to continue asking questions. But for some reason, although the other party was smiling, he himself felt a sense of depression, and he couldn't open his mouth when he wanted to. After about 10 seconds, he had no choice but to sit down with a frown. And the rest of the people heard what their homeroom teacher said, so they had no choice but to suppress their curiosity and dare not ask. Really, is it a friend? Looking at Gojo Satoru sitting on the podium, Chitanda Eru's eyes flickered a few times. She can also be regarded as a young lady, and she has seen many subordinates say the same tone to her father. Not even a talk, but a report from a subordinate to a superior? Outside the corridor, Yamamoto Kinto and his team are going to the gym in advance. Yamamoto, is that the legendary Gojo-sama? A school shareholder finally couldn't bear his curiosity and asked in a low voice. The rest of the shareholders also pricked up their ears, ready to listen. Sage Yamamoto didn't speak immediately, but glanced at the shareholder and then the others, and then spoke slowly. That's right, that person is Gojo Satoru who saved me 3 months ago, Gojo-sama. It's really him, exclaimed one shareholder. As powerful people with small but sufficient rights in the island nation, they naturally all know the existence of Onmyoji more or less. Even the 12 heavenly generals in Kyoto know about it. And Wujo Wu is a mysterious person who suddenly appeared in the world of Yin and Yang a year ago. As ordinary people, they don't know his record at all, and they don't even deserve to know about it. However, they knew that only after Gojo Satoru appeared. In today's Yin and Yang world, there is only one who claims to be the strongest. That is Wujo Wu, who is known as the Cursed Ceiling and the strongest Yin and Yang. And this adult actually came to their Zonwu High School to teach as a teacher. I'm afraid it's not a little funny. Don't disturb that adult. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens. Yamamoto's warning tone reminded them. Naturally, they nodded their heads hastily. Ding! The bell for the end of Get Out of Class rang. Let's go, classmates. Hurry up and go to the gymnasium with me to listen to brainwashing. Oh no, let's give a speech. Gojo Satoru stood at the door with a grin, holding a small red flag out of nowhere. While holding a small flag while waving hands. The whole person looks like a big lucky cat. Brainwashing. You definitely said brainwashing, right? Many people shouted in their hearts. Duh. Chapter 7. Outside the gym. After listening to the brainwashing speeches of Yamamoto Sage and several other school shareholders, it happened to arrive at noon. Teacher, I'm hungry. Disband yourself and go eat. After leaving a word, Gojo Satoru left the scene at a gallop. Running extremely fast, it turned into a small black spot in their sight in the blink of an eye. This can't help but make them click their tongues in surprise. At this speed, you can become a professional sprinter. However, now is not the time to care about this matter, but now is the time for the biggest meal in the world. Off campus, Huxia restaurants. What? Big brother, you're actually a teacher at Zonwu. Looking at Gojo Satoru, who was always showing white rice in front of him, Xiaobu opened his mouth in surprise as if he could swallow an egg. Just 10 minutes ago, Gojo Satoru called her out to eat Huxia food. While ordering food, the other party also told me that he was a teacher in Zonwu High School, and he was also the head teacher of Class F for the first year. Why? Don't you believe your brother's teaching level? Gojo Satoru glanced at Xiaobu and said with a bored face. For him, who is almighty, teaching is naturally no problem, which is comparable to the famous professor of Dongda University. That's not the case either. Xiaobu hastily waved his hand to veto it. It's just big brother, what about your old job? Have you resigned? No, it's just that I feel tired unilaterally and decided to take a vacation to reward myself, and this period of time is really boring, so I came to Zonwu High School to be a teacher for fun. Gojo Satoru said with a straight face. What is unilaterally I feel tired, and what is decided to take a vacation to reward myself? Big brother, after all, you just don't want to do it anymore, so you resigned? You said so many beautiful words. Xiaobu complained inwardly. Regarding Xiaobu's thoughts at this moment, Gojo Satoru could somewhat guess a little bit. But he didn't care, he just smiled in his heart. A year ago, when Gojo Satoru first traveled to this world, he was very curious. I want to try how deep the water in this world is. I made up a reason and said to Xiaobu, I found a high-paying but simple job, so I may go out often. Don't worry about me. However, it is not the case. Following the observation of the 6 eyes, he forcibly distorted the 2 worlds of reality and disaster with his powerful magic power. As soon as he entered the wilderness, he happened to meet Yubi Daoong and Gu, who were investigating the traces of Pasera. That is, the current 12 heavenly generals, Queen of Heaven, and Tongue Snake. For Gojo Satoru, an unknown person who suddenly appeared, the two of them were still on guard at first, and even planned to capture each other and send them to Kyoto. However, Pasera, who has been scouted by Mikishima Ong and Co., appears. And Gojo Satoru at that time finally reacted. This is probably the highest level of filth in the double star on Myoji, Pasera. After all, the iconic brown skin and the single blood eyes undoubtedly express his identity. And of course the most important thing is the disgusting filthy breath. With the idea of trying his hand, Gojo Satoru first launched a verbal attack on the opponent, until the Basara couldn't bear it and took the lead in attacking. Tragedy happened. No matter how the opponent attacked, Gojo Satoru's body and even his clothes were not harmed in the slightest. Even simply using the infinitely charged palm strike, the body under Posara's head exploded instantly. Looking at Gojo Satoru, who was grabbing Posara's head and shaking it around, even throwing it on the ground as a ball for kicking, Yubi Daoong and Gu were silent. You know, Basara is the highest level in the filth, and even the 12 heavenly generals are best not to deal with them alone. Afterwards, Gojo Satoru also came to the Inyang Liao in Kyoto at the invitation of Oge Shirmao. Because of Gojo Satoru's terrifying fighting power and use exaggerated facial expressions and body movements described by Mikijima. The other 12 heavenly generals and Tsuchimikado Arima were also present. Tsuchimikado Arima wanted one of the 12 heavenly generals to test whether the opponent was as powerful as described. However, Gojo Satoru was holding his hands, leaning his body slightly against the wall, with a signature smile on his face. Hey, don't assign which one of you to go, or else you go together. Oh, Your Excellency, what do you mean? Tsuchimikado Arima narrowed his eyes, and his tone was a bit off. I'm sorry, I don't mean anything. I just want to express. You guys are really weak. The air froze. Among the 12 heavenly generals, even Cordelia, the god of victory who was the most indifferent, couldn't help feeling a nameless anger in her heart, let alone other people. After all, an unknown person ridiculed them for being weak, and even asked them all to play together. No matter how strong you are, you don't have such arrogance, do you? Ha ha ha. Interesting. Tsuchimikado Arima covered his face and laughed morbidly. Since Your Excellency has said so, then it is normal for there to be some ups and downs in the battle. It's useless to talk too much. Come on. Unlock the door of disaster. In that battle, Gojo Satoru and the 12 gods, including Tsuchimikado Arima, fought fiercely. The battle lasted for a whole day. Of course, Gojo Satoru had the upper hand the whole time, suppressing everyone on the other side and beating violently. During the battle, he also silently observed their spells. Even without observing, Six Eyes automatically dissected each of them's technique, principles, and secrets for him. This is Gojo Satoru's purpose of deliberately provoking Tsuchimikado Arima and the others. He needs to have the deepest understanding of the world's power system. Otherwise, it would be much easier and time-saving to directly use the field expansion, boundless space. Without the collision of the same field, no one can escape. Even if you have a domain, you have to be as strong as the opponent's domain, so as not to be swallowed back. Chapter 8. The final result of the battle. Naturally, Gojo Satoru won with a crushing attitude. But after winning, he also used his own inversion technique to heal everyone. In the original book, Gojo Satoru can only heal himself, but after all, the Gojo Satoru said in my book is getting stronger day by day. It's not just that the spell power has increased. Afterwards, information about Wu Tiao Wu gradually spread throughout the Yin-Yang world. Sealing of spells. Yin and Yang are the strongest, the uncrowned king above the 12 heavenly generals, etc. These are all talking about 5 enlightenments. Teacher's office. Hiratsuka quietly smoked a cigarette, looking at Gojo Satoru next to him with a funny face. At this time, Gojo Satoru looked almost wilted. The slender body sat on the chair, with his head on the desk, his hands dropped vertically, and his mouth seemed to be muttering something like, I haven't eaten dessert for a long time. I need dessert to replenish my energy. The whole person is like a fish dying of thirst. Ha ha, I've known you for so long, and this is the first time I've seen you like this. Shizuka Hiratsuka said gloatingly. In her impression, Although Gojo Satoru has done many inconsequential things, this is the first time he has seen this listless appearance. This should be well documented. Hiratsuka meditated in his heart. Immediately, he secretly took out his mobile phone and clicked one on Gojo Satoru. Crack. The sound of flashing lights and taking pictures appeared at the same time. It's over. This was Shizuka Hiratsuka's first thought. She wanted to hide the phone in the drawer immediately, but the panic in her heart made her hands and feet mess up. Hey, Xiaojing, it's not a good habit for you to secretly take pictures of me. Hear this mocking voice. Shizuka Hiratsuka slowly raised her head, looked at the other party, and smiled awkwardly. Here, I took a picture. The candid filming was caught by the host at the scene, and even she was embarrassed. At the same time, I was very annoyed. Why didn't I turn off the flash and the volume when I took the sneak shot? Okay, it's not too bad to ask you to take a picture. It's just... Gojo Satoru smiled mysteriously, very ambiguously. Just what? It's just that you have to pay the price yourself. What did you say? Hiratsuka Shizuka's eyes widened. Blushing appeared on her cheeks, and even her crystal earlobes. In her heart, she didn't feel aversion to these words, only shyness. This white-haired fool finally got his head around it. In her mind, the memories of the few times she and Gojo Satoru were together in the past 6 months also emerged. Racing cars, practicing fighting skills, and even dragging the other party up to the top of the mountain to drink because he couldn't sleep at night. The other party just happily said, "Let's go." When did I fall in love with this guy? It seems that it was when he first rescued me half a year ago. Just like the protagonist in the anime, it saved me. You belong to. Confession. She clenched her 5 fingers and stammered a little. I agree with your confession, so hurry up and say it is a confession. However, the next scene. Huh? What confession? I just want to ask you to treat me to dessert. Gojo Satoru looked at Shizuka Hiratsuka like a fool. Are you greedy for my body? TSK. You're worthless. I treat you like a brother, yet you actually want to sleep with me. What the hell am I? Hiratsuka was stunned, and even his mind exploded. Since it's not a confession, I'll pay the price for what you say. Just tell me to treat you to dessert. When the furious Shizuka Hiratsuka swung his fist without saying a word, he directly punched the vicious white-haired monster. 5, you give me Her lips were blocked. He was blocked by Gojo Satoru. Hiratsuka Shizuka's eyes widened slightly, with an expression of disbelief, and even the fist that hit the other party was soft, as if it was being caressed. A long time. Who you? Hiratsuka Shizuka panted heavily, and looked at the other party with a complicated face. Say you are unhappy. It must be false. Say you are happy, but her heart is very complicated. Duh. Chapter 9. So what on earth do you mean? Shizuka Hiratsuka asked with complicated eyes. Stolen her first kiss without a formal confession. I thought I would have the expected resistance in my heart, but the feeling of resistance is not strong. There was even a touch of joy. It seems that my old lady and I have a little charm. Let this guy take the initiative. Xiaojing, what do I mean? Didn't you experience it yourself just now? Gojo Satoru asked in turn. I've experienced it myself. Shizuka Hiratsuka subconsciously touched the lips that still had a trace of moisture. There was a hint of shame in her eyes, but she was an adult after all, and she quickly calmed down and returned to normal. Really, you be **************** D. His face was speechless. In the days to come, I might really have to follow this fool all the time. But she didn't resist. According to Gojo Satoru's character and appearance, coupled with his status as an onmyoji, more and more women may find him or even get involved with him in the future, but Shizuka Hiratsuka doesn't need to worry about that much anymore. As long as this white-haired fool has her place in his heart. That's it. Of course, the most important thing is the change of the laws of the island countries in this world. Those who are capable, as long as the women on both sides agree with each other, the men are allowed to marry more women. So this is also the reason why Hiratsuka Shizuka can accept it. After all, who doesn't want to monopolize someone's love? The lunch break is almost over. I'm going to my class first. After finishing speaking, Shizuka Hiratsuka put on the white coat hanging on the chair and left in a hurry. Her departure didn't seem like she was in a hurry to go to the classroom, but it was a bit like, escape from Gojo Satoru? Hey, 3 beeps. Xiaojing is really cute. Gojo Satoru supported his chin and couldn't help sighing. After simply tidying up his desk, he also left as he was about to leave. It is worth reminding that the office of the Zonwu Gao teacher is divided into 4 and 1. Except Gojo and Hirazuka Shizuka, there are 2 more. Among them are Husai Laijai and Qianshi Qianxuan. Soon, one day passed. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it was time for Zonwu High School to leave school. Yamaguchi, let's go to Akihabara today. According to my gossip, Magical Girl Meili is going to release a game. What? The game is going to be released? Why don't I know? I shouldn't know about such an important thing. It's all said to be gossip, and it should be the first test, so let's go. Yes, go. Rika sauce, let's go to karaoke, it's been a long time. Well, but I still have to. Forget it, let's go. On the way to school, many Zonwu High School students walk together. Although there are a large number of people who are in clubs in the school, there are also many people who choose to go home after all. On the roof, Gojo Satoru is also planning to teleport to Shibuya by using the no lower limit technique. There is a dessert shop opened by an old grandmother in Shibuya, and the kijufu sold there is very popular with him. Thinking of the soft texture and sweet taste, Gojo Satoru couldn't help but let out a smirk. As for Xiaobu, she said she wanted to go shopping with a good friend of hers, buy something along the way, and let him go first. Yaxi, I found the coordinates. After the brain felt the coordinates of Shibuya's location, Gojo Satoru smiled slightly. The coordinates of Shibuya are barrier-free roads that have been set in advance for the convenience of shopping. Because of the hidden terrain, there are not many people throughout the year, and there is no fear of obstacles. However, just when Gojo Satoru was going to Shibuya, "You can't leave me. I can't forget you. Without you, I'm like a fish dying of thirst." The phone rang. Gojo Satoru was taken aback for a moment, then took out his cell phone and answered the call without even knowing it was a call. Moshi, this is Wu Tiaosen. What's the matter if you have nothing to do? But Wu Tiaosen has something important. Please finish quickly. Seemingly surprised by Gojo Satoru's opening words, the phone was silent for a while, and then the voice came out slowly. Wu Jun, you are really leisurely, and you went to Tokyo to be a teacher. Subway Old Man JPG. Gojo Satoru looked forward at the phone and saw the name of the caller displayed on the screen as squinting-eyed on. He fell silent for a moment. Too bad. I was so focused on telling Tsuchimikado Arima, I forgot to tell Ong. However, he has plenty of ways to get through. Hey. Cough. Gojo Satoru coughed. His tone weakened instantly. I'm sorry, Ong. I didn't tell you that I went to Tokyo because I was seriously injured and I was afraid you would worry. Yeah, you were seriously injured because you didn't eat dessert? Puffed. Hey, why do you know? Cough. No, it's not because of this injury. It's... Gojo Satoru's brain was running wildly. It's the injury of Kikufuku who didn't eat Shibuya. In an instant, his tone became more straightforward. I'm convinced. Can you tell me where you're going next time? You didn't tell me for half a month. If I hadn't asked Mr. Arima, I would have thought you were in the wild all this time. Yubi Dowing's tone was very aggrieved. Hearing this aggrieved voice, Gojo Satoru didn't make trouble anymore. He just rubbed his temples and said helplessly, I know Ong, but I didn't mean to hide it from you. I've been with my sister all this time, and I basically don't have time, and school just starts today, so I forgot to tell you. I'm sorry, Ong. He didn't need to lie. He had indeed been playing games with Xiaobu for the past half-month. Okay, then I'll come to you after I finish my work in Kyoto. Don't refuse. That's it. Goodbye. Mikujima Ao, who didn't deny Gojo Satoru the right at all, hung up the phone. Chapter 10. Gojo Satoru didn't have much feeling for Mikujima Kojima coming to Tokyo to look for him. After all, we spend a lot of time together. Of course, the most important thing is that his mind is full of Kikufuku from Shibuya. Evening. Gojo Satoru was sitting on a bench in a park somewhere, eating kikufu with a happy face. Looking at the empty sail bag beside him and the one in his hand, it is obvious that this is only his second order. Yeah, I'm full. After eating the last kikufuku, Gojo Satoru patted his stomach in satisfaction. If someone asks him when is the happiest moment, he will definitely say seriously that it must be when he is eating zijufo. It's time to go home. After cleaning up the remaining garbage and bags a little, Gojo Satoru looked at the dark sky and murmured involuntarily. The time now is 10:30. 3 hours ago, Xiaobu also called to ask where he was and when he would be back, but he wanted to walk around Shibuya to see if there were any other good dessert shops. Just tell Xiaobu that she will order takeaway tonight, as he may come back later. Hearing that his big brother was going to come back later, Xiaobu's tone instantly became resentful, and he said, I must be back before 1 o'clock. Ah, are you a younger sister or an old lady? Why did you tell people to come back before 1 o'clock? After stretching his body, Gojo Satoru was ready to teleport back to Chiba with no lower limit spells after his whole body was comfortable. The screen changed. Gojo Satoru instantly appeared on the deserted street. Go home and take a hot bath. If you don't take a bath for a day, you will feel a little uncomfortable. Walking on the street, he was talking to himself. Should I let Xiaobu come over together? Well, forget it, so as not to scold me again. As he was talking, his voice suddenly stopped, and even his footsteps stopped after taking the last step with his right foot. There was silence for about a few seconds. TSK, what a hassle. Gojo Satoru paused under the pale white light of the street lamp, curled his lips involuntarily. It's late at night, and I want to take a shower. The body turned to the back, and the eyes under the blindfold stared straight at the dark distance. 2 kilometers away, there is a foul smell. There are even ordinary people who have been dragged into the wild. Where the hell is this, and why are there monsters? Nakano Nino, who was running in the decaying and dilapidated building, was about to materialize the fear in his heart. Just 10 minutes ago, she suddenly remembered that there was no lettuce for the sandwiches for tomorrow's breakfast, so she wanted to go downstairs to a 24-hour convenience store not far from downstairs to buy lettuce. After telling the rest of his 4 sisters, he went downstairs. Originally, Kazuka Nakano wanted to accompany them together. After all, what to do if you encounter bad guys at night? But she said that she didn't need it, and came back within a few minutes of going back and forth. After walking out of the community, Nakano Nino heard looming roars from all directions. This roaring sound is neither human nor animal. Even, the voice gradually became louder, as if it was beside her, making a sound against her ear. Feeling unavoidable fear in her heart, she wrapped up her coat and was ready to run to the convenience store. After buying lettuce, she asked Ihwa and others to come and pick her up. However, as she was running, a crack suddenly appeared in front of her, and on the opposite side of the crack was a scarlet world. After entering the crack, no, it should be after entering the disaster field, Nakano Nino was stunned. Why? I suddenly came to another world. Haha dash, there was a loud panting sound. It's like the gasping sound of greedy people who haven't eaten for several months when they see food. Nakano Nino's body stiffened, and she couldn't help swallowing the saliva secreted by nervousness. Then she turned around cautiously and looked behind. I saw that it was a humanoid monster with a height of 3 meters, a black body, and an unknown light circle around the body. Monsters, yes monsters. Her blood and heart seemed to stop at this moment. Run. Nakano Nino's brain issued an order, and she also ran subconsciously. She must get out of here alive. Ha ha. The monster. No, it should be filth saw his prey run away. It didn't chase after it in a hurry, but a smile was drawn on the corner of its mouth, which was very weird. The game of the hunter chasing the prey has officially begun. If there are other onmyoges present at the scene, seeing this filth, you can definitely tell that it is a real snake-level filth. Not only the powerful filthy aura, but even the IQ and expression, I can be sure of it 100%. Where is this place? While running, Nakano Nino can also observe the surroundings from the corner of his eye. The more she observed, the more desperate she became. This place is no longer the world she is familiar with. The decay, the rot, and the foul smell in the air, it certainly says it's another world. Wiping his tear-filled eyes, Nakano Nino mustered up his courage again. She must get out of here alive, and then return to reality to meet her 4 sisters. Ihwa, Sanjiu, Yatsuba, Mei, wait for me to come back. Chapter 11. In a dilapidated floor, Nakano Nino curled up and hid in a corner. Due to running and avoiding for a long time, her pajamas were also dirty, and her white and tender face was stained with the dust that had been silent for many years, black and white, and the whole person looked like a little tabby cat. If it was normal, Nakano Nino would definitely not be able to bear the dust, even a little bit. But now, she didn't care about so much anymore, and it was not bad if she survived. Boom. Loud footsteps came from outside. Nakano Nino's heart tightened. She hugged herself with her slender arms, and her body trembled unconsciously. Don't see me, don't see. She prayed silently in her heart. Prayer seems to be helping. After the footsteps outside lingered for about a minute, they finally gradually faded away, as if they had already left here. Hearing that the footsteps had left, Nakano Nino breathed a sigh of relief and was sweating profusely, as if she had run a 10-kilometer long-distance race. Survived for the time being. Gently patted the dust on his palm, Nakano Nino carefully leaned against the wall, staring at the rotten black ceiling. She couldn't help thinking, I don't know. I haven't gone back, and I won't even be able to go back. Will they be sad? They should be sad. After all, we are quintuplets, 5 sisters. After thinking about it, Nakano Nino finally couldn't restrain his emotions and choked up. Tears fell drop by drop on the floor, staining the ground. During this escape time, she finally despaired and accepted the reality. It is a little regrettable that I may not have a boyfriend or attend the weddings of my other sisters in this life. Ihwa, as the big sister, you must be the first to accept the fact that I'm not here. You will take care of them more in the future. You should cook the meals in the future. Maybe it's because the taste is not good. Sanju's words. In the future you read less Sengoku annals, play less Sengoku games. Why is this thing fascinating you? 4 leaves. You too. Why are you so enthusiastic every day? Spend it on helping others. Why not spend more time with our 4 sisters? May, I scolded you for eating so much this morning, like a pig. Really sorry, May. And Dad, I'm really sorry for leaving suddenly without saying goodbye. I won't be here in the future. You guys, you must take care of yourself. Now promise me. After saying the last words, Nakano Nino burst into tears. She is also an ordinary person. She is also a girl. She is also afraid. And she is also emotional. Faced with the sudden appearance of another world and even the pursuit of a monster, it is a miracle that she did not completely collapse and even escaped. After crying for about 2 minutes, Nakano Nino calmed down and wiped her eyes blurred by tears. After standing up and sitting on the ground for a long time with slightly numb feet, she was going to change to another place to continue hiding. But right now, the familiar panting sound suddenly sounded. Nakano Nino's body froze. Her head looked towards the window on the right like a machine, and her pupils dilated instantly. Filthy. That filth came back. No, it should be said that it never left. It has been deliberately not seeing Nakano Nino, just like a hunter playing tricks on his prey. But now, as a hunter, it can no longer endure its own hunger. Dirty tilted his head. A strange smile appeared on his mouth. The two looked at each other for 2 seconds, and Nakano Nino ran away without saying a word. Although she was desperate, she didn't want to be eaten by this monster so easily. This is her last stubbornness. However, after running out of this floor, Nakano Nino's only luck was finally shattered. The whole person froze in place. Monsters, all monsters. Yes, it's all filth out there. Standing outside densely, like small black dots. There is even a large amount of filth following in the distance. Nakano Nino smiled miserably. Front, left, right, back. All roads have been blocked. Mom, I'm here to accompany you. She closed her eyes and whispered softly. Not reconciled, really not reconciled. The real snake-level filth jumped behind Nakano Nino and slowly stretched out his big black hand, ready to enjoy the man's magic power. Jump. Arm exploded. A little puzzled. Why my arm exploded? Hey girl, is this hopeless? The strange voice was a human voice. Nakano Nino was taken aback. Her despair was tinged with hope. Hastily opened his eyes. I saw a tall man in black clothes with extremely flowing white hair. Although his back was facing away, according to her instinct, this man was definitely handsome. No, why did I wonder if he was a handsome guy? Are you okay? The man turned his face and asked softly. Mother, I may be in love. Staring straight at the side face of the other party, Nakano Nino's heart beat rapidly. And that person is Gojo Satoru. Chapter 12. Oh, it seems that you don't seem to be serious. Looking at the girl in front of him, who looks like a kitten straying on the street, Gojo Satoru praised with a chuckle. You're pretty strong, girl. Although the whole body is in a mess, there are no obvious injuries on the body, only the small wounds that were accidentally rubbed during the avoidance. and a little disinfection is enough. And in the filthy pursuit of a real snake, the opponent did not give up hope of escape. It's quite surprising. You must know that ordinary people will be so frightened that their legs and feet will not be straight after seeing it for the first time, let alone run away. Strong. Hearing these two words, Nakano Nino pursed her lips. Tears seemed to overflow from her eyes. She didn't know how she persisted. At that time, I was full of thoughts about going home and returning to the arms of the other four sisters. She was just about to speak. Evolution, mantra, power, I want, evolve. The real snake-level filth in the rear suddenly interrupted. While speaking, its exploded arm was reborn at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar. The ordinary filth on the front, left and right sides also roared, their eyes full of greed that turned into substance. They have no emotion at all, only greed, instinctive greed for mana. If it wasn't for the real snake-level filth, they would have attacked you without hesitation. It's really noisy, forget it. It's not a good place to chat now, so let's take you out of here first. While speaking, Gojo Satoru, a princess, directly hugged Nakano Nino. Deal with the filth here, and the rubble and dust from the explosion may spread to the opponent. So the best way is naturally to stay away first, and then think about whether to torture them or go home quickly. After all, Gojo Satoru is full of anger now. He didn't sleep at night and actually wanted to hurt someone, and the most important thing was to disturb him from taking a bath. It is his conscience not to torture you. Haha dash. Feeling the detachment of the shadow power in the center of the earth and the touch on the thigh, Nakano Nino blushed and let out a cry of surprise. But she didn't even have to resist. She let the other party hug her, subconsciously leaning her head gently on the warm chest. At this moment, I am really at ease. When the eyes darkened and brightened again, Nakano Nino found that they had arrived at a tall building. Looking down, one can even see the manic filth not far away. Instant teleportation? She exclaimed in her heart. Although it was a little uncertain before, it is now 100% certain. It must be the legendary master on my OG. After putting Nakano Nino down, Gojo Satoru rubbed the opponent's hair and said, "Then, just wait for a while, and after I get rid of the filth, I'll send you back to the real world." Real world? The brain automatically filters the feeling of touching and what was said before, leaving only the eyes of Nakano Nino who is returning to the real world. Finally, you can go home. Then, please be young. Raising her head, Nakano Nino spoke seriously, but when she was halfway through speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Be careful. In the corner of her vision, she saw the filth that was chasing and killing her. The filthy dog actually locked on the positions of Gojo Satoru and the two of them, and one jumped up. In his hand, he was still holding a metal rib that was 5 meters long and could not be touched from anywhere. The metal tendon pierced Gojo Satoru, who was facing away from it. Nakano Nino, who seemed to have expected that the two of them would be grilled together, closed his eyes in fear. However, at this moment, there was a voice next to her ear. It's really not good. Fine? Nakano Nino opened her eyes cautiously. Look forward. Her pupils gradually dilated, and her world view collapsed again. I saw that Wujo Wu put one hand in his pocket, and his right hand grasped the front end of the stabbing tendon. The face is full of boredom, like a child getting angry at you, but you don't care. Roar. The real snake-level filth roared laboriously. No matter how hard its arms were, it couldn't stab forward with its tendons again, even if it was a millimeter away. It doesn't know how strong the human being in front of it is, but it only knows that it is hungry, and it wants to eat humans to absorb mana to evolve itself. Loosening the tendons he was holding, the real snake-level filthy body twisted and fell to the top floor. However, when it has not yet landed, no lower limit spell, use, palm strike, boom dash in an instant, the body exploded. The aftermath of the attack even spread to the apartment buildings in front. A huge void appeared in the middle of the apartment floor, and the sound of the surrounding vacuum was accompanied by tinnitus. The sound was also blown up. The black aura floated in the air, and the snake-level filth with only the head left gently landed on the ground. Stepping on his head, Gojo Satoru stretched out his index finger with a flat face and looked at the large amount of filth below. Decided to go home early. The mantra is mobilizing. No lower limit. Reversal art. Hex. The scarlet light appeared, and a round black sphere appeared on the tip of the index finger. Like a small superplanet, the roaring filth stopped one by one, as if aware of the end of their life. The swirling scarlet light gradually dissipated, while the black sphere gradually turned red. Boom! A scarlet shockwave appeared. The earth was torn apart, the houses turned to ashes, and not a single residue of all the filth remained. Looking at the pentagram flashing below, Gojo Satoru nodded in satisfaction. Don't tell me. It's so pretty. Duh. Chapter 13. Kami God. Looking down at the earth washed by missiles, Nakano Nino swallowed nervously, her body trembling slightly. This is not her fear of Gojo Satoru, but her body's instinctive fear of everything that happens. This kind of destructive power does not belong to human beings at all. It's like a natural disaster in human form, like a god in mythology. After taking a deep breath and barely calming down the fear, Nakano Nino turned his head and was about to ask us to return to reality after a long time. But just as she turned her head, a scene that surprised her appeared in front of her eyes. Hey, hello, can you still hear me? You should be able to, not sure about the tone. It means that you are still alive. Hey, I didn't say you. You are so dirty at night. I saw the 5 tree branches that didn't know where to pull out, poking his head on the ground, talking about reasoning. It seemed that he was getting angry when he was talking, and he slapped him a few more times. The one who slapped seemed still not relieved, and even held his feet up again. The whole person is like a child, very funny. This scene instantly reversed Nakano Nino's impression of Gojo Satoru. When she was rescued at the beginning, she had a girlish feeling in her heart, but after the other party used power, she was afraid and respectful again. But after the last scene, she felt that this was not an ordinary person, even a little childish. After all, he failed to control his expression, and Nakano Nino laughed out loud. It's over. She quickly blushed and covered her mouth. Why did you suddenly laugh out loud? Hear this laughter. Stare. Gojo Satoru froze, put his feet away silently, turned his head, and stared at the other party. Although through the blindfold, Nakano Nino felt that the other party looked at him with resentful eyes. Pretended to cough a few times, whistled, and looked into the distance, as if to say, I didn't see anything, and the laughter just now was not made by me. Seeing that the other party understood this sophisticated world so well, Gojo Satoru nodded in satisfaction, but he didn't play with the filthy head of a real snake anymore, and kicked it with his right foot. The head flying in midair exploded directly, and once again a pentagram appeared. Let's go, girl. I'll take you back to reality. Putting his hands in his pockets, Gojo Satoru said, while also yelling, I'm a little sleepy. Go home and take a hot bath and go to sleep. Back to reality. Hearing this, Nakano Nino, who was pretending to be looking at the scenery, her eyes lit up instantly, and she trot over excitedly. After running over, she looked at the other's hands in her pockets, hesitated for a second, and hugged her. The little black and gray face blushed instantly, but unfortunately, it was too dark to see. Gojo Satoru didn't care about this situation either. Relying on the powerful magic power, after forcibly tearing open one of the openings between the two worlds, the two walked in directly. As for the Onmyoji, he carries the spell that opens the door to the wild. Wujo Wu said, What kind of broken spell? It's so troublesome, don't bring it. 10 minutes after they walked by, a human with a black body, a black cloak, and a mask appeared on the tall building. 5. Enlightenment. Watching the mantra gradually dissipate in the broken land and air, the human fell into deep thought. If Wujo Wu's hidden danger is not resolved, the filthy side will never be able to win the Yin-Yang realm, and his plan will never come true in this life. This is the downstairs of your community, so I should go too. According to Nakano Nino's description, Gojo Satoru brought the opponent here using the no lower limit technique, teleportation. Yes. Looking at the familiar street, Nakano Nino's eyes froze for a moment. I'm back. Then I'm leaving. See you again, girl. After waving his hands, Gojo Satoru was about to leave. Please wait. Suddenly, Nakano Nino grabbed Gojo Satoru's arm. Yes, can you give me your social account number? His voice trembled a little, and his heart was also tense. This is the first time she took the initiative to ask the social account of the opposite S*X. The blue eyes stared straight at the other party until Gojo Satoru showed a surprised and hesitant expression. Give you my social account? I gave it to you. What should I use? Registering an account is very troublesome, huh? Nakano Nino is petrified. No, bro. Is it my language problem or your comprehension problem? I want to add your contact information. Resisting the twitching expression, Nakano Nino took a deep breath and wanted to explain. A bright mobile phone screen appeared in front of her eyes. No, you can add me. Okay. Nakano Nino smiled like a flower. Obviously, it was to tease her before. Duh. Chapter 14. Looking at the friend passing interface displayed on the line on the phone screen, Nakano Nino pursed her lips happily. But the next second she frowned. What should I do if Ihwa and the others see me all dirty? A bit distressed. Or, say you fell into a ditch? But where is there a ditch nearby? Sighing, Nakano Nino couldn't think of any other way. He could only say that he fell into the hook. Could it be that he entered another world, was chased and killed by monsters on the way, and was rescued and sent back? If she said this, they would definitely treat her as a fool. It's time to change the phone tomorrow. Glancing at the cracked mobile phone in his hand, Nakano Nino secretly said in his heart. It took a long time to click on the line software on the screen just now before the phone reacted, which made her blush with embarrassment. Real time, evening, 12:30 in the morning. When Gojo Satoru returned home, he saw Xiaobu sitting in the living room playing games. Seeing that the other party was so engrossed in playing games, he didn't bother him too much. He just said I'm back and went to take a bath. After taking a bath, he saw that Xiaobu was no longer in the living room. So he went to the door of the room and told the other party to go to bed early and not to play games all night. Gojo Satoru also returned to his room. After playing for a while, I fell asleep. Nothing to say all night. Hello everyone, my name is Shiera Tatamuni, and I am an ordinary high school student. Studied at Zongwu High School, freshly promoted to the 2nd grade. However, because I was so fascinated by watching beautiful girl comics last night, I didn't go to bed until 5 o'clock, and I didn't wake up until 7:40 today. Yin Wang, something swayed at my door. And Zongwu High School will start the first class at 8 o'clock. If he was caught by security, he would definitely arrange to stand at the gate of the school and be watched like a monkey. Thinking of the last semester was like being watched by a monkey. Ziyuan Zhongbong's face turned ugly for a moment, and he quickly picked up the bread on the table with his right hand, put it in his mouth, and did not forget to shout, I'm leaving Kassen. He rushed out the door and ran on the street. And at this moment, a figure quickly ran side by side with him from behind. Hey, you're almost late too, Zhongbong. Is that familiar voice Xiozhe? Ziyuan Zhongbong turned his head to look, and this look directly made his face twitch. Hey, why are you still carrying instant noodles? It's so old. Taking a sip of the noodles, Tabata Hideo spoke vaguely. I didn't make breakfast in the morning, so I made instant noodles in order not to feel hungry. So, why did you choose instant noodles? And you ran over with them, running so steadily that the noodle soup didn't even spill. Ignoring his sand sculpture friend, Ziyuan Zhongbong only wanted to go to school as soon as possible. But just after running for tens of meters, a familiar figure came out of a small alley in front of him. That figure also seemed to have seen Shiera Tadakuni and Tabata Hidenoriya and quickly ran side by side. Hey, my two best friends, you are going to be late too. Is it Jiju? The two turned their heads. You are even more outrageous. You have even taken out the sukiyaki. Shiera Zhongbong's eyes popped out. Remembering that I ate a piece of bread, my heart suddenly became sour. I didn't have breakfast in the morning, so it's reasonable to make a sukiyaki meal. Tanaka Yashitake, who was running with the pot in one hand, said with a flat face. I didn't even forget to grab a piece of tofu for myself. He'd ate Hoshi Tabata. Very reasonable. Ziyuan Zhongbong. Reasonable ghost. What the hell kind of bastards are you two? The three of them ran together. There are only 5 minutes until class starts. And at this moment, a white-haired figure rode over on a small electric stove. Yo, very lively, lads. The three looked back. F***K, X 3-inch driving with blindfolds on, and eating dessert with both hands open. What kind of fairy is this? Seemingly guessing what the three of them were thinking, Baimao laughed. It's okay, I can take care of it. Before he finished speaking, the small electric stove ran over a puddle. Dirty sewage instantly splashed on the school uniforms, hair, and faces of the three of them. Seeing this scene, Bai Mao immediately shut up, put down the dessert, and silently speeded up. I didn't mean to, huh? Watching the small electric stove gradually go away, Ziwan Zhongbong and the three stood in place silently, looking at each other. So what should we do? Shiera Tadakuni asked in a deep voice. Tabata Hideo and Tanaka Yashitake glanced at each other. Come on, Shoza will give me a bite of your old noodles. Then I'll eat you and the cow. Seeing the sand sculptures of the two, Ziwan Zhongbong raised his head silently, shedding tears of grievance. But before they stayed, he immediately went over and shouted, Leave me a slice. Duh. Chapter 15. Total Wu Gao. Half a day passed quickly, and with the ringing of the bell, it was time for lunch. Class D of the second year. The three of them, Shiera Zhongbong, were walking in the corridor wearing mud-spotted school uniforms. Many students from other classes looked at the three of them curiously. The sight of the monkeys in the zoo made them very upset. Damn it, don't let me meet that white-haired monster who made our school uniform like this. Chewing the tasteless bread, Shiera Tadamuni said with a vicious expression on his face. In the morning, the school uniform was not only soiled, but the security guard caught him because he was late and tried to enter the school by climbing over the wall, and he stood there for an hour. If the head teacher hadn't come to take them away, they would have stood there all morning. Oh, Tanaka Yashitake flicked his hair and said sharply in his eyes, If I meet him again, I will definitely let him try my trick. Heard this? Shiera Tadamura and Tabata Hideo shuddered. You must know that my friend's unique skill is extraordinary. I heard that it borrowed from the tiger seal in Hokage, and it is extremely lethal. And that trick is Upanishad 1,000 years of death. No need, no need. That's right, it's not necessary, you can't kill. Hey, since you all said that, I have no choice but to seal my trick. The three of them chatted and walked away, and the direction they went was in a well-known lawn in Zhongwu High School. The lawn there is not only soft and beautiful, but more importantly, there will be a lot of girls eating there together at noon. In order to ease your emotions, you must take a look. One of the compulsory life for male high school students. You must look at beautiful women every day to raise your eyes, which will make you feel happy. While walking, just when they were about to reach the corner stairs, a tall white-haired figure appeared in front of them. That is. Tanaka Yashitake trembled with excitement, pointing forward tremblingly with his right hand. Our culprit. Shiera Tadamura and Tabata Hideo spoke in unison. Damn it, the enemy's road is narrow. It turns out that you kid is also in Zhongwu High. Jia at X3, the three laughed evilly. Wreck them so badly in the morning and watch us get our revenge. In the blink of an eye, the three of them dispersed quickly. One of them stuck to a wall and followed cautiously. Report, the target ahead is about to turn left. Please give instructions, it's over. Tabata Hideo was sticking to the wall, pressing the headset with his right hand and speaking hurriedly. Hurry up, it's over. Yashitake Tanaka, who was only 3 meters away, responded quickly. Immediately, the two made a gesture and followed on tiptoe. But Shiera Zhongbong in the back looked at his two friends with a blank expression. No, why do you guys have headsets? I don't have one, and everyone is only a few meters away, so you don't need a headset, and you still make special gestures. I often can't integrate into you because I don't have enough sand sculptures. Rolling his eyes, he didn't care about it, and quickly followed behind. Eventually, it was tracked for a minute. A few of them stopped here at the public toilet. He actually went into the public toilet. If that's the case, you two wait for me and see how I can destroy his confidence as a man. Yashitake Tanaka brushed his hair back and spoke confidently. As a man, he is very confident in himself. After speaking, he walked in. However, within 5 seconds, Yashitake Tanaka came out with a pale face and staggered footsteps. Sitting paralyzed on the ground, his mouth kept saying, How is it possible? How is it possible? Seeing the appearance of his friend, Hideo Tabata pushed his glasses, smiled mockingly, and said condescendingly, Don't just drink and don't eat vegetables, just your stuff. Cut. It's not as long as a finger. It's up to me. After speaking, he walked in with a confident face. Within 5 seconds, Hideo Tabata also had a pale face, and he also said, How is this possible? How is this possible? Seeing that his two friends were being compared, Ziwan Zhongbong laughed mockingly. Why, today's bread is mixed with wine. You two are so blindly confident. You can't rely on me in the end. Lifting his belt, he walked in confidently. 5 seconds later, Ziyuan Zhongbong sat aside with an ashen face. That thing is simply not what humans should have. Duh. Chapter 16. Yo, we meet again, three boys. Walking out of the public toilet, Gojo looked at the three squatting in the corner with a half-smile. He knew all about the stalking of the three of Tanaka Yashitake, and even came to compare him in size. Just pretend not to know. And if you follow it. Why come here to compare the size? Isn't this asking for trouble? Hear this familiar voice. The three of Tanaka Yashitake looked over with blank eyes. Their confidence has been completely shattered. His empty eyes stared straight at Gojo Satoru, like an innocent soul seeking his life. Hey, what's wrong with Sarah? Goodbye. Seeing that several people were still immersed in the sad world, Gojo Satoru shrugged and left. Now is the time to eat. And before he went to the toilet, he asked Shizuka Hiratsuka to order a few more desserts and coffee, and according to the time, it must have arrived. Thinking of desserts, he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Looking at the back of his enemy gradually going away, Yashitake Tanaka lowered his head and asked in a low voice, "What should we do now?" "Go back to the classroom." Ziyuan Zhongbong staggered to his feet and spoke weakly. He feels that this matter will be remembered for a lifetime, and he will live in the shadow of others all his life. No way, that was too impressive. After returning to the classroom, find a time to see if there is an institution that erases memories. In the end, the three of them supported each other, their bodies full of dead silence. Teacher's office. Gojo Satoru showed off strawberry pudding with a spoon. Sure enough, desserts are the most delicious in this world, and those who don't eat them are all heresies. After eating the last mouthful of pudding and taking a sip of coffee with lots of sugar cubes, Gojo Satoru couldn't help sighing. Sweet tooth party YYDS. I really don't know what to do if you eat so much sweets and get diabetes when you get old. After taking a sip of coffee, Shizuka Hiratsuka said with a strange expression, "I've seen desserts or sweet ones, but nothing like this. You have to add 10 cubes of sugar to drink a cup of coffee. Can this still be considered coffee? Huh, can't get enough of these dessert parties. Humph, you don't understand now. Xiaojing, sweetness is the most important thing in the world." Gojo Satoru folded his arms and said with a tall face, "It can make your taste buds feel the taste thoroughly, and even replenish your physical strength and brain vitality. So sweetness is the most important thing in the world." Yes, sweetness is the most important thing. Shizuka Hiratsuka smiled helplessly and said cateredly, "This tone and expression is like a doting and rebellious brother." "Hey, what does your expression mean?" "Xiaojing, what I said is true." Yes, it's true. Weakness. Kiso, hateful. You heterophasic party. Ah, yes. At the moment when Gojo Satoru and Hiratsuka Shizuka bickered, the office door was suddenly opened, followed by a very lively female voice. "Xiaojing, let's come back for lunch." X2. The two stopped bickering and turned their heads to look. She is a girl, with long pale blonde hair and an extremely sweet face. Behind him, there is a sister Yu with maroon short hair. And they are Natsai Toji and Chihiro who have never shown up in this teacher's office. "Xiaojing, I have to ask you again at noon today." Nataka Toji walked in with a sweet smile on her face, but as soon as she walked in, she saw Gojo Satoru sitting on the office chair and looking curiously. The lively tone gradually weakened, and the smiling, squinted eyes immediately opened, revealing the sea blue pupils. "Oh who?" She subconsciously sent it out. "Oh what the hell?" The hearts of Shizuka Hiratsuka and Chihiro were instantly confused. Nizaka Hoji looked like a vicious dog, staring straight ahead, panting heavily, and even blushing with confusion on his face. "Handsome guy, it's a handsome guy? A handsome guy who suits my taste." Shouting in her mouth, she immediately rushed forward. Throwing into Gojo Satoru's arms, she laughed like an idiot, rubbing her cheeks back and forth. Handsome guy, do you have a date? If you have a date, do you suggest another one? If not, let's get the certificate now. Then resign and live a newly married life." "Hey, talk." Like a chatterbox, Hugh Sai said to himself. Even the appearance and name of the future child have already emerged in his mind. It's over. Shizuka Hiratsuka clutched her forehead with a headache. She had anticipated the scene where her colleague met Gojo Satoru before, but she didn't expect such an exaggeration. Duh. Chapter 17. Ah, it smells so fragrant. Tatsu Raizawa, who was madly inhaling the Gojo Wutai incense, became obsessed with his face. Been single for decades. Although sometimes I would tell people in my class to come and marry her from time to time, and just flash marriage for a month's vacation. However, these are just verbal fluff and talk. When someone really came over, she just took a look, smiled and said sorry. It was just nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. Except for being hugged by her father when she was a child until she was 5 years old, no man has touched her since then, let alone her body. The reason why she keeps talking about marriage is that she has been single for decades, and her head is in a daze. But this time, Nizai Toji seems to be coming for real. She found her true soulmate. With long snow-white hair, eyes covered by blindfolds, and an extremely tall and straight figure, the exposed half of his face looks extremely handsome. This also. It's too much for me. The Toji Nozaki in the original book does have such a character, but I let her show this character to Gojo Satoru alone. Simply put, it was love at first sight. Sucking a mouthful of saliva. Toji Reizo was about to do something more extreme. The roar sounded. Give me enough time, Saijai. Shizuka Hiratsuka swung an iron fist with a dark face. Gojo Satoru is now her boyfriend anyway, although he doesn't care how many women he has in the future. But now, in front of her Zhengong, she crazily took advantage of her man. Why do I feel like I became a Tauren in an instant, with a heavy weight on the top of my head, which was still green? Ya butterfly. A resounding howl resounded through the sky. The passing students seemed to have heard something, and looked at the teacher's office suspiciously. Ash. Husai Nightsai wept softly, knelt down on the ground while touching the top of his aching head with both hands. Isn't she just pursuing her own love? Why is Xiao Jing so angry? Hey, could it be that Xiao Jing likes it too? Ah, you white Fongbai, danger, danger. You will be beaten to death. You will definitely be beaten to death. After taking a sip of the cold coffee, the anger in Shizuka Hiratsuka's heart basically disappeared, and she just looked at Gojo Satoru speechlessly. I saw Gojo playing with his mobile phone as if nothing had happened, and occasionally raised his head to look at Husai Lizai. This is definitely taking pictures, right? Hiratsuka Shizuka, who was already unable to complain, moistened her throat and spoke. Let me introduce you to Wu. These two are the last two people in our office, and the one kneeling there is Toji Nozaki, the head teacher in charge of Class A of the second year. Don't worry about it. One is an idiot, and the other. What is an idiot? Xiao Jing, I clearly. Well, you continue. Husai Saijia was dissatisfied and immediately interrupted, wanting to protest. But seeing Hiratsuka Shizuka's dangerous eyes, he immediately nodded and bowed. The other is Qianshi Qianshuan, who is in charge of the art of the second-year ADC class. Hello. Qianshi Chihiro also smiled and nodded to Gojo Satoru. And this one is the teacher from Sobu High School, Gojo Satoru, who is in charge of Class F for the first year. Wujo Wu. The names are so nice, hee. Kneeling Nacho Toji let out bursts of S******* while laughter. No, Xiao Jing, you are wrong. Gojo Satoru shook his index finger and said with a mysterious expression, I've misspoken. Shizuka Hiratsuka raised an eyebrow. Why, what's wrong? It's extremely handsome. The handsome Gojo Satoru. Ha. Gojo Satoru thrust his waist, laughing proudly. Oops. Qianshuan on the side covered her face in pain. I thought this Wuqiao teacher was so handsome and had a personality, so he looked serious at first glance, but he turned out to be a person similar to Husai Saijai. Originally, it was very troublesome to pick vegetables for one household, so why would there be one more? Looks like it's time to talk to the headmaster about the idea of changing offices. TSK, Shizuka Hiratsuka also had black lines all over her head. Is it necessary to be so narcissistic? Although it is said to be handsome. As for the kneeling Nizara Toji, she raised her head in admiration. In her line of sight, Gojo Satoru radiated white light all over his body, introducing himself domineeringly, and even seemed to wink at himself. Ah, Lord God, this is the one you introduced to me. Duh. Chapter 18. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Zongwu High School also followed. The three members of Ziyuan Zhongbong from Class D of the second year hurried out of the classroom and went straight to the parking lot on campus. An hour ago, they were still unconvinced, and they all agreed to go to the parking lot to catch that white-haired B********************. D. By the way, lock up that white-haired B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************e and go home later. Finally, in the parking lot, the three of Ziyuan Zhongbong found the culprit that made them covered in mud and black spots. Emule, Jia, since you found it, don't blame us for being ruthless. Tanaka Yashitake smiled evilly and then stretched out his hand. Hey, Zhongbong, give me the lock, or that B***************** D is coming. Okay, after a response. But strangely, there was a sound of undressing. Swish. No. Take it. Lock it tightly for me. Okay, all right. Tanaka Yashitake nodded subconsciously. But when you touch it with your hand, how can it be soft to the touch? Looking down, it turned out to be a school uniform and pants. Looking back suddenly, I saw Shiera Zhongbong covering his upper and lower body with his hands with a calm face, leaving only a pair of underpants on his whole body. What do you see me doing? Hurry up and lock it. The white-haired B***************** D will come over later. It seems that Shiera Tatamuni was very dissatisfied with Tanaka Yashitake's awkwardness and said anxiously, Lock. Looking at the soft school uniform and belt in his hands, Yashitake Tanaka fell silent. Shouldn't we take the anti-theft lock? Seeing that his friend still didn't make a move, Tabata Hideo at the side had a flash of inspiration and suddenly realized. Immediately, he also took off his own clothes, leaving only his underpants, handed them to the other party, and kept talking. I understand. One piece of clothing should not be enough. After all, there are two wheels. Let's add mine. Oh, you're still smart, Shioza. That be D can't drive this car now. Ziyuan Zhongbong was full of admiration. Of course, I'm Hidenori Tabata. Tabata Hideo pushed his glasses proudly. The two held each other, leaving only Tanaka Yashitake alone. But Yashitake Tanaka looked at the clothes on his hands that were still warm with a blank expression and felt cold in his heart. How did I meet these two friends with cerebral palsy? Lock the car with clothes to lock it. Why? The car is a little dusty. I want to wipe it. It's not locked. Throwing the clothes to the two, Yashitake Tanaka left silently. Sure enough, let's go home and play video games and read comics. What happened to Jiju? I don't know. Forget it. Leave him alone. Let's lock it. Seeing Yashitake Tanaka leave, the two of them were a little confused. But he didn't take it to heart, and quickly twisted his jacket and pants into two ropes to make them even. After pretending to tug a few times, Shiera Tadakuni and Tabata Hideo walked towards the e-donkey with evil smiles. Two naked men squatting on the e-donkey tires one behind the other. From a distance, it's almost like shooting an electric donkey. Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly a thick voice suddenly came. The two of them trembled and quickly poked their heads out to look. I saw an uncle in security uniform running over angrily, holding a baton in his hand. Oops, it's Uncle Security. What should I do about Shioze? What else can I do? Cover your face and run away quickly. If you are caught, you will definitely be asked to report criticism to your parents and school. The two ran away with their clothes covering their faces, and the security uncle behind him frantically chased him with a baton. At this time, a certain white-haired idiot finally came to the parking lot and walked to his little e-donkey. But at this moment, he scratched his head in doubt. Hey, why is my little e-donkey so clean? Chapter 19. In the evening, at home, Gojo Satoru was lying leisurely on the sofa, playing with his mobile phone and watching short videos, and the TV in the living room was also playing TV series. Although I don't watch TV, the TV must be on, otherwise I always feel uncomfortable. Big brother. At this time, Xiaobu, who was taking a shower in the bathroom, suddenly called out. What's wrong? Wujo responded without raising his head. His attention is all in the short video. Help me get a new bath towel. I accidentally wet the bath towel in the bathroom. The bath towel is on the first floor of the closet in my room. You can see it by flipping through it. I know. Putting down the phone, Gojo walked into his sister's room slowly. Opened the closet as told by the other party. However, after opening the closet, The scene inside is not simply a bath towel, but also something private. Different from the reactions of other boys, Gojo Satoru pinched his hands like a pervert, rubbed his chin to observe carefully, and kept expressing his own opinions. It seems that Xiaobu has grown up after all, and the style is a little bolder. After looking at it for more than 10 seconds, he put the things back in place, picked up a brand new bath towel, and ran to the bathroom. Knock knock, knocked on the bathroom door. Crack. There was the sound of turning the doorknob. The bathroom door was carefully opened with a gap, and suddenly a scent of shower gel came out, along with a white arm. Give me big brother. Promise. Gojo Satoru handed the bath towel to the other party, and at the same time kept mumbling. Xiaobu, the big brother doesn't mean you. Although it's good to grow up, but the style must not be too bold. The boys outside are all paramecium. Pervert, be careful to be deceived. Hearing this, the retracted arm stopped. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. Big brother. You pervert. A shy shriek came from the bathroom. The voice was so loud that even Gojo Satoru blocked his ears with an innocent face. What is it? Xiaobu, the big brother is just worried that you will be cheated. He's kind of innocent. Isn't this the most basic advice to my younger sister? Why do you even scold pervert? Hey, that's not right. To say it so blatantly is indeed a bit like pervert. Ahem, I absolutely do not admit that I am a pervert. Who can be deceived? Anyway, what I like is not. The little boy in the bathroom flushed all over his face. Although she understood the meaning of Wujo Wu's words, she still couldn't bear the shyness in her heart. 1 minute ago, the other person should not have asked the other person to help her get the towel. Only then did I realize that the bra I bought out of curiosity yesterday was still placed with the bath towel. Okay, I won't talk anymore. Hurry up and come out after wiping yourself off. Gojo Satoru immediately changed the topic. After speaking, he left the bathroom door. Hearing the sound of footsteps going away, Xiaobu finally breathed a sigh of relief. If she didn't leave, the shyness in her heart would explode. After dawdling in the bathroom for a few minutes, Xiaobu poked his head out cautiously and looked towards the living room. In the living room, Wu Tiao sat cross-legged on the sofa, watching the TV series with a bored face, and kept complaining about dog blood and slow male protagonist. And the other party seemed to have noticed Xiaobu's peeping, and turned his head to look over. Stare. The two stared at each other for 10 seconds. In the end, Gojo Satoru looked away. Nothing to do, guilty. And Xiaobu became complacent, with a proud face, but when she thought of a few minutes ago, her face suddenly turned red again. After suppressing the shyness in her heart, she pretended to return to her usual appearance, walked towards the sofa, and threw herself into the arms of her white-haired big brother. It's strange to say that you are not shy when you have close physical contact, but you are very shy when you just say brah. I don't understand what the girl is thinking. Humph. Pillowed in his chest, Xiaobu let out a soft snort and played with his phone. It's just that before she took it out for a second, a pair of big hands pulled her arm a little further away, and there was another sentence. Look at the phone far away, don't hurt your eyes. I know the stinky big brother, he murmured in a low voice, but a smile appeared on the corner of Xiaobu's mouth. The silent care in daily life is the reason why Xiaobu has become a brother controller. And these are just the daily life of the two brothers and sisters. Chapter 20. The Nakano Family. The four Nakano sisters were sitting on the sofa watching TV, but they didn't pay attention to the content on the TV at the moment, but looked at Nino Nakano on the kitchen table with serious expressions. I saw Nakano Nino washing the dishes carelessly, as if she was thinking about something and didn't notice their appearance. Tell me, what's the matter with Ernai? Since he came back last night, he has been worried. Nakano Kazuka whispered worriedly. I don't know, but I don't believe it when she said she fell into a ditch last night. Something must have happened. Nakano Sanjiu's eyes were also flickering with worry. She clearly remembered that when Ernai opened the door of the house, there seemed to be tears in her eyes when she looked at them. Moreover, the whole body is black and gray, and even the thighs and arms have tiny wounds from friction, which is not something that can be obtained by ordinary falling into the ditch. Even after I came back, I asked them for a mobile phone, saying that I would buy a new mobile phone, saying that the previous mobile phone was too stuck and I wanted to change it. Your phone is too stuck? Remember that mobile phone was just changed last month. Actually, I have something I should say. At this time, Nakano Yatsuba, who was sitting on the side, suddenly spoke. Last night when I was going to the bathroom, I heard Air now secretly crying. Although it was very soft, it was crying. It seemed to say, "It's great to see you all when I come back." In an instant, the four sisters fell silent, crying, "I can come back and see us. It's covered in ashes. There are wounds no matter how it feels. It feels like fleeing and returning. Why don't we ask Air Nai ourselves?" Nakano May frowned and said, "No." Nakano Kazuka shook his head and immediately vetoed it. Since Air now said that he fell into the ditch, he definitely doesn't want to say it. Let this matter rot in his stomach. It's better to forget it. As the big sister of the five sisters, she naturally has the right to speak. As soon as the decisive words were said, the other three girls nodded silently. Ding dong. At this moment the doorbell rang. "Hello, the courier has arrived." The courier has arrived. Nakano Nino, who was absent-minded while washing the dishes, heard this, but now his eyes lit up. He wiped his little hands and trotted to open the door. As for Nakano Kazuka and the others, they looked at each other in blank dismay, knowing in their hearts what express delivery was. "The phone I bought online yesterday arrived." Wujo home. Gojo sat cross-legged on his bed with a laptop between his legs. He was looking through the cafes and dessert shops that have received good reviews in Chiba City recently. At this moment, the screen of the mobile phone on the side lit up. Gojo Satoru picked it up and saw that someone in the line had sent him a message. Click to take a look. Hey, it turned out to be the girl who was pulled into Phi last night. Although it's too late to introduce myself, you left too fast yesterday, and you disappeared in a blink of an eye. I didn't really thank you and introduce myself. My name is Nakano Nino. Thank you for your rescue last night. Thank you." Nakano Nino? Seeing this name, Gojo Satoru was stunned. Last night, that girl with a dark body was actually Nakano Nino, my wife? As Ernai chef, I'm really sorry that I didn't recognize my wife. Of course, even though he thought so, Gojo Satoru didn't even feel excited. It just felt very novel. "It's okay. Let me introduce myself too. My name is Gojo Satoru. I'm a pure and handsome guy. Click to send." Gojo Satoru, handsome guy, nothing wrong. Innocence. 2A. The Nakano family. Nakano Nino lay on the bed and laughed while watching the message sent by Gojo Satoru. How can I introduce myself as a handsome guy? Of course, if someone else introduced himself like this, Nakano Nino would definitely complain and despise him. Not like this, it just feels funny. It can be said that she is an absolute old double-standard dog. Okay, Nakano Nino thought for a while, picked up the phone and typed. That is, can I treat you to a meal on Saturday or Sunday? Of course, don't think too much. This is to express my gratitude to you. She frowned at the last sentence, thought for a while, and decided to delete it. Too arrogant, may I misunderstand? That is, can I treat you to a meal on Saturday or Sunday? Thank you for saving me. Click to send. Nakano Nino put down the phone shyly. This was the first time she took the initiative to ask the opposite S*X to have dinner, and the shyness in her heart was almost bursting. In fact, Nakano Ernan has a good impression of Gojo Satoru, and even has a vague tendency to like him. But after all, he doesn't really like him. She also has the pride of a girl and the arrogance of her character. However, she also has a frank side, and she directly faces her own feelings. After a while, the answer came. Sure, Lord Wu Tiao accepts your invitation. I'm still Nakano-sama. Replying, Nakano Nino smiled. This feeling is not bad. Chapter 21. Early morning. Gojo Satoru did not go to Zonbu High School as usual, but planned to go to the hospital. Visit the last student in your class, Kitagawa Marin. As the head teacher of Class F of the first year, it is natural to visit the students. As for today's class, he asked Xiao Jing to go to class for him. Tokyo Nakano Hospital. This is his destination. It's just that when I heard the word Nakano, I couldn't help but wonder if it was the hospital run by Nino's adoptive father. Riding on his beloved little electric donkey, Gojo Satoru whistled and set off. Many pedestrians on the road looked back curiously. After all, driving with blindfolds, can you see the road clearly? Are you really not afraid of being caught by the police and getting into a car accident? Tokyo Nakano Hospital. Inpatient department. Kitagawa Marin was playing with his mobile phone, looking at the cosplay photos of famous internet celebrities in the post bar, and couldn't help but envy him. She is an otaku who likes to watch animations, comics, games, even games for adults, and she has recently sprouted cosplay. This expresses the ultimate love for my favorite character. When she was in junior high school, she was often active among readers' models because of her outstanding appearance, and she often appeared in fashion magazines. Very serious, and more than once invited by the firm as an exclusive model. But they all refused. After all, she is still a high school student now, and her studies are more important. Being a model was just a hobby at the beginning, and now, a new hobby has emerged. It's decided. After leaving the hospital, I will sew cosplay clothes myself. I want to cosplay too. Putting down the phone, Kitagawa Kaiming said firmly. What? Kitagawa Kaiming was startled by the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar voice. Looking back, I found that there was a white-haired monster beside me at some point. I saw the white-haired monster sitting by the bed, wiping his eyes, with a handkerchief, an eye patch, and exuding a gratified expression. It seemed as if the dog I had raised for 10 years had repaid me. This, sir? Are you my head teacher? Teacher Wutia? Kitagawa Kaiming asked cautiously, uncertainly. The white-haired monster who looks a bit frivolous is his class teacher. A little unsure. Let's take a look. You actually recognized me. I'm proud of you, Kitagawa-san. Gojo Satoru gave a thumbs up with a look of relief. Aha! Touching the back of his head, Kitagawa Kaiming smiled awkwardly. After all, what the other party said just now contained student and teacher, which is naturally expected. However, she couldn't laugh anymore. She couldn't laugh anymore. And from the corner of her eyes, she suddenly noticed that the closed window was actually opened, and then she thought of Gojo Satoru who suddenly appeared. She fell silent. Teacher Wu Tiao. What's wrong, Kitagawa-san? How did you get here? Of course it came from there. Gojo Satoru didn't know why and pointed to the ventilation window. There are a lot of people in the elevator and the corridor, and they can't get up. I have no choice, so I can only go up outside the window. Oh, by the way, these are the flowers I picked for you. Please accept them. As he spoke, he took out from his pocket, chrysanthemum. B asterisk 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 D, which B asterisk 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 D spoiled my chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemum I cultivated so hard. I'm dead, woo-woo, B asterisk 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 D. Don't let me catch you. You be asterisk 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 D. Suddenly, there was a roar from outside the window. It even gradually turned into crying after talking. Hearing the ear-piercing cry, Gojo Satoru and Kitagawa Kaiming fell silent, looking at each other, or at the handful of chrysanthemums in their hands. Hey, I thought it was wild. Gojo Satoru grinned. It's not his fault. He really thought it was wild. Ha! Kitagawa Kaiming laughed out loud, even tears. Teacher, you are really interesting. What is funny? I can warn you, Kitagawa-san. I'm your class teacher. I can't tease the teacher. Gojo Satoru pointed at the other party pretending to be serious and said, Okay. Smiling and wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, Kitagawa Kaiming stared at him, the homeroom teacher. She didn't look at it carefully before, but now she took a closer look, and to be honest, even she felt that the other party's outfit was really unique. I just don't know if the blindfold can see the road clearly. It should be able to. After all, how do you walk with a pitch-black blindfold? The inside should be transparent. Chapter 22. Gojo Satoru also chatted with Kitagawa Kaiming about how the car accident happened. After some chatting, I also learned that it turned out that the other party was trying to save a puppy. He was hit by a car on the way to school, and his left foot was directly dislocated, but everything else was fine. After 2 or 3 days, he basically recovered. Mr. Wu Tiao, do you think I'm stupid for letting myself get into a car accident just to save a puppy? If the car accident is more serious, I might not be here anymore. Kitagawa Kaiming was a little depressed. During the days when the car accident happened, her father also rushed over from Osaka, but he scolded her severely, saying that you are stupid to get yourself into a car accident just to save a poor dog. Although the scolding was ugly, Kitagawa Kaiming knew it. My father lost control of his emotions and scolded her because he was too worried about himself. After that, the other party also bought a lot of snacks and fruits, and seemed to be silently expressing his apology. Seeing Kitagawa Kaiming's slightly confused look, Gojo Satoru was silent for a while, and then slowly opened his mouth. Saving a life is not wrong. You did a great job, Kitagawa-san. Okay. Kitagawa Kaiming looked at him in surprise. But the tone changed. When saving another person or a life, you have to think carefully about whether you can save the other person while not taking care of yourself. You must take your own life as the main center. Teacher, I don't want you. And at the same time, I don't like those who selflessly sacrifice themselves and save others. You must know that there are many people who care about you in this world. Gojo Satoru's tone was very complicated. At the same time, he is sincerely admonishing Kitagawa Kaiming. The world is not as peaceful as it is every day, and accidents may happen at any time. These warning words must be engraved in our hearts. If the next accident happened in Phi, Kitagawa Kaiming would not hesitate to save others. Isn't this just putting your own life on the line? And Kitagawa Kaiming also looked like he was thinking, as if he was also thinking about what he said just now. Arigato, thank you, Gojo-sensei. She suddenly smiled, beautifully and happily. The knot in my heart that had been simmering for a long time seemed to be untied. Noon, 12:10. It's almost time for me to go. Do you need me to bring you a lunch? Kitagawa-san. Gojo Satoru stretched his waist and prepared to leave for lunch as well. But seeing the bandage on his student's left leg, he asked subconsciously, Lunch? Don't bother you, Mr. Wu-tiao. The nurse will bring it over in a while. Regarding Gojo Satoru's departure, Kitagawa Kaiming felt somewhat regretful. The two of them had a good chat just now. But thinking that she would be discharged from the hospital in 2 or 3 days, she couldn't help but look forward to it. At that time, I can complete my idea of cosplaying. Okay, then I'll go first. Gojo Satoru got up, just when he was about to leave. There was a sudden pause, and the eyes couldn't help but look out of the window. What's wrong, Teacher Wu-tiao? Kitagawa Kaiming tilted her head in doubt. No, it's just that I may not be able to eat lunch for a while. Gojo Satoru walked by the window, looked at the gate of the hospital, and said in a flat tone. In the perception of his 6 eyes, there is an extremely disgusting aura emerging. This force does not come from the filth in the wilderness, but another force. A demon. He muttered something. In this world, there are not only onmyoji and filth, there are many monsters, but also demons. Of course, this kind of demon is not the demon in the fairy tales. These demons are all demons from the world called the Void World, and the leader of the demons is named Satan. At the same time, the human side naturally also has an organization dedicated to containing demons. Exorcism Private School. In fact, onmyoji can also destroy demons, but the main enemy of onmyoji is still filth after all. Of course, if the manpower is too free, the onmyoji side will naturally send people to help the exorcists. Outside, what happened? Seeing Gojo Satoru looking out the window, Kitagawa Kaiming was a little curious. But because of the inconvenience of her left foot, she had no choice but to sit up straight and stretch her head to see what happened outside the window. But before seeing it, Gojo Satoru suddenly turned around and closed the window with his right hand. Ugh! Not seeing what he wanted to see, Kitagawa Kaiming pouted in disappointment. Don't be curious. Rubbing the other party's long golden hair, Gojo Satoru said with a smile. Teacher Wujo is really. Feeling the big hand caressing her head, Kitagawa Kaiming blushed and muttered. Duh. Chapter 23. The Hospital Gate. The young security guard, Tion Yeli, walked in from the hospital gate and yawned on the way. He just woke up at home, and now he is going out to change shifts. Go into the security booth. In the field, while changing the security uniforms hanging on the wall, they called out to another security guard lying on the table. Senior Stubborn, don't go to sleep, you go home. I'm coming to change shifts. No one responded, a moment of silence. After closing the last hole, T&I came over strangely and patted his senior on the shoulder. Senior? Senior, are you okay? There was a cry, but still no answer. Perhaps thinking that something happened to the other party, Tion Yi anxiously turned the other party over, thinking to see if he was still breathing. But, turn it over. What? He let out a scream. What I saw was that the senior with a simple and honest face now has a hideous appearance. His ears have become long ears like devils, and the teeth that are exposed from time to time are abnormally sharp. What? As if awakened, Stubborn let out a breath and suddenly opened his eyes. The pupils, mostly occupied by black, with only a touch of white, stared straight at the field in front of him, his children. Senior. The field yelled in fear. It's Tian Yikuan. Standing up, stubbornly twisting his stiff neck, he spoke in a calm tone. He felt better than ever before. At the same time, there are many more memories in his mind, which are the memories of this human being named Stubborn. As soon as I come to reality and see people, I feel a little bit like eating meat and drinking sweet blood. Although it must be a bit troublesome afterwards, it doesn't matter. Mr. Tianyi, come here, I have something to tell you. He beckoned and spoke mysteriously with a stubborn face. Don't want. Tian Yeli refused without hesitation. You said that you look like a normal person and I will definitely come over. But you look like a mythical devil and let me come over to say something. You really treat me like a fool. His muscular body was trembling all the time, which was an instinctive fear of mysterious things. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly opened the door of the security booth, wanting to escape here quickly. However, before he could take a step, his eyes fell back instantly, and at the same time, he felt severe pain and suffocation in his neck. Ahem, he made a sound in pain. I saw that Stubborn was holding the field with one hand. His mouth was wide open, showing his sharp teeth, and his eyes were shining with desire and greed for flesh and blood. I'm going to start now. After speaking, he opened his mouth wide amidst the fearful eyes in the field. Oh yeah, did I see such an amazing scene when I came here? It's interesting, devil. Who? Stubborn eyes were fixed, and he quickly reacted from the emotion of eating, closed his open mouth, and even threw the food in his hand on the ground. If something goes wrong, just run away. Huh? You still have a lot of brains, devil. Put down your food. Who are you? With fixed eyes, he asked in a stubborn voice. In his line of sight, there was a man with white hair leaning against the wall, looking at him with interest. Danger, danger, danger. Run away, run away, run away. Biological instinct reminds me of stubbornness. Unknowingly appeared, and at the same time, the biological instinct reminded him that Stubborn was already thinking about how to run away. But he knew that it was impossible for an inferior demon like him to escape from the other party's hands, so had to summon a more powerful demon. The breath of the devil slowly emerged. A few black stripes appeared on the stubborn face. Goat-like horns grew on both sides of the head, and the pitch-black nails grew wildly, like claws and knives. Ha ha ha! Laughing wildly, he raised his right hand like a claw knife, and then pierced himself without hesitation. Gojo Satoru, on the other hand, still watched with interest. This was the second time he encountered a demon in a year, so he naturally wanted to observe more. As for whether it will attract people or not, don't worry about it. He has already set up the account before coming here. Therefore, he can make a fuss as he pleases. Chapter 24. Scarlet blood splashed in all corners, and the disgusting smell drifted into the air immediately. Gojo Satoru couldn't help showing a disgusted look here. It stinks. Ha! Although 5 holes were poked out of his body, he still grinned wildly and laughed wildly. He sensed that a demon was responding to him, and the level didn't seem to be low. At least it's an intermediate demon. My lord, don't blame me. After all, I just came to reality and haven't enjoyed this world well, so I can only rely on you to help me survive. The blood splashed around gradually converged, slowly turning into a red 6-pointed star array, which was also gradually glowing. And the stubborn body is also changing at the same time. The originally strong body has shrunk a lot, and the face shows deep fatigue. Finally, at the last moment, the light of the 6-pointed star formation became brighter and brighter. A tall figure appeared in the center of the formation. My lord, warmly congratulate. Laugh. The sound of flesh being pierced sounded. Grown-ups. The pain in the heart came suddenly. Stubbornly lowered his head, looking at the arm that had pierced his heart. His face looked unbelievable. The heart is the source of the power of their demons. If it is destroyed, the power will no longer exist, and even die directly on the spot. So you can get hurt anywhere, but your heart must be protected. Little devil, you thought you could summon me with your low blood? Oh, I just want to change a container. Appearing in the hexagram circle was a middle-aged man. After speaking, he exerted force with his right hand, and the heart he held in his hand burst open. Stubborn, completely lifeless, fell to the ground. It is undoubtedly really funny that he didn't die at the hands of Gojo Satoru, but died at the hands of the high-level demon he summoned. Oh, are you my new container? Licking the remaining blood in his hand, The man looked at Gojo Satoru with extremely longing eyes. Forcing that little devil just now to use his own blood as a fish lure, he must be facing a human being who has power on the human side. However, are you an onmyoji or an exorcist? Whether it is an onmyoji or an exorcist, as long as they have power, they will also skyrocket their own strength if they occupy the opponent's body. And his original body was almost useless. It was an ordinary person's body after all. It couldn't bear his strength at all. It was close to collapse. Forget it. You'll know it after you get this body anyway. Are you demons so blindly confident? Gojo Satoru curled his lips and said with a bored expression. He thought he would summon a powerful demon, but it turned out to be an ant that was a little stronger than the ant just now. What a waste of his time. I'm not confident. You'll know later. The breath of the devil surged, and the man with the characteristics of a devil smiled. However, with a smile, his eyes began to panic. How is this possible? He growled in panic. Hey, are you scared? No. Didn't you just let me know that you are not confident in yourself? Gojo Satoru said jokingly with a smile. He had never hidden his spell power, and it was obvious that the other party was frightened by his spell power. It's silly to say it, and I just realized it now. You found out earlier that if you kneel down and beg for mercy, I might give you a decent death for those 5 adults. The man began to panic, and his heart was extremely panicked. When he sensed the vast spell power, he felt as if he saw Lord Satan. At the same time, he also cursed Gojo Wu as an old 6 in his heart. Before the demonic power came out, the other party thought he was an ordinary person, but after the demonic power emerged, even those with strong spells felt that they could suffocate themselves to death. Where is this high-level human combat power coming from? Okay, I am very satisfied with your comedy performance, but I am also tired from watching it, and I still want to go to dinner, so let's get rid of you quickly. Let me say this. The man wanted to run away in an instant, but before he could take a step, Gojo Satoru looked over. No lower limit technique. Boom. The man's limbs exploded into blood in an instant, and he fell hard to the ground. What? He cried out in pain. However, within 2 seconds, a big foot stepped on the mouth hard. Are all your devils screaming so badly? Gojo Satoru bent down, tilted his head, and said expressionlessly, The man seemed to want to say something. His eyes were wide open. His expression was very hasty. Forgive me, treat me as a running dog. Gojo Satoru naturally understood the meaning of the other party, but he showed a look of extreme disdain. Just relying on you, an ant, as my running dog? Dreaming. Chapter 25. Don't. The man struggled. I want to use the power of the devil to restore the limbs that have turned into blood. However, before he could recover, the right foot that was stepping on his mouth suddenly exerted a slight force and pushed forward. Laugh. My head exploded. Blood splashed on the corner of the wall in an instant, and even the ceiling was stained a lot. It seems that the devil has no meaning. Putting away his right foot, Gojo Satoru shook his head and said regretfully, Now that the matter is settled, let's go to dinner. However, to deal with the aftermath, I still have to call the Yin-Yang branch in Tokyo and let them handle the follow-up matters. That is to clean the battlefield. After making the phone call, he explained to the Tokyo Onmyo branch and checked that the man lying on the ground was still breathing in the field but was in a coma, and Gojo Satoru also left the hospital. As for the account, don't worry about it. As soon as the rest of the onmyojas come over, the tent will be lifted automatically. Soon, 2 days passed. These 2 days Gojo Satoru had a good time, and when he was bored, he would tease Xiaojing from time to time, or he was harassed by Husai Nightsai. For the other party's free behavior, he never refused to come, and his movements were quite large, but this made Hiratsuka calmly give each of them a fist, and he was beaten into a corner. As for the course of Class F in the first year, he still took the course, teaching Mandarin. So sometimes I want to eat dessert, so I can buy it outside the school so that Shizuka Hiratsuka can substitute for the class. This made the students in the class complain. Is Mr. Shizuka Hiratsuka the head teacher? Or you, Mr. Gojo Satoru, their head teacher? From time to time, let the former take over as a substitute and go for a walk by myself. And today, that is, Saturday afternoon. This is the time when Nakano Nino made an appointment with Gojo Satoru. The Nakano family. Ernai changed from one pair of clothes to another with distress, and looked at the changed clothes in the mirror. Although she looked good in them, she felt that something was wrong. Ah, so annoying. Rubbing her hair, she felt like she was going crazy. Forget it, just wear everyday clothes. In order not to drive herself completely crazy, Nina finally gave up and chose the clothes she wears every day. A black Lolita-like dress. After putting on and tidying up the skirt a little, and tying her signature black butterfly headband in front of the mirror, she nodded in satisfaction and was ready to go out. But, just go down the stairs on the second floor. I saw the other 4 sisters sitting neatly on the sofa, looking straight at their second sister. What's wrong? Being looked at like this, now couldn't stand it anymore, and his face turned red. Nina, are you going on a date? Sanjiu asked softly. Hey, isn't it? Nino, you actually have a boy you like. Covering Sakura's lips, she said with a shifty smile. It's not a bad boy, is it? As a sister, she naturally knew the other party's criteria for choosing a boyfriend. Handsome is for sure, but it has to feel bad. Of course, it is basically impossible for this to be a bad boy. If it is really a bad boy, now would never even take a look at it, and he would just joke a little bit if he said it was a bad boy. What kind of bad boy? And I'm not going on a date, it's just a simple meal, don't think too much about it. The arrogance in Nai's character broke out. Although she had already regarded this trip as a date in her heart, she couldn't call it a date in front of her sisters. This will definitely be molested, absolutely. That's not a date. Why did I just walk by your room and say, what would you wear to this date? Simple Yatsuba asked a question in a weak tone. Nai blushed, but didn't say anything more, just gave him a hard look. This made Clover show an aggrieved expression. Stop messing around with you. I'm going out. Putting on the small leather shoes, Nina hurriedly opened the door and left after speaking. Boom. Looking at the closed door, Iwa rested her right hand on her chin, thought for a while, and said, How about, let's follow Nai and see what the person Nai is dating looks like. This is not good. Nino knows. She will definitely be angry. May said with some worry. It's okay, let's coax her together. Iwa waved her hand and said indifferently. Also, don't you all wonder what kind of person you can date Nino with? Curious, why not curious? Seeing that the other 3 sisters did not speak, but there was interest in their eyes, Iwa smiled slightly and said yes. Then let's set off quickly, lest we miss air now. Chapter 26. Chaiwa Cafe. Walking on the street, Nai looked around. Xiao Zue kept thinking. Chaiwa Cafe. This is the location that Gojo Satoru sent her. Hey, I found it. Seeing the iconic half-moon in front of him and Chaiwa Cafe written on the signboard, Nino's eyes lit up and he trotted over. Push open the door of the cafe. Welcome, miss. The girl in the maid's costume on the side of the door shouted enthusiastically. Nino's face became stiff, and her head turned like a mechanical version to look at the maid next to her. The maid next to her was a little confused, so she tilted her head. What's the matter, miss? No, nothing. Nina shook her head with a strange expression. Maid again? Cafe again? Is this a maid cafe? But having said that, that stinking Gojo actually asked me a girl to come to the maid cafe? Okay, that's 5. Cough, that you. Miss, just call me sweetheart. That's sweet, sweetheart. Even you haven't seen a tall white-haired man. He is in your cafe. Speaking of the word sweetheart, now is really chatty. Oh, you said master. He is on the 2nd floor. Let me take you there. You won't be sleepy when you mention the white-haired man's sweetheart. However, this eldest lady should be that girlfriend, right? She looks really beautiful. It's a pity. I obviously want to get in touch later, but forget it if I have a girlfriend. Following Sweetheart's back and walking along the corridor leading to the 2nd floor, Now's face was always dark and he was in a bad mood. Of course, it's not that I'm really angry with Gojo Satoru, but that there is a beautiful girl like me next to Chi Mingming. Why come to the maid cafe? After reaching the 2nd floor, Nino saw Gojo Satoru sitting in the corner. However, there was no crowd of maids as expected, just sitting there alone, holding a notebook in his hand as if reading something. Nino, whose expression eased slightly, nodded to the maid, and then walked straight over. As soon as she sat down, she looked at Gojo Satoru with a puffy face. Gojo-kun, you are really good at asking a girl to come to the maid cafe. You are worthy of it. I don't know about that either. As soon as I entered, I found out that it was a maid cafe. I was going to leave, but I thought you'd already come, so I didn't change places. Putting down the notebook that recorded the recent increase in filth, Gojo Satoru also said helplessly. He was also telling the truth. He thought that this cafe named Chaiwa Cafe was a serious cafe, but it turned out to be a real liar, and it was actually a maid cafe. Since you are a maid cafe, why do you have such a serious name? No, you have to download the National Anti-Fraud app. Hearing this, Air now nodded with understanding. She also thought it was a serious cafe, but it turned out to be a maid cafe. At the same time, Ihwa and the other 4 girls also arrived outside the Chaiwa Cafe in disguise. Coffee shop. Sanjiu's face was a little troubled. She doesn't like drinking coffee, a bitter and astringent drink. Even if milk and sugar cubes are added, she still doesn't like it. Sure enough, matcha and green tea flavored drinks are the best. You don't have to drink coffee when you go in, just eat some dessert, Sanjiu. Sensing her sister's thoughts, Ihwa immediately put her arms around Sanjiu's slender waist and said with a smirk, "Dessert. Go, go." Hearing the dessert, Mei, who was silent behind her, lit up her eyes at this moment. He pushed open the door and walked in straightforwardly. It seems that the power of eating is simply fatal to foodies. Mei, wait for us. Clover followed behind, complaining softly. Seeing that his 2 sisters had gone in, Ihwa and Sanji didn't stay outside much and followed them in, but just walked in. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen." Several maids bent down slightly and shouted with sweet smiles. Huh. The girls were dumbfounded. How could it be a maid cafe? This is not the wrong way. Nino did indeed walk into this cafe. Ihwa, this? What should I do? Clover stepped back beside Kazuka, said in a small, embarrassed voice. She has never been to a maid cafe before. She just heard about it before, but now she is really embarrassed to come here. As long as you don't feel embarrassed, it's someone else who is embarrassed. Obviously, it corresponds to this group of experienced maids. What can I do? Drink coffee? It's not very good. Ihwa rolled her eyes. This maid cafe is not a place to eat people, and it can't do much. It's just that there are a bunch of maids calling you master or miss in the cafe, and the 5 months before the 3 sisters can't control how much. After following Air Nai all the way, I was so hungry that I simply found a larger card seat, picked up the tablet on the table, and prepared to order something. Chapter 27. Moon Cafe. Ihwa stirred the coffee with milk with a spoon, but she didn't put her mind on it, but kept looking around. Strange, where is Air Nai Ren? She was a little puzzled. Obviously, I did walk into this cafe. Why can't I see anyone? Miss, your desserts have arrived. And at this moment, a maid came over with 4 small cakes on a disc. Huh, isn't this the person who has the scene to ask? Ihwa's eyes lit up, and then she opened her mouth. Excuse me, I want to ask, has there ever been a girl with long hair, wearing a black dress, who looks very similar to us, in your store? A girl who looks like you? The maid was stunned, and the hand that put the cake stopped. He looked at Ihwa's face seriously with both eyes, and then looked at the other 3 sisters. In an instant, she let out a cry of surprise. You look alike, are you quintuplets? Because the 5 sisters had different hair colors and hairstyles in order to distinguish them, the group of maids didn't pay close attention to them. After a closer look, they found that they looked exactly the same. Quintuplets? There are only 4 of us, which means that Air now really walked in here. Ihwa hurriedly asked. Yes, we are quintuplets, so is she gone or what? No, miss, that miss is still on the 2nd floor of our store. 2nd floor? Seemingly seeing the doubt in Ihwa's eyes, the maid suppressed her curiosity and explained softly. The 2nd floor of our Chaiwa Cafe is quite secretive, and the customers who come in for the first time can hardly find it. Do you need me to take you up to the 2nd floor to find the young lady? No need. Ihwa quickly shook her head. They came to follow Air now, not to play with Air now. If Air now finds out that she is being followed by them, she will definitely be angry. Although the 4 sisters can coax well together. Okay. Nodding, the maid left after putting down the small cakes in the remaining discs. It's just that she walked from her to another maid, whispering something. Her face was very novel and excited. It could be seen that a group of quintuplets came to the store, and they were such beautiful quintuplets. 2nd floor. Air Nai took a sip of coffee, feeling very troubled in his heart. She wanted to ask Gojo Satoru what the monster and the other world were that appeared last time, but, thinking that this might be the privacy of the other world, She hesitated to speak up. After struggling for about a minute, suddenly, "If you want to ask anything, Ernai, you can ask me." After stirring the coffee, Gojo Satoru propped his chin with both hands and spoke flatly. "Nina?" Hearing the address that only his sister and adoptive father would say, Nino blushed, but didn't feel much anymore. Then he asked with a straight face, "Gojo-kun, let me think about what happened to the other world that I appeared a few days ago, and the group of monsters." When mentioning the monster, Nino's eyes showed obvious fear. "I'm afraid she will never forget this incident in her whole life." Sure enough, Gojo Satoru put the coffee spoon aside, took a sip of coffee, and then spoke slowly. "The world you entered last time is called Disaster Field, which is closer to the real world. Although there is an enchantment separating the two worlds, if there is a lot of filth or powerful filth, it is the monster that wanted to eat you that time. They aggregate to affect spatial fluctuations. Human beings with spell power or strong spell power will be drawn in. Unfortunately, Ernai, you are one of the human beings who are born with strong spell power." At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. "But don't worry too much. The human side naturally has on myojis to deal with this group of filth." Gojo Satoru said indifferently, "Disaster, filth on myoji." Nina felt that he had received too much information, and it was a bit overkill. "After living in the world for 17 years, I suddenly discovered that this is not the essence of this world, and there are still a group of monsters that can endanger the real world at any time. What do you want me to do?" And at the moment when Air now lost his mind, a pair of big hands suddenly stretched out. "Okay, don't think too much. The world is not in danger yet." Gojo Satoru stroked the soft long hair of the other party. His voice was very gentle. "It is natural to be gentle when treating your wife." Feeling the touch on the top of her head and the comforting words, Nino also came back to her senses immediately. Her delicate face turned red instantly. Picking up the coffee frantically, he lowered his head, as if hiding the blushing on his face and the embarrassment in his heart. "Oh, right." At this time, Gojo Satoru seemed to remember something, and fumbled in his pocket. "This is for you, amulet." Looking at the amulet that was handed over, Nino blinked. "An amulet that can help you block the magic power," Gojo Satoru said lazily. Hearing this, Ernai's face was overjoyed, and he wanted to take the amulet with both hands, but suddenly stopped in midair. "Isn't this amulet very precious?" There was some hesitation on her face. "Don't think too much. I have a lot of them." With that said, Gojo Satoru lightly threw it away. Air now also hurriedly caught the amulet in midair. After staring at the light red amulet in the palm of her hand for a few seconds, she couldn't help but look up at Gojo Satoru, who was looking lazy again, and a decision was suddenly made in her heart. "Kassen, I've decided." Duh. Chapter 28. Slowly, the time also gradually passed by an hour. After eating the last bite of cake on the plate, Gojo Satoru showed a satisfied expression. "It's really good. The cake's in this cafe. I think we can have more punch cards in the future." "No." Suddenly, Nino rebutted subconsciously. "Huh? 5 puzzled faces.jpg. I mean, you have to call me when you come here to check in. I want to come here too. The cakes and coffee here are really delicious." Sensing the suspicious gaze of the other party, Nino licked her cheeks, and then embraced her with both hands. The arrogance in her character was activated automatically. "A teeth white Fombai, why did you speak your mind?" Hearing Nino's explanation and the huge object held up, Gojo Satoru nodded silently. "You are big, and you are right. It's still early. Should we go shopping at the mall, Gojo-kun?" Nino said suddenly with a twinkle in his eyes. She has always loved beauty, and she is also particularly keen on fashion, and there is a huge shopping mall nearby, so the energy of shopping in her heart can't be suppressed. "Huh? Shopping?" Gojo Satoru's face instantly collapsed. Although he has a reversal technique, which is strong enough to reverse his mental state, but he doesn't know that he doesn't like to go shopping with any women. This may be a common problem that men are born with. Can it be possible? Looking at Nino's expectant face, I'm afraid no one is willing to refuse, but Gojo Satoru silently expressed. "It's okay, Daga Katawalu." "What?" Nina froze with that excited expression. It seems that the surrounding background panels have turned into black and white. "Ha ha, sorry, just kidding. Are you Jojo?" Air now couldn't help complaining. She also read Jojo's cartoon out of curiosity. Downstairs, Ihwa and the others were also playing with their phones boredly, and looked at Mei, who was still eating omelet rice from time to time. Several empty plates on table mountain and cakes they couldn't eat were given to each other, and they were not surprised by this kind of appetite. And at this moment, Yatsuba, who was always paying attention to her surroundings, suddenly became excited. Look quickly, it seems that air now has come down. In an instant, the three sisters, including Mei, who was still eating omelet rice, looked in the direction Yatsuba pointed. I saw Air and I walking down the stairs on the second floor, talking to the back in a loud and colorful manner. Come, Nino's boyfriend. The four sisters all stared wide-eyed. Finally, Gojo Satoru and Nino walked on the first floor and appeared in their line of sight. It's so hot, Clover whispered with dull eyes. It has a lot of personality. Iwa's eyes flickered a few times. Sanjiu evaluated silently. Okay. Wuyue started to make her own omurus again after saying a word. She's not interested in men. Do men have anything to eat? Because the location is relatively hidden, and Nino's attention is all on Gojo Satoru, he didn't realize that his four sisters were all in this cafe. However, Wujou Wu's words suddenly turned his head slightly at this moment, looking at the position of one flower and four girls. Seeing this, they immediately panicked. Oops, we won't find out. Clover lowered her head in panic. It seems that he wants to hide his petite body. It's okay, Yatsuba. If you see it, you won't know that we are Nino's sisters. Sanjiu said softly. Let's go. They went out. Let's go too, quickly. Picking up the mobile phone on the table, Iwa hurriedly stood up and shouted. That's right. Hurry up and catch up. Otherwise, you'll get lost. Don't eat in May. Everyone is leaving. Why don't you go first? Let me finish this omelet first. I'll come to you after I finish eating, hee. Stare. X3. Okay, let's go. After picking up the spoon and taking another bite of the rice, Wuyue pouted and followed the steps. Pushing open the door of Chaoyue Cafe, greeted the farewell words of Miss, please come next time. One flower and four girls hurriedly put on sunglasses and hats. Carefully follow the two figures not far away. Pedestrians passing by also looked at it curiously. After all, this picture looks very much like the paparazzi in the Scouts. Chapter 29. Evening, 7:30. The bright sky also gradually changed from Baiyi to night. Bunches of bright street lamps lit up everywhere, and there were more and more pedestrians on the street. Most of them were just off work. Nino and Gojo Satoru were walking on a bridge over a river. They just came out of the sushi restaurant, and they were going to take a stroll to see the night view for a while and digest the food in their stomachs by the way. The two walked towards each other in silence. Neither of them spoke. There are also a few scattered pedestrians around. 5 lords. Finally, Nino was the first to break the silence. Although I have said it many times, I still want to say, arigato, thank you. Gojo Satoru didn't respond, but lowered his head slightly to look at the girl who was talking to herself. Thank you. You were able to save me that day. If it weren't for you, I would have been eaten by filth in the wilderness that day, huh? Air now forced a smile. Ah, really? If I die, I'm afraid Ihwa and the others will be very sad. After all, without me cooking, they can only order takeaway every day, or Ihwa try to cook. But her cooking talent is really not that good. I remember one time, she almost blew up the kitchen. Gojo Satoru didn't interrupt, but just listened silently. At the end of the talk, Nino's blue eyes were already filled with tears, and her voice gradually choked up. Me? I can accept my death, but I don't want my death to make Ihwa, Sanjiu, Yatsuba, Wuyue, and father sad. Suck. Huh? Why did I cry? I'm really sorry, Gojo-kun. I let you see this side. Sensing that his eyes were blurred, Nino subconsciously touched them, and tears fell on his fingers drop by drop. Gojo Satoru still didn't speak, just took out the paper from his pocket and handed it to the other party. Taking the paper, Nino wiped away her tears and sucked her nose. Your appearance that day saved me. I am really grateful to you, Gojo-kun. Having said so many words, Nino didn't want to win Gojo Satoru's sympathy. It's just that for so many days, she has been suppressing these inner thoughts, wanting to find someone to confide in. And the best person to confide in is naturally his savior, Gojo Satoru. After saying it, Nino also felt much more comfortable in his heart. Later, the 4 Nakano sisters are still following. Nino, It seems like you're crying? But why are you crying? Sanji's face became worried. Even though he was fine just now, he burst into tears as he spoke. Damn it. It's definitely because of that man. I want to find him for a theory. Wu Yue shouted angrily, trying to rush over, but was immediately intercepted by Ihua beside her. Calm down, Wu Yue. Look at Nino's appearance. He is not angry, but seems grateful. Please calm down. As a big sister, Ihua became subconsciously angry when she saw her sister crying, but after the anger passed, she could see it through careful observation. Nino was not crying sadly, but crying while talking with a thankful face. And I now. Clover pursed her lips with a worried look on her face. I don't know. Seeing Ernai crying made her feel very uncomfortable. After calming down, Wojo-kun, please, can you bend down a bit? I have something to say to you. Suddenly, Ernai stopped in his tracks. His eyes were full of shyness, and his voice trembled slightly. Gojo Satoru was taken aback for a moment, a little guessing in his mind, but still bent down. Mua. Pink Sakura's lips suddenly imprinted on Gojo Satoru's cheek. At this moment, time seems to have stopped. The four Nakano sisters behind were also surprised and speechless, waving their arms as if they wanted to express something. Almost 2 seconds passed. Nino blushed and moved away Sakura's lips, subconsciously pulled the long hair at the ear and temple with her left hand, and said in a trembling voice, You don't think too much. This is my kiss to express my gratitude to you. Don't think too much. Being able to kiss the other person's face is already her limit. Standing up slowly, Gojo Goku smiled and patted the opponent's small head. Yes, I don't think much about it. It's almost 8 o'clock now. I'll take you back. Your sister may also be in a hurry. This arrogant look is the Ernai in his impression. At the end, he took a meaningful look at the back. The four sisters were already hiding in the haystack behind, but the slightly exposed green ribbon at the corner showed that they were hiding the master, Yatsubo, again. After that, the two of them also left. Only the excited four sisters remained. You're so bold. Ernai is so bold. You actually kissed me. Clover screamed exaggeratedly. She felt like another world had opened up in her little head. Yes, yes, indeed. May's eyes seemed to be rolling, and her mouth stammered. Sanji didn't speak, but her flushed face seemed to be expressing the same feeling. As for Ihua, she was thinking about it in a thoughtful manner. She was wondering if she should find a time to talk to Nineo and let the other party show their cards. Chapter 30. Seeing Gojo Satoru and the two walking in the direction that seems to lead to the home side. In order to prevent Ernai from noticing the strangeness, Ihua and the others also took a taxi and hurried home. 8:11. Gojo Satoru and Nino arrived outside the latter's community. Then, I'll go up first, Gojo-kun. While talking, Ernai took out her mobile phone and prepared to call Ihua and the others to report that she was safe and said that she was almost home. After a few seconds, there was no response. With some doubts, she raised her head and looked at Gojo Satoru next to her. I saw that Gojo Satoru kept leaning sideways, his eyes staring straight ahead, as if he was looking at something. Fives. Jojo. Suddenly, Gojo Satoru let out a roar, and his blindfolded face suddenly turned into an invincible face. Ugh. Nino was stunned. Isn't this style of painting wrong? Dio. In the distance, the same roar sounded. I saw a figure in a blue beach suit walking over in the dark night. He also has an invincible face, and his eyes under the glasses with red frames are full of anger. Nino became at a loss, looking at Gojo Satoru for a while, and looking at the figure for a while. Look at this, is it going to fight? The bodies of the two collided together, and their invincible faces seemed to suppress each other. They stared at each other for about 5 seconds, and instantly, ha, the style of painting returned to normal, and he couldn't help laughing. This confused Ernai, who thought they were going to fight again. Is this going to fight or not? Hey, Arima, why did you come to Tokyo? Gojo Satoru folded his arms, his face a little unhappy. This kid came to Tokyo to look for him. There must be something wrong. There is a horse, that is, Tsuchimikado has a horse. He pushed his glasses, showing a sad look, and even started to cry, speaking aggrievedly. Crying, Wutiao-kun, why is your attitude like this? I came all the way from Kyoto to find you. Aren't you happy? Unhappy, go back to Kyoto. 5 in different faces.jpg. Why are you doing this? Tsuchimikado Arima shouted like thunder. What do you mean I am like this? If you come to Tokyo to find me, there must be some bad things. I can tell you, Arima, I want to live a life of salted fish and meditation. Don't bother me with some bad things. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel. Gojo Satoru said with a displeased face, and raised his fist at the end. This frightened Tsuchimikado Arima to smile coyly, and took a few steps back. Ahem, it's not a bad thing. He straightened his face. Yonoya, do you know? Hwayi Hongshu? Gojo's eyes flashed, but he still showed a confused expression. Huh? The Kamisato family? Is there such a family? I'm talking about the Hwaya family. Hwaya. Tsuchimikado scratched his head anxiously. If it wasn't that he couldn't beat this white-haired B**************************** D. Hey, I also have half white hair. Ahem, if it wasn't that he didn't want to kiss the earth again, he would have to let the other party taste his strength. Okay, I know. The Hwaya family, the famous Onmyoji family in Kyoto. What's the matter? Gojo Satoru wasn't acting weird anymore, and his face returned to normal. Well, that's... Tsuchimikado Arima wanted to say something, but after saying the first sentence, he suddenly looked at Nino, who was not far away. Air now also seemed to have seen the meaning of this strange man's eyes, and immediately called out. Mr. Wutiao, then I'll go back first. After speaking, he trotted in, and Gojo Satoru didn't intervene and responded with slow down. To be honest, he didn't want these girls to get involved in the affairs of the other world either. Hey, Gojo-kun, you hooked up with such a beautiful girl within a month after you came to Tokyo. Tsuchimikado Arima put his wretched face on Gojo Satoru's shoulder and said, How about you introduce one to me? Huh? If you say this, I will be sleepy. I happen to have Genyu's phone number. As he said that, Gojo Satoru took out his mobile phone, flipped through the phone book, and seemed to really want to make a call. 5 lords. With a roar, Tsuchimikado Arima's face instantly turned ugly. With a backward sliding shovel, the whole person knelt down on the ground. Please forgive me. Chapter 31. Oh, I haven't eaten the thin sliced yokan from Kyoto recently. I want to eat it, especially the sweet one, but it's so far away. I don't want to go there. It's so annoying. Someone can help me. Playing with his fingernails, Gojo Satoru seemed to be talking to himself unintentionally. I'll buy it for you. I'll buy it for you for half a month. Raising his head, Tsuchimikado Arima said firmly. Huh? For half a month? It seems that some people are not sincere. 1 month? No, 2 months worth. Hey, Arima, why are you kneeling? Oh, there's no need for us buddies to make such a grand ceremony. Gojo Satoru seemed to be a different person, with a smile all over his face, and with a hint of blame in his mouth. He helped his good brother to stand up. The speed of this face change made Tsuchimikado Arima's face twitch. But the more I see it, the more I am familiar with it. All right, Gojo-kun, let's talk about business. Tsuchimikado Arima straightened his face. The orphan of the Hwaya family, Hwaya Hongshu, do you know? Wano Hongshu? That cute girl who shouts all day long to wipe out the filth in the world. You know, what's wrong? Gojo Satoru sat down on the green belt behind him, bored in every possible way. She recently wanted to leave Kyoto and said she would come to Tokyo, so I thought you were in Tokyo, and I just let her enter your school and home. As for Funo, it's fine to live there. Tsuchimikado Arima was also sitting on the green belt with a serious face. Silence. The air froze for about a minute. Yuma, why don't you use my place as a foster home, and the nanny will accompany you? Gojo Satoru said with a flat face, unable to notice any expression. No, you misunderstood me. What I mean is, just don't let her die. Tsuchimikado Arima pushed the red-framed eyes, which were full of coldness. In order to end the millennium battle between Onmyoji and filth, he can calculate and even abandon anyone. For the sake of righteousness, we will do anything. Give me a reason. When you didn't appear in the Inyang realm a year ago, I already noticed that there seemed to be a hidden destiny in Hwaya Hongshu. But after you came to the Inyang realm, the whole sky was blurred and couldn't be seen clearly. So I thought about Hwaya Hongshu. Since Hongshu is coming to Tokyo, I hope you can keep an eye on her and keep her from dying. Gojo Satoru was silent and looked sideways at Tsuchimikado Arima. What kind of fate is hidden? He naturally knows what. The fate of the double star. And filth and wildness. And Tsuchimikado Arima was also silent. waiting for Gojo Satoru's response. If the other party really disagrees, then only one of the 12 days will be sent to Tokyo. I also want Kikufuku from Kyoto. What? Tsuchimikado Arima was stunned, but then he reacted immediately and grinned. I'll buy you the best one for 2 months. Ugh, scratching the back of his head, Gojo Satoru sighed. To be honest, he just wanted to be an ordinary salted fish teacher, so it felt like he was back in the world of magic again. Then I'll go to Gojo-kun first. She may come to Tokyo in about a week to 2 weeks. I'll let you know when the time comes, so I'll trouble you by. Patting the ashes of the leather drum, Tsuchimikado Arima took out the transfer talisman while talking. After saying the last sentence, a burst of white light flashed from his body, and he disappeared. Ding dong. At the same time, all the information about Hongshu Huaya appeared on Gojo Satoru's mobile phone. Family relationship, date of birth, age, movement track, spell ability, etc. Flipping through Huaya Hongshu's materials, Gojo Satoru rubbed his smooth chin and muttered to himself. It's fine, let's train her as Xiaowi's training method before. To put it nicely, it is the way of training Fu Heihui in the past, but to put it badly, it is the whole process of stalking. Standing up and stretching, Gojo Satoru was also ready to go home. After all, if it was later, my sister might be worried. You can't leave me. I can't forget you. Without you, I'm like a fish dying of thirst. Sure enough, just thinking about it, the phone rang. Seeing the note, Xiaobu, on the call, Gojo Satoru connected the phone. Hey, my lovely sister, what's the matter? Big brother, bring me a few bottles of Coke when you come back. There is no Coke at home. You don't care about what time your big brother returns home. Big brother, don't do it at night. Okay, I see. I'll be back later. Yeah, I'll wait for you. Hurry up. After hanging up the phone and looking up at the perfectly round moon tonight, Gojo Satoru was also ready to go home. If you buy Fat Boy Happy Water at a convenience store, you should buy a box. After all, if you buy a few bottles, they will be gone in a day or two. Chapter 32. Sunday. Gojo Satoru yawned and walked out of the room, ready to go to the toilet to wash up. However, as soon as he walked into the toilet, he saw Xiaobu wearing a JK costume different from the Sobu High School uniform. Huh? Has the sun risen from the west? You got up so early today. Picking up the mouthwash cup on the sink, Gojo Satoru said jokingly. Xiaobu brushed his teeth and didn't answer, but rolled his eyes in the mirror. Because every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday I play games all night, so I basically wake up when I eat at noon, go back to sleep after eating, eat at night when I wake up, and stay overnight after eating. And this morning, at 8:30, she got up. After spitting out the mouthwash, Xiaobu placed the mouthwash cup while talking. Big brother, I'm going shopping with Lai Lai today. I won't prepare mine for lunch and dinner. I promise to be back before 10 o'clock. Gojo Satoru gritted his teeth and nodded to show he understood. Although Tokyo is indeed not safe recently, but his sister has the amulet he gave, which is enough to resist the attack and let him reach the battlefield. So, don't worry too much. Walking to the porch at the door and putting on her small leather shoes, Xiaobu pushed open the door, not forgetting to shout, I'm out, big brother. Boom. The sound of closing the door sounded. After trotting out of the floor of the high-end apartment, Xiaobu saw Ebi's famous dish that he had been waiting for a long time. The wine-red short hair reaches only to the neck, with 2 braids just above the shoulders, and a shrimp-shaped hair accessory between the red baisheng on the head. The eyes are the same color as the hair, and the face is extremely cute. The whole person is like a natural dumb. Little buried. Seeing Xiaobu running over, Ebi no Ming Kai waved excitedly and even jumped up. But with this jump, Xiaobu, who was originally smiling, became expressionless in an instant, with a murderous look in his eyes. Damn it, how could it be so big? Subconsciously measuring the gap between the two sides, it was obvious that she was instantly killed. What's the matter, baby? Looking at the girl with a suddenly expressionless face, Ebina Nina asked in confusion because she didn't understand. No, nothing, let's go. Barely forced to smile, Xiaobu said. At the same time, hypnosis is constantly in my heart. I am still in the development stage and have the opportunity to grow. Yeah, let's go. Hearing to go, Ebino Minkai was instantly excited, her wine-red eyes gleaming with excitement. Today, the direction of their shopping is Shibuya. I have to take the tram. Would you home? Gojo Satoru was lying on the sofa and watching TV, but he was also drowsy. After all, this variety show was too boring. Yawning, he stood up. Forget it. Let Xiaobu tidy up the room. As a big brother, it really broke my heart. Pushing away from Xiaobu's room, a scent came to his face, which was not the smell of perfume, but the body fragrance naturally emitted by the human body. Ah, I knew it. The computer was not turned off. Looking at the computer that is turned on, even the game screen is still on the screen, but it has been suspended. Thinking that he failed, Gojo Satoru didn't turn off the computer, but simply tidied up the scattered clothes on the small buried bed and even under the bed. After picking up the hanger to hang up the clothes again, he looked around the room and nodded in satisfaction. This appearance is much more pleasing to the eye. After turning off the lights and closing the door again, Gojo Satoru felt lonely, empty, and cold in an instant. Let's go to Shaojing to play, and drive the car by the way. I haven't driven my Kawasaki for a long time. He muttered softly. As he said that, he wanted to go to the entrance to change his shoes, but suddenly his body paused. Gojo Satoru turned around and walked to the toilet, picked up the corner of the blindfold with his right hand, and then slowly pulled it up. White eyelashes, pale blue pupils with white mist, and a handsome face are fully revealed. It seems that the whole person looks like a cool, handsome guy. But, the next second, Gojo Satoru held his face in both hands, blushing with confusion, and said narcissistically, "Ah, handsome Wu Tiao is still so handsome. He's so handsome." After staring at himself in the mirror for a while, he returned to his room and took out the sunglasses he hadn't worn for a long time. Although I haven't worn it for a long time, it didn't get any dust in the box. Just wipe it with a paper. I really look forward to Xiaojing's stunned chin. Gojo Satoru, who was secretly laughing in his heart, picked up the key and opened the door and left. Head straight to the underground parking lot and drive your own Kawasaki. Duh. Chapter 33. Tokyo, Shibuya. As one of Tokyo's 23 wards, Shibuya is an extremely individual administrative district where famous department stores, fashion stores, restaurants, coffee shops, gaming facilities, and folk facilities are densely packed. It is an urban area that is also listed as a street that never sleeps 24 hours, like Shinjuku, and it is also known as a street of young people. Similarly, fish and dragons are mixed here, scouts, cosplayers, gangsters, all kinds of people may be encountered on the street. In a commercial building, on the third floor, the Pokemon Center. Super Dream. As soon as he entered, Xiaobu saw Xiaoming placed in a jar by the door, and his eyes lit up immediately. "It's so cool, Xiaobu. Do you think it's alive?" "I think it's so realistic. It seems to be alive." Ebi Night's Eye shook Xiaobu's arm excitedly. "How could it be alive, Lai Lai?" Xiaobu smiled helplessly at her girlfriend's naturally dumbfounded appearance. "Come on, let's go in and take a look." Uh-huh. The two women walked in, holding each other's arms. After all, there are too many tourists around, and if you don't pay attention, everyone may get separated. In a small villa, Hiratsuka Shizuka and Gojo Satoru sat face to face. Neither of them spoke, they just looked at each other. "You are Wu." Looking at the handsome man in front of him, Shizuka Hiratsuka had an extremely strange expression on his face. After knowing each other for nearly half a year, it was the first time she saw Gojo Satoru with the blindfold removed. "I have to say he is really handsome." "It's me." "Xiaojing, are you surprised or not?" Grinning, Gojo Satoru was full of anticipation. It seemed that he wanted to see the surprised look of the other party. "Oh, no surprise." Shizuka Hiratsuka immediately withdrew her expression and said calmly, "Hey, I still want to see Xiaojing's surprised appearance. Xiaojing, you are so boring." Gojo Satoru suddenly fell down and fell on the sofa. "Boring. Tired. This world should be destroyed quickly." "Cut, idiot." Hiratsuka Shizuka secretly smiled. Although I was really surprised by Gojo Satoru's appearance, she was already past the age of seeing her face. "But Wu, why are you here looking for me this time?" Hiratsuka Shizuka asked curiously, but seemed to be thinking about something, and immediately covered her chest and said vigilantly, "Sexy things are not allowed. What kind of person do you think I am? I'm just too bored. I came to play with you, have lunch, and I want to go racing with you by the way." Gojo Satoru, who was lying on the sofa, spoke weakly. "It's okay to have lunch, but I have to go to my father's place in the afternoon. He seems to have something to tell me." "I'm sorry, Hawu." Shizuka Hiratsuka thought for a while, then said with an apologetic face, "It's rare that I ride Kawasaki out. You have to go to your father's place. Forget it, it's okay." Hearing this, Gojo Satoru felt even more helpless. The whole person is like a fish dying of thirst. Tired, really tired. In the afternoon, let's go to Akihabara for a walk. Seeing his man's appearance, Hiratsuka Shizuka still couldn't bear it after all, struggled for a while, and slowly opened his mouth. "Okay, I'll make it up to you." After saying this, she also blushed. "Compensate. I won't be sleepy if you mention this." Although he thought so, Gojo Satoru remained silent and motionless. This shabby appearance directly made Hiratsuka Shizuka understand the meaning of it. "Really, if I want to take the initiative, how can a girl take the initiative?" Muttering silently in her heart, she shrank her feet back and took off her slippers. Lips printed on a long time. Hiratsuka Shizuka took a big gulp of air, still keeping the other party's tuoi on her lips. "Xiao Jing, your ability to hold your breath still needs to be improved. It's only been a few minutes." Gojo Satoru, who was pressed below, spoke lazily. "What is a few minutes?" Hiratsuka pursed her lips and then stretched out her right hand to wipe the saliva from her mouth. "Okay, I've given you the compensation. What do you want for lunch?" With that said, she took out her cell phone. "It's fine, just arrange for dessert by the way. Let's eat Huxia food then." Shizuka Hiratsuka was also browsing Huxia food delivery shops on her mobile phone. Chapter 34. In a blink of an eye, it was afternoon. Xiao Bui and Ebino Minkai are sitting on a bench in a park. There are quite a few shopping bags next to them, including clothes for summer and some snacks, as well as Gojo Satoru's favorite kikafu. "By the way, Xiaobu, the last 5 big brothers, have you come back from Kyoto?" Eating rice balls, Ebi's famous Kai said, inexplicably looking forward to it. Xiaobu, who was also eating rice balls, stopped. "Damn it. I treat you as my best friend, but you want to be my sister-in-law." Glancing at her good girlfriend, she felt extremely upset. "I came back a long time ago, and even went to Zonwu High School to be the head teacher of the 1st grade?" Xiaobu said sullenly. "I'm the head teacher of the 1st grade at Sobu High School." Ebino Minkai said in surprise. "But why didn't I meet 5 big brothers?" "That's because the big brother is either fishing or asking for leave all day long. So the first day of school is decent." This sentence was not uttered. Xiaobu just complained in his heart. "He's in grade 1. You're in grade 2. Wow, that girl is so beautiful, but is she being harassed?" Before Xiaobu could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the exclamation of Ebi's famous Kai beside him. "So beautiful? Being harassed?" Xiaobu's heart moved, and he looked along. "I saw a boy with short hair and big round glasses talking excitedly next to a girl." Because Xiaobu, whose back was turned, couldn't see his face clearly, he only saw a head of long silver hair. And that girl seemed very impatient, and she would reply or nod if others said 10 words. It seemed that she was really impatient with the quarrel. The girl scolded the other party a few words, but the boy was still chattering, with a sincere and serious face. "Come on, let's go and help her." Although she didn't see the face, but as a girl, Xiaobu was definitely willing to make a move. "Okay." Ebi's famous dish nodded heavily. The two held hands and walked over together. As soon as he passed, he heard what the man said. "Really, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. You are the most suitable as the 2nd female in my game. A mixed-race girl who has returned to Dacia. What a great setting this is." "Game settings?" Xiao Bushio frowned, but still pretended to be an acquaintance, walked to the side of the girl, took her arm, and said happily and unexpectedly, "Why are you here? Why didn't you tell me when you came to Tokyo? Really, we haven't seen each other for several years. Instead of coming to see me first, we actually came to Shibuya to play." The girl was a little confused, but when she saw Xiaobu's blinking eyes, she immediately came to her senses. Then she said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I just wanted to visit you at night after I came to Shibuya for a tour, to give you a surprise." "It's okay, but this is you?" Xiaobu's tone was a bit hesitant, as if he was not sure about the other party's identity. "It's just a stranger." "No, I'm actually a game designer, and I'm choosing your friend as the 2nd female character in my game." Hearing that he was a stranger, the boy immediately explained, "Your name is an Iluan?" Suddenly, Ebino Minkikai, who was silent at the side, spoke. Are you a high school student? Huh? How do you know? Aniluan was also a little confused. We are from Zongwu High School. I have heard of your name. The whole classroom is covered with two-dimensional pictures. I heard that the scale is quite large. Ebi's famous dish Kai said with some disgust. No, this is... Okay, we're going to catch up on the old days. As an outsider, you don't want to intervene in the topic of our girls, right? Aniluan Yijun. Aniluan also wanted to explain, but was immediately interrupted by the girl. Hearing this, he hesitated and wanted to say something, but then he sighed and left lonely. Seeing that the figure of the other party has completely disappeared behind sight, the girl breathed a sigh of relief and said to Xiaobu and Ebi's famous dishes with a grateful face. Thank you both for your help, otherwise I don't know what to do. It's okay, we are both girls and we must help each other. If you want me to tell you, just keep scolding him to see if he can leave, and if he can't, call the police. The two women talked to each other, with disgust on their faces. When you guys didn't come, I was thinking of calling the police. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm so rude. My name is Xia Chuan Jinliang. Please give me your advice. My name is Woody Abu. Just call me Xiaobu. Hey, Jinliang. Hello, my name is Hai Lao Ming Kai. Just call me Lai Lai. Please give me your advice. Well, baby Lai Lai. Xia Chuan smiled lightly. With this smile, even Xiaobu had to admit that the other party was really pretty. With long silver hair, blue eyes, and surprisingly delicate facial features, elf-like cheeks, and white skin like snowflakes. Chapter 35. Huh? That's really cool. You really just returned to Daxia not long ago? Sitting on a park bench, Xiaobu covered her mouth in surprise. Just now I heard that an Eluan also said that the game is set to return to the country girl, but it turns out that the other party is really from the country that returned not long ago. Well, I just came back some time ago. It seems that we are still classmates. Xia Chuan smiled mysteriously. The school I entered after returning to Daxia is Zongwu High School. I will enroll next week. Then we are really classmates. We can meet every day. Ebi Nightseye smiled, revealing two small dimples on her cheeks. As a simple girl, I heard that the girl I just met was planning to enroll in Sobu High School. A lot of happy emotions suddenly appeared in my heart. However, are you in the second grade or the first grade? Xia Chuan Jinliang said with some doubts. I'm in the first grade, like Class F in the first grade? Class F, first grade? X2-inch Xiaobu and Hai Lao Ming Kai looked at each other, and they both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. First year Class F? Isn't this the class of Big Brother, 5 Big Brothers? What happened to me entering Class F this year? Xia Chuan said in a weak tone. They seemed to be surprised by their appearance. Is there anything special about this class? Xiaobu pressed his cheeks and organized his words before speaking. We are in Class A of the second year, and Lai Lai and I are in the same class. As for Class F of the first year, this is the class led by my big brother, so Lai Lai and I were a little surprised. The class your big brother leads? Xia Chuan Jinliang was also surprised. This fate can't be stopped when it comes. When I first met, both of them turned out to be students of Zongwu High School. Although they were divided into first and second grades, the first grade class she transferred to was actually the class led by the other big brother. This is too fate. In an instant, her affection for the two girls soared, and her originally vicious personality subsided. Then we are really destined. Do you want to have dinner together tonight? Xia Chuan had a look of anticipation. Because she had just returned to Daxia not long ago, her father also went on a business trip, so he rented a one-person apartment for her to live in. Apart from sending money regularly every month, he basically never came back. You can also go home later at night. As for spending the night outside, forget it. Okay, can I call my big brother over tonight? Xiaobu said. This remark made Ebi Minkai beside her look happy, but her cheeks turned red again instantly. She remembered that every time the 5 big brothers saw her, they would gently pinch her face, saying that Lai Lai had become cute again. You big brother? Xia Chuan Jinliang hesitated for a while, but still nodded. Yes, after all, I also want to be the first to get to know my head teacher this year. Well, then I'll call my big brother. Saying that, Xiaobu took out his mobile phone from his bag. After finding the phone number marked Big Brother, she called it. Sorry, your current mobile phone has no signal. Please try again later. Huh? My phone has no signal. Hearing the prompt tone, Xiaobu put the phone in front of him and looked at it. He was a little puzzled when he saw no signal displayed in the upper right corner. You must know that there are signal base stations in every area of Tokyo and Shibuya. How could there be no signal? Haha. Suddenly, there were bursts of faint gasps and roars in the surrounding air. There are even roars of unknown animals. People walking in the park or walking their dogs stopped at this moment, wondering if they heard it wrong. Wow, woof woof. The dogs on the lead started to go berserk, barking all around. It seemed as if he had encountered an enemy or a natural enemy and entered a state of alert. Xiaobu, did you hear anything? Hai Lao Ming Kai shrank back in fear and said in a trembling voice, I heard. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Xiaobu also became nervous. No, it can't be a ghost. Xia Chuan said tremblingly. Obai's arms hugged herself, as if this could give herself a little warmth. No, Xiaobu just wanted to say something, but his eyes suddenly went dark and then brightened. The whole world has undergone earth-shaking changes. The blood-red sky, dilapidated buildings, and bad-smelling air are all in sight. Where is this? Xiaobu murmured with a stunned expression. Akihabara. Gojo Satoru was sitting on a chair, eating the shamisen dumplings in his hands. His brain couldn't help but wonder what to eat for dinner. Oh, I'm really confused. I don't know what to eat. Forget it, let's go eat. He was smiling at first, but suddenly Gojo Satoru's face changed. His narrowed eyes suddenly opened with a smile, and he turned his head to look into the distance. That place is Shibuya. At the same time, the amulet he gave Xiaobu was activated. You can't leave me. I can't forget you. Without you, I'm like a fish dying of thirst. The cell phone rang. Gojo Satoru, who was frowning, saw that the call was from the Tokyo Onmyo branch, so he connected. Hey, this is Gojo Satoru. Gojo-sama is bad. There was a large-scale disappearance of human beings in the Shibuya area. It is suspected that all of them disappeared in the wilderness. With the park as the radius, all the people in the other surrounding residential buildings disappeared. The caller on the phone was extremely nervous and flustered. We have sent a large number of onmyoges to rescue, but we also ask Lord Wuqiao to go. Too many people have disappeared, please. Wow, quack. After finishing speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Gojo Wu's eyes were full of coldness. Needless to say, he is also going to the wilderness. Chapter 36. Xingho Dormitory. I am back. The young man with black red hair and fiery red eyes walked into the room with a disappointed expression on his face. He just confessed to a girl of the same level as him, and the result was not unexpected. Rejected again. Alas, the potter's wheel is back. At this time, a loud male voice came from the living room. Tat-tat-tat. There was the sound of the floor being stepped on. I saw a man wearing a white hunting suit, with a prickly hair and a braid tied around his ear, walking over. Looking at the white hunting clothes worn by the man in front of him, the young man, no, it should be the flame demon Hall, Pulley raised his eyelids, then lowered his head, and asked in a low voice while changing his indoor shoes. Liang Wu, is there any filth around here again? It should be time for dinner. Let's go after eating. No, the situation is urgent now, so I don't even care about eating. Kuretsuji Ryogo immediately echoed his rejection, his face full of seriousness. If you look closely, you can see the tension and urgency in his eyes. The potter's wheel of the flame demon hall was taken aback. You must know that even if there is filth nearby, there is no need to go out in such a hurry. After all, most of the time, the filth can't harm people. Unless it is a particularly strong kind of filth, such as the snake level. Only the real snake level can barely break through the wild of disaster, and force people who are born with magic power to enter the wild of disaster. As for Visara's words, only the upper echelons of the Yin-Yang world know. There is no need for ordinary onmyoges to understand. After all, you may never meet them in your life. Waiting for the reaction of the flame demon hall's potter's wheel, Ryogo Kuretsuji shouted anxiously towards the corridor inside the house. Shinasuke, are you alright? I'm coming. I was just looking for the spell to unlock the gate of disaster. Here we come. In the corridor, two men also wearing white hunting clothes ran out of a room. They are Yuzuka-suke and Kunizaki Shinasuke, respectively. Yo, Potter's Wheel, you're back. You don't need to keep us for dinner. You can eat first. The two also greeted the Flame Demon Hall's potter's wheel and reminded them. Without saying much, the three of them said together, "We're going out," and hurriedly got into the commercial vehicle parked at the door. Watching the commercial vehicle go away, Yanmatan's potters will still remain puzzled. And at this moment, an old man's figure came out from the depths of the corridor, and the old voice spoke slowly, as if trying to solve his doubts. "I heard from Liang Wu that this time it was a large-scale pollution incident. At least 1,000 people disappeared from Shibuya. The onmyoges in the city have also set off. Thousands of people disappeared." The pupils of Flame Demon Hall's pulley shrank violently. Even the exorcists from the exorcism private school were dispatched, which shows the seriousness of the matter. Kyoto, Inyang Liao. Tsuchimikado Arima also just received the information from Shibuya, and he changed from his usual black-bellied, hippie-smiling face, and his expression was full of solemnity. Even if there are a large number of snake-level and real snake-level filth gathered, it is unlikely that thousands of people will be pulled into the wild. He placed his hands crossed on the solid wood table, and a guess emerged in his mind. Has Visara made a move? No, it's unlikely, and Visara can't do this. There are other behind-the-scenes black hands who interfere with the stable order of the two worlds. Thinking of this, Tsuchimikado Arima shouted hastily, "Mikage Koen, I am here." The door was opened, and a dark-skinned man in a black robe walked in. Which 12 heavenly general is the closest to Tokyo now? 12 heavenly generals? It seems to be Master Qingxian. He returned to Tokyo yesterday. It seems that there is something at home. Tsuchimikado Mikage thought for a while and said, "Is the sky clear? This is not enough." Tsuchimikado Arima narrowed his eyes. "You must know that even Pasera and the 12 heavenly generals are best not to face it alone, not to mention that there is a mysterious behind-the-scenes manipulator in this dirty incident. Wait, how did I forget him?" Thinking of the fact that there was a certain white hair in Tokyo, Tsuchimikado Arima subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. If it was him, he would definitely be able to solve all the filth this time by himself. Even if a black hand appeared behind the scenes, he would be 100% dead. However, just in case, it is better to send 1 or 2 more 12 heavenly generals. Mikage Koen, please inform Ong and you can use the diversion talisman to go to Shibuya, Tokyo. Hey, Wu Tiao Koen, look at how nice I am, and called your old friend over, don't thank me. Wujo Wu, I'm not happy. Gojo Satoru appeared in his mind and thanked him with a grateful face, and Tsuchimikado Arima laughed with his waist stuck in his waist. Chapter 37. Disaster Wild. An unprecedented hunt is going on here. Numerous filth of various sizes crawled across the floors and streets, and their sharp claws and sharp teeth were their weapons to take human life. In the alley, a middle-aged man shivered and curled up in the corner of the wall, praying with his hands folded, and kept thinking in his heart, didn't see me. Boom. Loud footsteps sounded. The middle-aged man froze and raised his head in horror, only to see a filthy human figure about 50 meters tall passing by not far away. Breathing subconsciously stopped, and Fowl didn't seem to see this person, and raised his huge feet and ran slowly into the distance. Hoo-hoo, cough, cough. Seeing the filth gradually go away, the middle-aged man was also thankful that he didn't find himself. He took a big gulp of air, but he didn't take a few breaths, and coughed violently. Miasma is everywhere in the wilderness. If the mantra is extremely low, or even none, it won't last long before they will pass out. No, I have to live. Crawling up frantically, the middle-aged man decided to change places. However, just as he got up, a small beastly filth just happened to block the entrance of the alley. The middle-aged man paused and smiled miserably. What? Such tragedies happen in every corner. On the other side, in a building that looks like a commercial building, Xiaobui, Hai Lao Ming Kai Kai, and Xiachuan Jin Liang are all hiding in a shop, surrounded by hundreds of humans. All of them were humans who had successfully escaped from the park. Although there was filth everywhere after arriving in the wilderness, fortunately there were only a few near the park. More than 10 people died, and 9 out of 10 humans escaped. Escape to the nearest commercial building that can be hidden. Suck, Xiaobu, do you think we can't go back? Behind the cash register, Hai Lao Ming Kai Kai's eyes were full of tears, and she spoke in a choked tone. Suddenly came to this strange world, and was chased and killed by several black monsters. On the way to escape, I saw many scenes of human beings being eaten raw. This made the psychological defense of this girl under the sun in her life a little bit collapsed. Xiaobu didn't reply, but kept biting his lower lip. She doesn't know, and doesn't want to know. However, the balance in my heart faintly tilted toward the words, "I can't go back." Big brother. Looking at the peace talisman that he had been holding in his hand since he came to Huanai, Xiaobu's originally strong mentality broke his defenses in an instant. Tears fell drop by drop into the peace talisman. She is afraid. She is afraid that she will not be able to return to reality, and she is afraid that she will not be able to see her big brother. It's okay, we can definitely go back. At this time, Xiaochuan really cool to speak. With a forced smile, she comforted Ebino's famous dish beside her. Although he was trembling with fear, he still comforted others. You said, those monsters have never come here. Have they already left? I don't believe it unless you go out and see. Why should my husband go? Why don't you go? I just rely on what your husband said. In the shop, a small number of people whispered, but most of the people are still blind-eyed, apparently still living in fear. Roar. At this moment, there was a sudden roar in the building. In an instant, those who were still arguing immediately shut up. Crunch, crunch. The filthy footsteps echoed in the silent building like Shinigami urging them to death. It has been wandering around, and it can smell that there is a breath of human magic in this building. First floor, second floor, fourth floor. The gorilla-shaped filth stopped on the fourth floor. It tilted its head and walked towards a shop. And that shop is where Xiaobu and the others are located. That monster is coming. The people who had been observing outside panicked. The silent space and the resounding sound of footsteps finally caused one of the people's defenses to completely collapse. It was a young man, with a frenzied face. He picked up a clothes pole, rushed out, and shouted loudly, "Die to me, monster!" He swung the clothes pole and smashed it towards the dirt. HP -0 Filth grabbed the clothes pole with his right hand, flicked it, and the boy who was also holding the clothes pole flew backwards in an instant, hitting the wall heavily, and blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Help! Who will save me? Who will save me? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. My parents are still waiting for me. They wanted to rush, but they were completely blocked at the door by a few filth. Despair is coming. Die to me, filthy. Suddenly, an angry male voice came from the sky. A white figure descended rapidly from the sky, holding a sharp sword, and plunged into the orangutan's filthy back in an instant. Immediately, he drew out the big sword and waved it with both hands. The few filth blocking the door were completely removed and turned into bright pentagrams. As if the filth had been removed, the man let out a heavy breath, turned around, and said to the people who were staring blankly at him, "It's okay. I'm an Onmyoji from the Tokyo Onmyo branch, and I'm here to save you." Chapter 38. Tokyo Onmyo branch, Onmyoji. Everyone was overjoyed. "Let's go, take you back to reality." The man pretended to be relaxed and said with a smile on his face. He wanted to use this method to ease the tense atmosphere. After all, it seemed that many people had their hearts broken. The man wiped his waist, but he couldn't touch the familiar charm. His eyes twitched. Damn it! I forgot to bring the spell that unlocks the door to reality. Because the situation was too urgent, the Onmyoji in Tokyo went directly to the disaster field after receiving the order, which made many of them too anxious and forgot to bring their charms, and he was one of them. Forget it, go to the captain. Remembering that there were several Onmyoji teams outside the commercial building, the man waved and shouted, "Everyone please follow me, the other side." Gojo Satoru had already arrived in Phi. However, it was intercepted and truncated by people. Looking at the enchantment that has been synthesized around and the brown skin in front of him, there is a blood-eyed man with a little red crack in his one eye. Visera? The Visara I've never seen before. Gojo Satoru thought to himself. He had never seen this Pasala before. Even in his previous life, he had no impression of it at all. Obviously, the birth of this Pasala is mostly related to Gojo Satoru. After all, since he came to this world, the birth rate of filth has been much faster, and it is quite normal for a few strange Visaras to be born among them. Wujo Wu, the Yin-Yang world is the strongest in the contemporary era. I'm not wrong, am I? Pasala spoke with a hoarse voice. It's a great honor to be known by Visara, the highest rank. Gojo Satoru sat on the stone with an extremely calm expression. The sunglasses on his face had already been put back into his pocket. However, what is the purpose of your filth to drag thousands of people into the wild? Are you really afraid of completely angering the yin and yang world and even the exorcist? Oh, to provoke anger? Thousands of people are just bait. Our real goal is you, Gojo Satoru. Visara's mouth curled into an arrogant smile. Attract you to the wilderness, and let me kill you, the strongest in the world of yin and yang, and the balance of victory will completely fall on our side. Silence. The air suddenly became still. After a few seconds, Puchi ha ha. Kill me, right, kill me, ha. Gojo Satoru laughed and wiped the corners of his eyes with a smile, as if tears were coming out of his eyes. How long? It has been a long time since no one dared to talk to him like this. The chamber pot in the magic world also said the same, and the Vasala in this world also said the same. Really, so interesting. It is better to put one a boy at this time. Sweet dreams are also good. Then, give it a try. As soon as the voice fell, Pasara kicked her right leg, and the sound barrier was instantly torn apart, and a dark and terrifying mantra emerged from her right hand, and she grabbed it fiercely. Boom! The hills in the distance collapsed directly. Dust floated in the air, blocking Vasala's vision. Solve it. Not aware of any spell power, he secretly said in his heart. But, the next second, good strength. A plain voice sounded, and the dust gradually dissipated, and Gojo Satoru stood where he was unscathed. The snow-white hair was not even stained with a little dust, but the ground behind it was crushed like a heavy truck, and the pieces were full of gravel, forming like water droplets. No lower limit technique. How is this possible? Pasala was startled. However, he did not wait for his reaction. Gojo Satoru grabbed the opponent's right arm, kicked hard, and hit the ribs, and Visara flew upside down in midair in an instant. A white arc emerges. Visara wanted to adjust the position of his body trajectory in the air, but Gojo Satoru appeared in front of him in an instant, and a violent fist hit him in the face again. The trajectory of the body shifted again, and it flew upside down in another place like a kite that was unthreaded. But obviously, Gojo Satoru obviously didn't want to give the other party a chance to breathe. White figures frequently appeared in front of Pasala, and powerful forces bombarded every part of the latter's body. Fly to the other side, then hit back. The left, right, up and down are full of attack lines. Damn it! Visara roared angrily in midair. With his right hand, he quickly took out a yellowed charm. Dark crows emerge, hurrying like a law. The white air flow emerged, and the dark mana power skyrocketed. I saw raven-like wings growing from Visara's back, and sharp black claws appeared on both hands and feet. With a flap of its wings, white air swept around. But, less than a second. Sandbags should have the awareness of sandbags. Gojo Satoru appeared in front of him in an instant, pinching Pasara's throat with his big white hand, and slid directly backwards on the ground below. The blue eyes are full of killing intent and coldness. The pitch-black wings and body rubbed against the ground crazily, which made Pasala's face go crazy. Go away. With a flap of wings, Visara broke free from his big hand. But, boom! Gojo Satoru appeared behind him again in an instant, hit and kicked sideways, and jumped directly into the building not far away. After passing through 5 buildings, it slowly stopped. Chapter 39. Sitting upside down on the cracked wall, Visara spat out a large pool of blood, and the wing feathers behind him had already detached a lot, and even one of them had a huge blood hole. Damn it! Is he really an Onmyoji? The fear in Pasala's eyes has almost turned into substance. This is simply not the power that humans should have. No matter how much he resisted, he just couldn't resist, like a shackle on his body. No matter how he used his spell power, or even took out his trump card, hurry up like a law. In front of that man, he was still like a child with a toy knife. Oh, I still have the strength to struggle. With a teleportation, Gojo Satoru reappeared in front of Pasala in an instant. 5 woo. With a roar, Visara struggled to stand up again. With a flap of wings behind him, countless pitch-black feathers flew over. However, a scene that frightened him appeared. Thousands of rapidly launching feathers actually floated quietly in front of Gojo Satoru at this moment. "Hey, how strong are your feathers? It looks quite bluffing." While speaking, Gojo Satoru poked curiously at the feathers that were shining white at the front. Feathers seemed to be like quiet kittens, just letting them be played with. "Gudon," Vasara swallowed in horror. This Woodiowu, the strongest yin and yang in the contemporary era, is simply not human. At the same time, he felt annoyed that he shouldn't have listened to Onwu's words to test the specific strength of this monster. "No, I have to escape." Pasala didn't want to die. Flapping his wings, he appeared in the air in the blink of an eye and flew to the distance quickly. Although there is an enchantment around, but this enchantment is only to restrict Wojo-wu, it has no effect on him. After flying for a few seconds, Basara's face beamed with joy when he saw that he had reached the edge of the barrier. No lower limit. Forward rotation technique. In midair, suddenly there was a huge pulling force from his body, and Posala's face panicked. He knew that it must be the method of that monster again. The wings fluttered frantically, but it was of no avail. The body continued to pull back, and at the same time, a huge boulder was flying towards him in the distance. These two are about to collide. Boom! There was a loud noise. White dust floats in the air. Ahem, it's so choking. Fanning the dust around, Gojo Satoru looked troubled. After the dust dissipated, Vasara was lying quietly on the ground, and the wings and claws behind her were gone. Walking on both feet, walking beside Pasara, then stretched out his right foot and stepped on the other's face fiercely, Gojo Satoru leaned down and asked with a smile, "How about you say kill me again?" Vasara didn't respond, and was still looking at the red and dark sky with dull eyes. "It's not interesting." Gojo Satoru curled his lips, let go of the opponent's right foot, turned around, and walked straight away. It seems that they don't care about the other party's life or death. No lower limit. Forward rotation technique. Song. A distorted space in the shape of a tadpole appeared in midair. Vasara was directly attracted to it, and his hard body was instantly torn into pieces. The pentagram bloomed. Pasala, pull it out. A minute later, the barrier was forcibly broken. And it was on the other side, on a mountain 10 kilometers away from the battlefield between Gojo Satoru and Pasala. And Wu with a mask folded his arms and muttered to himself, "Sure enough, he is indeed the strongest on Myoji today. I am afraid that the satanic demon king in the void world will be able to contend a little bit. The next action must be stopped. The Yin-Yang world must now suspect that there is a mastermind behind the scenes. TSK, I don't want to." "Why don't you want to do that?" Suddenly, a voice came, and Wu's pupil shrank. His body directly entered the fighting state, and his head turned to Jiniki, who heard the voice. "Gojo Satoru." "Yes, Gojo Satoru." As early as in the dialogue with the Basara fighting, Gojo Satoru's 6 eyes observed that someone was secretly peeping. A direct teleportation look. "Good guy. It's actually in Wu." "Gojo Satoru, I don't want to fight you right now, and if you have time to find me, you might as well go to the other side." As he said that, Onwu wanted to jump into the pitch-black Uzumaki behind him. However, he jumped fast, and Gojo Satoru's attack was also fast. No lower limit. Reversal art. Hex. The scarlet shock wave directly hit Enwu's body. In an instant, half of his body was directly blown to pieces, but Enwu still endured the pain and got into Uzumaki. "Well, let me spare your life first." Seeing Enwu's escape, Gojo Satoru seemed not surprised. If he wanted to, he could find Onwu again, but if he solved it, what about the fun in the future? But the other side. Chapter 40. After walking out of the commercial building, Xiaobu and the others saw the 20 or so people who were also wearing white hunting clothes outside the door. There are men and women, and the age seems to be no more than 30 years old. Is this the Onmyoji? Xiaobu looked curiously and thought to himself, this is different from the Onmyoji she imagined. Shouldn't Onmyoji hold spells and release wind, fire, thunder, and lightning? Why is there a cold weapon in hand? However, what Xiaobu didn't know was that the modern Onmyoji is completely different from the ancient Onmyoji. In ancient times, it is true that they all held spells, and a few held cold weapons that could be enchanted, but modern equipment with yin and yang spells can not only increase their survival rate, but also increase their damage to filth. Everyone knows how to use basic spells, but they are useless. It is basically useless to equip them with yin and yang spells. Of course, this has to exclude those yin-yang families with powerful spells and spells. The spells used by these families are completely different from ordinary onmyoges. Xiaobu, Lai, do you feel that the dark and gloomy air in the air has increased? At this time, Xiaochuan Jinliang suddenly spoke a word. I saw her looking up at her little head, her exquisite face staring into the distance with great enthusiasm. For some reason, there was an ominous premonition in her heart. More gray air? Xiaobu and Hai Lao Ming Kai looked at each other and looked around by themselves. From this point of view, it is true that the originally thin and dark gas has now become thicker, like a smog. It has indeed increased, and it smells so bad. Ebby Nightseye fanned the air with her small hands with a distressed expression. It seems that this will alleviate the bad air. After saying this, Xiaobu and Xiaochuan Jinliang couldn't help but nodded in agreement. There is one thing to say, this is really bad smell, but I don't know how to describe this bad smell. Anyway, it's right to smell bad. Dash at this time, a female onmyoji suddenly walked over clapping. Everyone be quiet for a while. Please listen to me first. In an instant, the originally noisy crowd of hundreds of people fell silent in an instant. After all, this is an onmyoji who can bring them back to the real world. The female onmyoji seemed very satisfied with this scene and spoke immediately. We will unlock the gate of reality later. After you return to reality, someone will meet you and ask you some questions, so please don't be afraid. They are all onmyoges. Captain, there is filth ahead. Everyone beware. Suddenly, there was a shout from the onmyoji behind. The female onmyoji was taken aback for a moment, then frowned deeply. Why don't you come late? Why don't you come? Why come at this time? Forget it. Anyway, the important things are basically explained clearly, so that when these ordinary people return to reality, they will see a group of strangers take them away and resist. In fact, ordinary people have never been aware of the affairs of the other world. It is entirely because ordinary people who entered the other world have their memories erased, forcing the real world to maintain a falsely stable and peaceful life. Makino, you guys quickly unlock the door of reality and let them go first. The female onmyoji hurriedly said to another person behind her. I know the captain. You guys should hurry back to reality later. Makino nodded solemnly. After finishing speaking, he beckoned to a few onmyoges, ready to take out the spell to unlock the door of reality. As for the rest of the onmyoji, they all resisted at the periphery to prevent the filth from entering. The 6 onmyoji led by Makino took out a spell from their waists at the same time and recited it at the same time. The door of reality, unlock it. X 6-inch silence, no response. How is this possible? Makino made a sound of panic. He had never encountered such a situation before, and the door of reality couldn't be opened. Makino, what's the matter with you? Why haven't you left yet? The angry voice of the female onmyoji came from a distance. Makino didn't respond, but took a deep breath and nodded to the 5 onmyoges who also adjusted their state. The door of reality, unlock. The magic power in the body is being drained at an extremely fast speed. There was a pleasant singing sound, and a 3-meter-long golden door that resembled a charm was opened. Run in quickly. Makino, whose right hand was already shaking, roared with difficulty. However, as soon as the voice fell, the door of reality dissipated. Mu Yi and the other 5 onmyoji collapsed from exhaustion and fell to the ground. Damn it, the magic power in my body can't even open the door of reality. He was a little puzzled, very puzzled. The magic power needed to unlock the gate of reality and the gate of disaster is extremely rare, but now no matter how 6 onmyoges unlock the gate of reality together, they can't unlock it. Makino, who fell on the ground, wanted to get up, but his body couldn't exert any strength at all. He even felt dizzy and his eyes blurred. No, it's the miasma. There's something wrong with the miasma. He finally realized that there was something wrong with the dense miasma in the air. Chapter 41. Makino, seeing that all 6 onmyoges in my fell to the ground behind them, the female onmyoges were all worried. Roar. The snake-shaped filth let out a roar. Taking advantage of the diversion of the female onmyoji's attention, she flicked the whip directly, sending the opponent flying more than 10 meters away. Puff! Flying upside down in midair, Her throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. All retreat. Climbing up from the ground with difficulty, the female onmyoji roared hoarsely. The surrounding filth gathered more and more. It was like an endless trend, and the 20 or so onmyojis alone couldn't resist it. The captain can't retreat, and the door to reality can't be opened at all. There is something wrong with this miasma. Finally, one of the onmyojis realized something was wrong and shouted anxiously. Just now, he wanted to unlock the door of reality, but his mana power was quickly drained. Fortunately, he cut off the transmission of mana power in advance. Otherwise, he would collapse on the ground. At the same time, he also found that his spell power had decreased, and he started to feel dizzy. There is something wrong with this dense miasma. The door of reality cannot be opened. Everyone panicked. Even if they are onmyojis, they are just ordinary people with special powers. Sooner or later, their spell power and physical strength will be exhausted. And if there is a snake level, or even a real snake level on the filthy side, then they will all be wiped out. Under the constant siege of filth, all the onmyojis in the periphery were forced to gather together. An outer circle and an inner circle are formed. The outer circle is onmyoji, etc., and the inner circle is full of ordinary people with hundreds of people. Xiaobu, we seem to be inseparable from here. Ebino Nainai said with the corners of her eyes red. Will we die here? Seeing an onmyoji in front of him was directly bitten off by a 6-meter-long giant snake-shaped filth, and a tragic cry came from his ear. She was so frightened that she couldn't move her body. At this moment, she really missed her mother and father. And none of this would have happened without her offer to go to Shibuya. Xiaobu, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If I didn't propose to come to Shibuya, we wouldn't have this kind of thing happen. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. It's not your fault, Lai. No. And it's okay. We'll be fine. Holding Hai Lao's famous dish, although Xiaobu was also afraid in his heart, he comforted others. Because her big brother told her, you must be strong when you encounter something, and the big brother is still there, big brother. On the other hand, Xiachuan Jinliang seemed to be surprisingly calm at the moment, and his expression did not fluctuate at all. But judging from her trembling body, her mood was not the same as her face. Suddenly, a small hand took Xiachuan Jinliang's small hand. She subconsciously turned her head to look, and saw the pale-faced Xiaobu holding her hand, forcing a forced smile. We'll be fine. Okay. Although he knew that these were comforting words, Xiachuan Jinliang still smiled slightly. Mom, I may not be able to find you. The ordinary people around were also panicked and yelled, hurry up and send us back to reality. Some people wanted to rush out of the filthy gap, but were immediately overwhelmed by the filth. Seeing the tragic situation of many people, most of them finally calmed down and wanted to run out. But if you don't run out, you can only wait to die here. Time passed slowly. In less than a minute, all the onmyojis were wounded, and the seriously injured even lost their own arms. Boom. Suddenly, there was a surge in the ground under Xiaobu's feet. Just 2 seconds, waiting for a reaction. The earth's crust has been pried. A huge rat-shaped filth emerged from the ground. The originally gathered people were directly divided into 2 parts. Chi. As soon as he got out, the filth locked on Xiaobu at the first sight. He opened his mouth wide, exposing his sharp front teeth, and bit down on it. Little buried. At this moment, time seems to have stopped. Xiaobu stared blankly at the filth that was biting him, and recalled all the details of his life with Gojo Satoru in an instant in his mind. There are noisy pictures. There are pictures of playing games together all night. There are pictures of shopping together, etc. It turns out that it is said on the internet that people can recall every bit of life before they die. It turns out that this is true. She closed her eyes. A line of hot tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. Big brother. OM. Suddenly, at this very moment, the amulet that Xiaobu had been holding in his hand suddenly shone brightly. A transparent barrier is centered on Xiaobu, expanding outward rapidly, and all the filth in the barrier is instantly removed. Pentagrams bloomed one after another, and all the hearts and desperate onmyojis who watched were dumbfounded. What's the matter? The onmyojis immediately locked on Xiaobu, who looked at the amulet in a daze. Gojo Satoru at this moment has just finished training Pasera. Chapter 42. Seeing the warm amulet in his hand, Xiaobu was stunned. What Gojo Satoru said to her a year ago can't help but come to mind. Nuwa Xiaobu. This is an amulet made by Big Brother himself. Hey, what is good soil? All right. Hurry up and take this with you. Wherever you go in the future, whether it's shopping or going to school, you must take this with you. In case of danger, it will bless you, hee. Bless me. Raising his head and looking at the enchantment that has enveloped everyone, Xiaobu's eyes became confused. Her big brother is definitely not an ordinary person. Little girl, you are. The female onmyoji was supported by another onmyoji and walked over, looking at Xiaobu with a look of surprise. That's right. The mana fluctuations came from this amulet, and this enchantment was also created by this amulet. However, looking at the appearance of this opponent, it is obvious that he does not know the function of the amulet. Xiaobu pursed his lips, then shook his head and said in a low voice, I don't know why it became like this. Although she already suspected that her big brother was an onmyoji, she still didn't say that this amulet was given by her big brother. The female onmyoji didn't say anything, just nodded. She is 30 years old this year, and it can be seen that Xiaobu is not lying, but the other party must know who gave it to her. But, so what if she knows? Is it possible that she still wants to force him to ask? Leaving aside the fact that there is a possibly extremely strong onmyoji standing behind this little girl, let's just say that this enchantment is equivalent to saving the lives of all of them. Seeing the ferocious filth outside the barrier, everyone was terrified, but they still breathed a sigh of relief. After sitting on the ground, all eyes were on Xiaobu, or rather, the amulet in Xiaobu's hand. Xiaobu, this amulet of yours, isn't it? Hai Lao Ming Kai trotted over from the other side, looking at the amulet with wine-red eyes, hesitating to speak. As Xiaobu's best friend, she naturally knows who gave the amulet. However, no one thought that this amulet would have such a function. Xiaobu seemed to be aware of Ebena's thoughts, and shook his head in confusion, as if to say, I don't know why it has this effect. Is this amulet given to you by your big brother? Next to Xia Chuan, Jinliang leaned into Xiaobu's ear and asked in a low voice. Xiaobu pulled his head back. His eyes were full of surprise. It's cool, how do you know? Cheat you casually, I didn't expect it to be just, hee, don't worry, I won't say it. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Xia Chuan stuck out his tongue mischievously and spoke softly. Xiaobu's big brother, Gojo Satoru, my homeroom teacher. I'm a little curious about you, roar. The filthy roars one after another scared the hearts of everyone who had gradually relaxed. Countless filth are trying to break this hood by any means. Xiaobu and the others watched nervously as the filth attacked the barrier. At the same time, there are many people who are also tense, hands folded, praying Amaterasu God tier. The onmyojis have no mood swings and have been bandaging the injured onmyoji. After all, based on the fluctuations in the spell power emitted by this enchantment, even if it is a real snake-level filth, don't try to break it. Just wait quietly for other onmyojis or exorcists to rescue. But suddenly at this moment, all the filthy voices in the roar paused, and then they began to retreat. They had no IQ and actually formed two paths, leaving a path in the middle. Boom, boom. Huge footsteps sounded, and a giant filth with a height of more than 50 meters, wearing red Sengoku samurai armor, and many halo symbols all over its body emerged from the hazy miasma. That is, what a tall monster. Could this be the king of these monsters? It's possible that the group of monsters all got out of the way, and only that monster wore a suit of samurai armor, and the rest didn't. This enchantment will not be broken. If you can't speak, don't speak. Ordinary people were discussing nervously. At this moment, the onmyoji and others also stopped their movements, and their complexions became serious and pale. From a long distance, they all felt the suffocating and terrifying spell power. This is 100% real snake-level filth, and it's still the one standing at the top. Everyone's emotions became tense. But at this very moment, two strange male voices suddenly echoed in the silent surroundings. Oh, Samurai Sengoku, he's so handsome. I want to take off his armor and wear it, but it's too big. Otherwise I'll have to cosplay Sengoku Samurai, huh? You. Hey, Wuqiao boy, haven't you noticed that the filth is about to complete its spell jump? Magic jump? Basara? That's not an ant. 5 disdainful faces. JPG. Tisk, sure enough, I can't get along with you. Of course, after all, you are a middle-aged man who got married and then divorced. I'm 18 years old forever, so we can't get along, slightly. You really owe it to me. Well, but you can't beat me. You can't beat me. Listening to this strange voice, from the beginning of the exchange to the subsequent bickering, black lines appeared on everyone's foreheads. However, in the crowd, there were two people listening in a daze. That is Xiaobu and Ebino famous dishes. They recognized the voice. Isn't that the voice of Big Brother, Five Big Brothers? Duh. Chapter 43. A few minutes ago, Gojo Satoru just wanted to teleport to Shibuya where Xiaobu is. Sudden, a burst of space fluctuations, the door to the disaster field was unlocked. A man appeared on the spot. I saw him wearing a white men's dress with a black bow tie at the neckline, with long dark green hair, a bunch of yellow hair falling back from the bangs, and extremely obvious dark circles in his eyes. Yo, isn't this the good-for-nothing uncle? Seeing this person, Gojo's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and shouted excitedly, Uncle Good-for-Nothing, cough cough. It should be one of the 12 heavenly generals in the modern Inyang world, and the sky is like a clear string. Title, White Tiger. Hearing this familiar voice and the very familiar words, Uncle Waist Chai, Tian Ruo Qingxian's originally stern face instantly darkened. Why are you here, silly boy? He looked at Gojo Satoru, who had already walked over with a bit of displeasure. What do you mean, why am I here? Uncle Useless, such a big event happened in Tokyo. How could I not be here? Gojo Satoru said with some dissatisfaction, and then asked in turn with a puzzled expression. And I should be the one asking why you are here, Uncle Useless. I don't want to talk to you. Get out of the way. Hey, why are you like this, Uncle Wastewood? I asked you kindly, but you ignored me. Woo woo woo. As expected, I am a lonely wanderer, and I can't fit into your big family at all. Looking at the pretending Wujo with a head full of black lines, Tianruo Qingxian stared with dead fish eyes and didn't know what to say. If someone called him Uncle Wastewood, he would have served him with fists, but this kid is different. There was a bet a few months ago, and he lost it directly. The bet was naturally a verbal title, and nothing could be refuted. As for if he wins, it is better for Gojo Satoru to stay away from him and not to bother him. But, obviously, it was Tianruo Qingxian who lost. As for the content of the bet, I will talk about it later. Hey, Uncle Waistchai, you came back to Tokyo to find Xiaoyu, right? Gojo Satoru still kept a smile on his face, but he looked joking. Wow, I'm so touched. Tang Tang will return to Tokyo in 12 days just for his daughter. I was moved to tears. Don't be funny, and you are not allowed to approach her, Tianruo Qingxian said with a warning face. Xiaoyu, also known as Inhai Yuliang, is his daughter and also his Inailen. No matter who wants to touch his daughter, it is not allowed. But Gojo Satoru waved his hand indifferently to the warning of this uncle good-for-nothing. I'm not interested in high school kids. Of course, it's different if the other party takes the initiative. Don't talk about this. Let's talk about this time first. Wu Chiao boy, you should be one step ahead of me. Why are you still here? Tianruo Qingxian asked with a puzzled face. According to the other party's name, Unlimited Art, he should have teleported to Shibuya long ago. Why stay where you are? Just pulled out of Asara. Why do you think I'm still here? Gojo Satoru rolled his eyes and said speechlessly. Just pulled out of Asara. Tianruo Qingxian's eyelids twitched. The mantra in his body was not in the slightest disorder. It didn't look like he had gone through a battle. But although he didn't like this inconspicuous kid very much, it was the terrifying power of the other party that made him convincing. Saying that one Visara was pulled out, one must be pulled out. Visara is just a slightly bigger ant. It's as simple as that, you. Gojo Satoru embraced him with both arms, raised his head slightly, and spoke in an extremely pretended manner. However, just halfway through the installation, he suddenly stopped. Hey, Uncle Wastewood, let's hurry over. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Xiaobu's amulet has been activated. Tianruo Qingxian curled his lips. If you hadn't kept talking, I would have passed by long ago, silly boy. Since you're going there, I'll take you away quickly. As he said that, Gojo Satoru put his shoulders on Ruo Qingxian's shoulders. No lower limit, forward rotation, teleportation. Looking at the safe and sound Ebino Kai and Xiaobu at the barrier below, Gojo Satoru showed a faint smile. It's okay. However, that girl with the same snow-white hair looks familiar. After rubbing his smooth chin a few times, Gojo Satoru finally chose to give up thinking. Hey boy, will you solve that thing, or will I solve it? Suddenly, Tianrua Qingxian next to him asked. Facing the real snake-level filth that was about to jump and spell power, his poker face like an ice sculpture did not fluctuate at all. Saying it was resolved was like an ant. Let me do it. Gojo Satoru bent down, put his hands on his thighs, moved his body, and at the same time, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Anyway, in front of my sister, let me play nice for a while. Chapter 44. Cut. Tianrua Qingxian glanced at Gojo Wu speechlessly, then jumped off the tall building and ran directly to the barrier below. He also wanted to check to see if the onmyojis and ordinary people below were seriously injured. In fact, in the final analysis, he is just a rotten good guy who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. After casually blasting and killing a few filth that blocked the way, Tianrua Qingxian walked directly into the barrier like ripples on the water surface. The enchantment only blocks filth and danger. Hey, you didn't suffer from serious injuries, did you? With a poker face, Tianrua Qingxian's indifferent voice reached everyone's ears. Seeing that the stranger in front of him seemed to be one of the male voices just now, Xiaobu and the others didn't have much emotion in their hearts. However, the onmyoji side became excited. You are. Suddenly, an onmyoji lying on the ground excitedly got up from the ground, shouting with surprise on his face. My lord. The female onmyoji accepted the words with a respectful expression. My lord. XN, 20 or so onmyoji shouted in unison. This shout made hundreds of ordinary people a little confused, but they also understood that this strange man might have a very high status on the side of onmyoji. Okay, have you? Tianrua Qingxian still had a straight face, and was about to continue asking what he said before, but when he saw the broken right arm of the onmyoji, who was the first to call him just now, he forcibly held back what he wanted to say. Once the right arm is broken, it basically ruins the journey of onmyoji. If you go to the hospital to get prosthetics, you will have no problems in your daily life. Heaven is like an adult. The female onmyoji came over with a questioning expression on her face. Excuse me, where is the other adult? To be able to quarrel with the White Tiger, one of the mighty 12 heavenly generals of the capital, must be another big shot in the world of yin and yang. Are you guys from the Tokyo yin-yang branch all this stupid? Tianrua Qingxian did not turn his head. His eyes were still looking ahead. The real snake-level filth wearing Sengoku armor has come out of the dense miasma, and the opponent's overall appearance is clearly visible. The ferocious and terrifying face was also covered by the mask, and the red armor was covered with cracks washed by time. You can't be wrong. This filth is much more powerful than other true snake-level filth, and it is about to complete the spell jump. Basara. The female onmyoji frowned, but she was not angry to scold them, but was thinking. Just 1 second. Is Wutiao-sama here? She blurted out. Tianrua Qingxian didn't reply, but overtested and glanced at the other party. From this point of view, it seems to be saying correct solution. Gojo adults, Gojo Wu. The mood of the female onmyoji was like riding a roller coaster at the moment, and her whole body trembled with excitement. If she were to choose an idol in the world of yin and yang, it would be Gojo Satoru, who was born a year ago. The Gojo Wu who is known as the cursed ceiling and the strongest yin and yang. Now they are actually fortunate enough to watch his battle. The warm-up activities are also finished. Standing straight with his slender body, Gojo twisted his neck, and his blue eyes looked at the low-level filth gathered below. Eat the appetizer first. After saying that, he jumped down the stairs without hesitation and landed vertically to the ground. Boom. The ground was directly sunk by 2 meters due to the huge falling force, and gray-white dust floated in the surrounding air. It has started. Seeing the suddenly hit ground in front of him, Tianrua Qingxian's indifferent eyes froze. The rest of the onmyojis were also watching intently. They all now know that the other adult is Gojo Wu from the legend, and the hundreds of ordinary people behind them subconsciously held their breath. Dust, gradually dissipating. Big brother, 5 big brothers. Seeing the dust dissipate in front of them, revealing the familiar white back, Xiaobu and Hai Lao Ming Kai stopped subconsciously. Although I was mentally prepared, I was still surprised. That is, my future teacher? From the expressions of the two daughters since they were young, Xiachuan Jinliang had already realized that the person might be her head teacher, Gojo Satoru. It is better to eat sold out here. Hey, scumbags. With a big hand waved away the remaining dust, the whole picture of Gojo Satoru appeared in front of everyone. I'm here for an appetizer. The magic power of the whole body is gradually being mobilized. Roar. XN feeling the majestic and powerful spell power, the originally quiet filth group began to roar wildly. Boom. There was a sudden surge in the ground on the left side of Gojo Satoru. A huge snake-shaped filth crazily turned out from the ground, opened its bloody mouth, and sprayed green venom from its sharp fangs at the same time. But no lower limit technique. Like the absolute domain, the sprayed venom was instantly separated when it was only 1 meter away from Gojo Satoru, like water droplets colliding with a material wall. Ganeda, you're in the way. Gently raised one hand. The scarlet light of the right hand radiated, and a small red energy ball appeared in the palm of the hand. Gojo Satoru's eyes at this moment were very cold. No lower limit. Reversal art. Hex boom. With a loud noise, the energy came out. In an instant, half of the snake-shaped filthy body was directly reduced to debris, leaving only the head still swaying in the air. Chapter 45. It is better to eat sold out here. The detached red energy ball did not jump far away, but suddenly exploded in midair. Terrifying power poured out. The filth on the left was directly turned into ashes, and countless pentagrams bloomed one after another. At the same time, the strong wind formed by the explosion force is also sweeping the audience. The snow-white hair color was directly blown into mess. Roar. The low-level filth, who have no IQ, still flock to rush. Now they just want to devour the man's magic power. No lower limit technique. Gojo Satoru clenched his fist with his right hand, and with his left hand, he directly grabbed the rhinoceros-shaped filth that was pushing him up. With a wave, it turns into residue. Even the wind of the fists swinging in the past completely pulled out the few filth that followed. Curse, power. A humanoid filth suddenly jumped over from behind the filth group. It in the air stammered with its ugly mouth. Obviously, this is also a real snake-level filth. The strong black arm hit Gojo Satoru's body directly. However, Gojo Satoru didn't move the slightest bit, but the ground behind him was torn apart in an instant, and countless residues and soil flew in the air. Finally, another real snake-level ant. Holding back the opponent's arm, Gojo Satoru revealed a cruel smile. As soon as his left arm exerted strength, the filth in midair was instantly pulled down, and he fell directly to the ground, and then a big foot suddenly kicked it over. Boom! The pentagram blooms, and the filth is directly removed. You ants are really getting in the way. Gojo Satoru was tired of killing the fowl that rushed towards him casually. After all, there are too many of these filths, and the stream is endless. I'm tired of playing, shouted. No lower limit. Forward rotation technique. Song. With a lift of the right hand, 5 fingers make a hook. The terrifying Uzumaki appears. Countless filth struggled to fly into the air. 1 by 2 collided together, and even the surrounding buildings gradually let out a burst of sound. Finally, there was a continuous tugging sound. Bouncing, tall buildings were also drawn into the air. Deliberately controlled. After all, the main course is still that samurai filth. Gudon. Inside the barrier, no matter the Onmyoji or Xiaobu and others swallowed their saliva with dull eyes. Looking at the continuously flashing pentagrams in midair, like fireworks, and a dozen tall buildings packed together, they seemed to have seen the doomsday scene. Is this Kamigod? Finally, an Onmyoji couldn't bear the scene of explosion in front of him, and slumped on the ground weakly. Who? The rest of the Onmyojis were also breathing heavily. It seems that this can relieve the extremely excited mood in my heart. On the other hand, if the sky is clear, he still has the usual poker face. After all, when Gojo Satoru fought them a year ago, the scene and power that exploded were even more terrifying than this. Xiaobu, is he really the 5 big brother? Staring blankly at Gojo Satoru not far ahead with his back to them, Ebi Nightseye said with palpitations. Xiaobu was silent for a second, then nodded seriously. He's big brother. Familiarity is unmistakable. It is her big brother. However, Wojo Wu, who possesses this godlike power, is so strange at this moment. After all, in her mind, her big brother is a salted fish with a sweet tooth. So, big brother, the job you mentioned is to deal with these monsters. Xiaobu felt a little uncomfortable and distressed. In her philosophy, possessing this kind of power can only be obtained by fighting for a long time, just like a game, level by level. Gojo Satoru. Ah, Xiaobu, you are thinking too much. I am hanging on the wall. It must be that in the middle of the night, I secretly healed my wounds. Big brother. Xiaobu's eyes were full of tears. Xiaochuan Jinliang didn't open his mouth all the time, but his blue eyes were fixed on the scene in the sky that seemed to be doomsday. She is in love, and she thinks Gojo Satoru at this moment is really handsome. Is this the strength of Onmyoji? It's too scary. I believe you can destroy a city by yourself. Brother, your structure is too small. Country, one person can destroy a country, okay? Father, mother, I'm in love, and I want to chase after this Onmyoji. Asako, I'm your boyfriend, right? Oh, you're my boyfriend. Ah, what a cold tone. Hundreds of ordinary people discussed excitedly. The topic around is all about Gojo Satoru. So, sometimes it's really cool to show up in front of others, hey? Duh. Chapter 46. Ah, as expected of enlightenment, you solved the tide of filth so easily. Suddenly, an unfamiliar female voice appeared in the enchantment. Hearing this female voice, Tian Rua Qingxian's eyes moved, and he turned to look to the side. Why are you here, Yubi Island? Yes, Yubi Islandong dressed like a European aristocrat. Mikujima Ao gently opened his fan to block his beautiful face, only showing his crescent-shaped smiling eyes. Why can't I come? The disappearance of thousands of people is enough to disturb the order of reality. Besides, Mr. Arima speculates that Visara is behind this incident, and there are even hidden masterminds behind it. Behind the scenes, Tianhua Qingxian was stunned. Indeed, this kind of large-scale incident has never happened a few times in the past. It is impossible for Visara to achieve this level alone, so there must be some unknown mastermind behind the scenes. However, when he lowered his head to think, an extremely large white paper appeared in front of his eyes. However, this didn't scare Tian Rua Qingxian, but just stared at the other party with dead fish eyes. Embarrassed emoticons appeared on the white paper on Ku's face. No, you are shy. Excuse me, are you Mahijima-sama and Susama? The female Onmyoji next to her suddenly asked cautiously. The rest of the Onmyoji were also dumbfounded. They never expected that this incident allowed them to meet not only the legendary Wojo-sama, but even the third of the 12 heavenly generals. Suddenly, there was a fire in my heart. If this matter is brought out to other Onmyojis, they will be envious to death. Yes, we just arrived in Tokyo from Kyoto. Yubi Daowang was still smiling. Thank you very much for coming to Tokyo to rescue. The female Onmyoji lowered her head and bent down. Thank you very much. The Onmyojis also made the same action. Regarding these bows, Yubi Daowang took 2 steps back a little. After all, he was not the main force, but just came over just in time. The smiling eyes looked back, or rather, looked at Xiaobu, walking over with graceful steps. The ordinary people around subconsciously stepped aside. Yubi Daowang stopped in front of Xiaobu. Then he stretched out his jade hand and gently pinched the other's smooth and tender face and said, Hey, are you the younger sister of Wu Shuo? You are so cute. No wonder Wu said that I have the cutest younger sister in the world. Hee, let me introduce myself. My name is Yubi Dao, and I am your sister-in-law. Looking at Yubi Daowang, who pinched his face and said she was his sister-in-law, Xiaobu was stunned. The famous dishes of Abino next to him seemed to have turned into black and white, and the whole person was like a statue, echoing in his mind all the time. It's your sister-in-law, it's your sister-in-law. But Xiaochuan was really cool, but she didn't care. Then, it's just you, my main course. Seeing the filth of the samurai who had stepped over, Gojo Satoru put his hands in his pockets and shouted at the former with a smile on his face. Samurai Fowl didn't speak, but slowly touched his waist. There was a piercing sliding sound. I saw him pull out a rusty Madara's giant katana sword from his waist. Hey, it's pretty handsome. Gojo Satoru seemed to cover his mouth in surprise, but then said coyly, "I can't eat such a big knife, not much to say." The samurai fowl directly held the handle of the knife with both hands and slashed at Gojo Satoru. Gojo Satoru, on the other hand, didn't intend to dodge at all. He just tilted his head slightly and let the opponent cut him. Boom. The blowing wind blows the surrounding dust into the air. Big brother, 5 big brothers. Inside the enchantment, seeing Gojo Satoru who was cut in the center, Xiaobu and Ebon Nina couldn't help but yelled in worry. Why doesn't big brother, 5 big brothers, hide? Xiaochuan Jinliang also subconsciously clenched his fists in worry. Hee. Don't worry, the big brother of the two of you is not that weak. Yubi Dao put back the fan in his palm and slowly opened her blue eyes, which were also blue. Maybe you don't have a detailed understanding of Wu Wu's strength. Just to put it simply, when Wu Wu hadn't appeared in the Yin-Yang world a year ago, our 12 heavens and Master Arima were called the pinnacle of the Yin-Yang world. Powerful. The people around didn't speak, but they all pricked up their ears and listened. But after Wu appeared, there is only one voice that is the strongest in the entire Yin-Yang world, and that is Wu. Besides, this filth has not yet reached the Pasala level. Even if it is Pasala, Wu can easily crush and remove it. So please don't worry. After listening, Xiao Bu and others, including everyone around them, froze in place. It turned out that the person who saved us was such a powerful person. Although he relaxed a lot in his heart, Xiao Bu still looked forward worriedly. The gray smoke gradually dissipated. TSK, your knife is not good. Just cut it like this, and it will rot. A mocking voice appeared. I saw that Gojo Satoru still had his hands in his pockets, with a smile on his face. However, what is incredible is that when the giant samurai sword was only 1 meter away from Gojo Satoru, it stopped, and even a huge gap appeared in the front end. If one looked closely, one could see the samurai's dirty arms trembling. It seemed that he was trying to push forward, but he just couldn't hold it down. No lower limit technique. The samurai's filthy arms and legs exploded in an instant, and he fell to his knees directly, with bursts of black air floating upward. The samurai sword that was not held by both arms fell to the ground, crushing many houses. Although I'm sorry that you didn't let your magic power jump to become Basara, but I'm tired of it. Gojo Satoru held up his left index finger. No lower limit. Reversal art. Hex. The scarlet light illuminated the surroundings, and the black sphere gradually swelled and turned red. Just a second. A straight red shock wave flew out. The deafening explosion sound resounded through the world. A huge pentagram flashed out. The samurai is filthy, uprooted. Chapter 47. Reality, Tokyo Chiba. In the evening, Gojo House. Xiaobu looked at Yubi Daowang who was embracing his big brother's arm with a twitching face, and even stuck his whole body on it. Damn woman, I will never admit that you are my sister-in-law. She thought evilly in her heart. It has been more than an hour since I returned to reality from the wild. After solving the filth of the samurai, Gojo Satoru was also quite surprised by the arrival of Yubi Dao. And then the Onmyoges opened the door to reality and organized ordinary people to return to reality. Immediately, he was sent directly to the treatment place of the Yin and Yang department. After all, ordinary people will have problems with their bodies in the future if they stay in the wild for a long time. Only a few people with strong, innate magic power will be fine. As for erasing memory, the Yin and Yang department will make unified arrangements. However, there were 3 people who escaped the memory erasure. That is Xiao Bu, Ebino famous Kai, and Xiaochuan Jinliang. Gojo Satoru didn't intend to take care of Xiaochuan Jinliang's words, but after hearing Xiao Bu's request and the other party's name, he recalled who the other party was. At the same time, I also thought of the information sent by the headmaster of Sobu Gao a while ago, which was the transfer information. But Gojo Satoru was too lazy to read it at that time, and now I have read it. Oh, I am still a student in my class. There must be special treatment for my own students. As for the words of Yubijima, according to her words, I came to Tokyo from Kyoto all the way. How can I go back again? First buy a few sets of clothes in Tokyo, and then talk about it. In terms of residence, it must be at Gojo's house. Oh, by the way, but this kid didn't know why he was going crazy, so he went back to Kyoto directly. It is seriously suspected that Yubi Daowang forced the other party to go back, thinking about the world of two people. Big brother, I'm so hungry. Looking at the two with resentful eyes, Xiaobu said with a stinky face. Then what do you want to eat? I'll go out and buy it. Gojo Satoru, holding Mibishima-o with one hand and playing with his mobile phone with the other, raised his head and asked softly. He who can use unlimited spells can teleport to any location in the island country, and he can buy whatever his sister wants to eat. For my younger sister, I must pamper her. Daba, I want to eat what you made. Okay, but you have to wait for a while. The almighty Gojo Satoru says it's all trivial. His culinary skills are comparable to those of UNU's top 10. After listening, Xiaobu was overjoyed, and his eyes seemed to provoke his sister-in-law. Look, this is how the big brother dotes on me. When I am hungry, I will buy food for me. I want to eat what the big brother cooks for me, but he does not cook for me himself. The heart of a child. For Xiaobu's provocative eyes, Yubi Daoong didn't care, and even secretly smiled in his heart. The delicate body was getting closer, and this small mouth was about to spit fire. After finishing the late dinner, Xiaobu did not go back to the room to play games as usual, but sat on the sofa in the living room. The whole person lay in Gojo Satoru's arms. Gojo Satoru didn't feel much about this either. After all, this was just the daily life operations of the siblings. Understand the emptiness of burial, right? Seeing that there was no chance for him to lie down, Ujishima-ao pressed his cheeks in distress, but he still sat aside and hugged the other's arm. Time passed slowly. 12 o'clock in the morning. Xiaobu's eyelids were trembling. After all, she went shopping all day today and was forced to enter the wilderness to play an escape game. Suddenly, her spirit was relaxed at this moment, which made her sleepy. Not long. Her snort. Hearing Xiaobu, who was already snoring softly in his arms, Gojo Satoru lowered his head and gently stroked the long chestnut hair with his big hand. Then he gently picked up the other party and walked into the room. And Yubi Daoong also followed, and by Nun's little feet also deliberately did not make a sound. After putting Xiaobu in his room, covering him with a quilt, Gojo Satoru softly closed the door and left. Big brother, don't leave, The little boy lying on the bed was muttering in his sleep. In the living room, Yubijima finally lay down in Gojo Satoru's arms, inhaling the pleasant fragrance frantically. At this moment, she is not like the glamorous woman who looked like a European noble in front of people, but now she is more like a S***T. Well, specifically for Gojo Satoru's sluts. Woo, your sister is really jealous. With his face pressed against his chest, Yubishima said in a muffled voice. I'm afraid I don't even admit that I am her sister-in-law. No way, Ong. After all, she only has me. Looking at the summary death toll sent by the Tokyo Onmyo branch on the mobile phone, Gojo Satoru said flatly. Yubi Dao heaved a sigh of relief. After a long time, he opened his mouth slowly. I only have you. Gojo Satoru didn't say anything, but lightly stroked the opponent's back in response. In this large-scale pollution incident, 35 Onmyoges died, 57 Exorcists died, 471 ordinary people died, and 1,951 people were rescued. The number of deaths is too many, and the officials can only try their best to suppress them and then visit the door, trying to explain and give compensation. However, right now, hey Wu, Changyi is so long, I can't sleep. Sakura from Ogashima poked her lips into Gojo Satoru's ear and said. After finishing speaking, he took a breath of aroma. Thank you guys for the monthly pass. Flowers, thank you. I will add more later. Thank you. Reminder, both Onmyoji and Exorcist formed a team and rescued at the same time. The Onmyoji on Gojo Satoru's side couldn't open the door to reality because the presence of samurai filth made the miasma thick. This situation did not occur in other teams, but there was still too much filth, causing ordinary people who entered the disaster field to be chased and killed immediately. At the same time, many Onmyoges used their lives as barriers to allow others to open the door to reality. Chapter 48. Early morning. Gojo Satoru opened his eyes and yawned uncontrollably. Then he turned his head and looked at Yubi Daoong, who was lying next to him, holding his arm and still sleeping soundly. Last night was really bloody. Carefully pulling away his arms, Wujo Wu went to the closet, took a pair of pants, and opened the window as well. Get some fresh air, and get rid of the strange smell in the room. Okay. At this time, Yubi Daowang woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Gojo Satoru who had just opened the window. Good morning, Wu. She smiled softly. Did I wake you up? No. Yubi Daowang still had a soft smile on his face. At this moment, she had thought about it for a long time, and finally gave the first time to the other party. Gojo Satoru nodded, then put on his shirt, tucked the white shirt into his trousers, pulled it halfway out, and sat on the edge of the bed. What do you want for breakfast? I'll eat whatever you cook, as long as you don't poison me to death. Yubi Daowang smiled mischievously. There's really nothing I can do about you. Rubbing the other party's soft, long golden hair, Gojo Satoru smiled helplessly. After all, she was the first woman in this world to have S*X with her, so the gentleness of forgiveness was fine. Hiratsuka Shizuka, did you see my fist? Seeing Gojo Satoru walk out of the door, and after closing it intimately, Yuhijima stretched his waist, revealing his excellent figure. Although the movement is still a bit inconvenient, compared to the injuries he suffered in the disaster field, this is nothing. After walking to the living room, Gojo Satoru saw Xiaobu who had already been sitting on the sofa with a resentful expression on his face. Seeing his big brother come out, Xiaobu turned his head sideways with a hum. At the same time, a blush appeared on his cheeks. Obviously, the movement of the battle last night woke her up. A dignified high-end apartment, but the sound insulation effect is so poor. Bad review. What's the matter, little buddy? Opening the refrigerator, he took out some quail eggs and a bottle of fermented rice. Gojo Satoru said jokingly. Obviously, he also knew why Xiaobu did this. However, he wasn't embarrassed at all. He was so thick-skinned that bullets couldn't pierce him. Don't ask about the stinky big brother. Hurry up and make breakfast. I still have to go to school. Hi. Yes. Walking into the kitchen, Gojo Satoru prepared today's breakfast. Today's main take care of the other party is Yubi Daowang. Let's just get the fermented egg flour that I knew in my previous life. Of course, this also has to add wolfberry and red dates. Seeing Gojo Satoru busy in the kitchen, Xiaobu pouted unhappily. Obviously I came first, but I am Big Brother's younger sister. Thinking of this, her eyes dimmed. Hello, good morning, Xiaobu. At this moment, Mikajima O, who came out of Gojo Satoru's room, waved his hand and shouted in a hoarse voice. Good morning. Hearing this hoarse voice, Xiaobu blushed. Such an elegant and glamorous woman. Why last night? On the way to Sobu High School, Kitagawa Kaiming was walking down the street with a handbag. The long golden hair, the hot girl's dress, and the extremely delicate and beautiful face attract students who are also Zhongwu Gao. Oh, it's so beautiful. The inner lining should be a student of our Zhongwu High School. But why can't I remember it? There are thousands of people in Zhongwu Gao. It's no wonder you can remember. Tian Ping, you can question my memory, but you can't question my memory of beautiful girls. I already have an impression of a beautiful girl like this, okay? TSK, but I have to say that she is really beautiful. I want to pursue her. You can try it. I don't support it anyway. What, you brat? The students watched Kitagawa Kaiming's back and talked about it. After entering the school, Kitagawa Kaiming has discovered a serious problem. She doesn't know where her class is. The sign that just started school has also been demolished long ago. Distressed, she suddenly noticed the back of a woman with long white hair in front of her. Kitagawa Kaiming's eyes lit up, trotted over, and patted the opponent's shoulder. Student, may I ask where is class F? The white back. No, it should be Xia Chuan, blinking his dazed eyes. In fact, she was also looking for where class F was. Looking at Kitagawa Kaiming with a hearty smile, she said with an embarrassed face, well, I'm actually looking for a first-year class F. Kitagawa Kaiming made the same sound of surprise, but immediately said excitedly, then aren't we classmates? My name is Kitagawa Kaiming. Please give me your advice. Xia Chuan is really cool. Please give me your advice. Hey, really cool sauce, I can call it that. No problem, Haiming. Xia Chuan nodded her head tenderly. In front of outsiders, she always maintains a gentle and amiable side. But Jinliang sauce, why did you enter school so late? Me? I just returned to Daxian not long ago, and then I transferred here. What about you? Haiming, you also just transferred here, right? No, it's just that there was a car accident at the beginning of school, and I accidentally ended up in the hospital. Are you all right now? It's sure to be fine. The two women walked and talked together, planning to ask a passerby again. And at this moment, yo, good morning to my two lovely students. Which out teacher? X2 hearing this familiar voice, the two looked back. I saw Gojo Satoru wearing a white shirt and wearing sunglasses instead of the iconic eye patch. Duh. Chapter 49. Class F for 1 year. Minasan, everyone, how was your weekend? Standing on the podium, Gojo Satoru said with a look of full energy. I haven't found my own love or spent money to find love. Regarding spending money to find love, the 5 teachers' friendly reminders should take safety measures. Ga, ga, ga. There seemed to be a group of crows calling in the classroom. All of them are covered in black lines. God spends money to find love. Teacher, we are only high school students. How can we have money? But if you are looking for love, this one does exist. Although he was very speechless for his incomprehensible head teacher, the students in the class were still a little surprised by Gojo Satoru's appearance today. The iconic coat and eye patch were removed, and a pair of dark glasses were worn. I thought I had scars on my eyes, so I wore blindfolds, but I didn't. He even has snow-white eyelashes and extremely beautiful blue eyes. He is a handsome guy of the highest quality. Stare. Accent. Oh, why are you guys staring at me all the time, teacher? I know I'm handsome, but please don't keep looking. Teacher, I'll be shy. Gojo Satoru seemed to be really shy, lowered his head, and said in a low voice. Vomit. Sure enough, no matter how handsome he is, he still has this personality. Okay, before morning reading, we have 2 new classmates coming. As he spoke, Gojo Satoru shouted to the outside of the classroom door. Xiachuan, Kitagawa, please come in. 2 new classmates. One is Kitagawa Kaiming, who got into a car accident. So who is the other one? Everyone stared at the door. WOW.LA. The door was pushed open. 2 pretty figures walked in. Oh who? Seeing the 2 of them, all the boys in the class were ecstatic, and their mouths made uncontrollable noises. Hey, no way. Are these 2 really our future classmates? The blonde girl dressed as a hot girl is really beautiful, and it fits my girlfriend's standard. And that beautiful girl with silver white hair looks too delicate. She looks like a doll. Does she have foreign origin? The 2 women took the chalk handed by Gojo Satoru and wrote their names on the blackboard. Hi everyone, my name is Kitagawa Kaiming. I was hospitalized in a car accident some time ago, and I couldn't get to know you for the first time, so please give me a lot of advice during this year. Kitagawa Kaiming introduced it generously with a smile on his face. With such a cheerful personality and appearance, I am afraid that he will have his own small team in the future. After all, high school students are willing to play with such people. Not bad. Gojo Satoru applauded. Everyone below applauded closely, and even a few boys clapped vigorously with smirks on their faces. Hello everyone, my name is Xiachuan Jinliang. I just came back from abroad. I will transfer to Zhongwu High School for the next year. Please give me your advice. It was still the gentle, pleasant voice coming from Xiachuan Jinliang's mouth. Xiachuan is really cool, and below is really cool. Thinking of this strange habit, Gojo Satoru thought about whether the other party wore clothes or not. The applause sounded again, and it was still the hard applause of those boys just now. Okay, since the introduction is over, let the handsome Wujo teacher arrange seats for you. Gojo Satoru rubbed his chin and looked down. In fact, there are still many vacancies in the class, and it is more than enough to arrange 2 girls. Mr. Wujo, please let Kitagawa and Xiachuan sit here with me. There are just empty seats on my left and behind me. No. Teacher Wutiao, I have a vacancy here too. Feng Yuan, just fart. Laozi is sitting next to you. There is a hairy empty seat. Oh, so please leave now. What the hell am I? The noisy ones below were the boys who had been clapping hard. There were even quite a few boys who were peeking but eagerly raised their hands cautiously. All right. Gojo Satoru suppressed his hand. The boy who had been making noise immediately shut up. You 2 sit in front of Misaki-san. He pointed to the window on the right side. Because the school had just started, seeing Chi Ming's lifeless appearance and introduction, the seat in front of the student was vacant, just enough for the 2 girls to sit there. Of course, the most important thing is that he hopes that the 2 of them can change himself as a student a little bit. Good Gojo-sensei. X2-inch picking up the handbag. The 2 girls nodded and sat in front of Misaki Naruto. But Jian Shiming was still looking at the scenery outside the window, and the noise just now didn't affect her at all. Misaki-san, please give me your advice in the future. After taking his seat, Kitagawa Kaimeng turned his head and said in a low voice, Teach me a lot. Jian Shiming still looked expressionless. Xiachuan Jinliang didn't say anything and put away the handbag on her own. She could feel that this classmate Misaki was difficult to get along with, and his whole person exudes the appearance that strangers should not enter. She can't do it with a hot face and a cold butt. On the podium, watching the interaction of the three women, Gojo Satoru felt that his heart was about to break. Okay, students, please take out your Mandarin textbooks. As for Kitagawa-san and Xiachuan's books, I will take you to pick them up. Now you and Misaki-san can make do with it. Chapter 50. After class, Gojo Satoru led the two girls back to the office after receiving the textbooks. As soon as he returned to the office and opened the door, a figure jumped directly into his arms. The familiar scent. It's Wu. Nacho Toji sighed with an idiot look on his face. Okay, let's pick the vegetables. Xiaojing will be angry again when she comes over and sees it later. Rubbing the opponent's little head, Gojo Satoru said helplessly. Hearing the word Xiaojing, Husai Nightsai froze, quickly let go of his embraced hands, and looked around vigilantly. During this week, she was frequently dealt with by Shizuka Hiratsuka. My head is almost smoking, and I have psychological shadows. Okay, hey. Husai Nai smiled mischievously and took a step back, and by taking a step back, he saw the whole picture of Gojo Satoru today. Wu, you took off the blindfold. There seemed to be two pink hearts in her eyes. The body jumped forward uncontrollably, but suddenly. Kaijia, what are you doing? A faint voice came from outside the gate. Ga. Hoji Kaikai abruptly stopped, and then tapped his head lightly, pouted his pink mouth with a blunt, puzzled expression. Yeah, what am I doing? All my things are left in the classroom. I'm going back to the classroom. After speaking, she hurriedly left the office. Teeth white Fombai, danger, danger, almost died again. Seeing Nacho Toji's pale golden figure running away, Gojo Satoru shrugged helplessly. You can escape for a while, but you can't escape forever. Turning his gaze to Xiaojing, he saw that Xiaojing was still in the familiar white coat. But why was there a dead fish-eyed student following behind him? Xiaojing, who is this dead fish-eye? Pointing at the other party, Gojo Satoru asked curiously. There is one thing to say. This dead fish-eye looks really interesting, but the more you look at it, the more familiar it becomes. Oops, Hikaga Hachiman's face twitched when he heard that he was called dead fish-eye. Although I know that my eyes do look a bit like dead fish eyes, can this teacher who looks like a real person stop being so blunt? What are you talking about? Shizuka Hiratsuka rolled her eyes. This is my student, Hikagaya Hachiman. Oh, it turned out to be the big teacher. Sorry for the disrespect. Hearing this name, Gojo Satoru finally knew who the other party was. No wonder it looked so familiar. After all, not everyone has this dead fish eye, huh? Walking into the office and falling behind the chair, Shizuka Hiratsuka also had a headache for her student. A while ago, she gave a mock quiz to the students in her class, and when she checked the papers, she found a composition written by her student with the theme of youth. Youth is a lie, it is evil. People who eulogize their youth are constantly deceiving themselves and their surroundings. Always face your surroundings with affirmative attitude. Well, looks like a kid who wasn't as excited as a high school student should be. As a competent class teacher, Shizuka Hiratsuka wants to change herself as a problem student. No coffee, Xiaojing. After making 2 cups of coffee, Gojo Satoru picked up a cup and placed it on Hiratsuka Shizuka's desk. It looks like you're quite distressed, Xiaojing. Hearing this, Hiratsuka Shizuka rubbed her temples tiredly, then picked up the paper next to her and handed it over. See for yourself. After taking the paper, Gojo Satoru probably knew what was going on, but after seeing it with his own eyes. Ha ha ha. He laughed wildly. Can't stop at all. This made Hikagu Hachiman, who was standing, show that resentful expression. Sorry. I'm a professional, and I don't usually laugh, but unless I can't help it, ha ha. Gojo Satoru felt his stomach ache. You are really enlightened too. Seeing Gojo Satoru, who was laughing wildly, Hiratsuka Shizuka curled his lips speechlessly. Ahem. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Hurrying to relieve his emotions, Gojo Satoru picked up the coffee with a trembling right hand, which was caused by holding back, and took a sip. Ha ha, I really can't do it. Gojo Satoru's laughter filled the office. This made the students passing by outside look at it curiously, but unfortunately the door was closed. After laughing for about a minute, Gojo Satoru couldn't stop laughing, so he took a few sips of coffee to moisten his throat. Hey young man, what you wrote in your composition is what you understand in your own heart. His voice was a little hoarse from laughing. Although he was very reluctant to talk to this white-haired D, Hikagu Hachiman still spoke truthfully. Otherwise, youth is false. Hey Hikagu. Hearing this, Shizuka Hiratsuka shook her head tiredly. No. Gojo Satoru raised his index finger and shook. Maybe you have experienced something before, so you feel that youth is a lie, but you have to know that youth is unique to you young people. There are joys and sorrows, but these have to be experienced. Life is just a dream, and youth is only a few short years. Xiaojing, and I hope you can enjoy your youth well. You think it's a lie because you understand too much. Can you understand? Boy, hearing this, although Hikagu Hachiman was a little turbulent in his heart, he still spoke firmly. TCH, I wasn't wrong in the first place. Forget it, you can go back first, it's time for class. Shizuka Hiratsuka waved her hand to signal the other party to leave. Wait until Hikagaya Hachiman leaves and the bell rings in the corridor. Gojo Satoru asked and answered while drinking coffee. So Xiaojing, how do you arrange him? What do I mean by how I arrange him? Hiratsuka complained feebly, but thought about it carefully and said, arrange him in a society and change his views. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.